Greetings and salutations, friends. I can't tell you how happy I am to be here because I just drove through another nightmare storm to get to the cabin. And I got here with about 15 minutes before 9 p.m. So knowing that I had a very important interview today, this has been very stressful start to this to tonight, but I'm in my right place. I'm at the right time, and our guest is in our green room waiting. I can't tell you. I first started hearing about Michael Schratt when it came to Black Project research, and boy, I was really incredibly impressed. I was incredibly impressed with his work on both UFOs and Black projects. It seemed to me that he was a dogged researcher going through every lead to get to the truth behind some of these great mysteries. And I had to respect that, of course. So I began to follow him, and I would listen to every appearance. If there was a conference appearance he did, which was put on YouTube, I would watch it. And I've been following his work for quite some time. Most recently, we just discussed his brand new book, Dark Files, which is an amazing book which covers a lot of different little known UFO cases. So his research has been inspirational, at least to me, and also knowing what it is that he does only made me more interested. And I began to hear some interesting stories about Mr. Schratt, and we're going to get to dive a little deeper into some of those things that I've heard. Some of them may be rumors, but some of them are true. Yeah, his most recent book is really, really probably my favorite book that I've gotten on UFOs in the last decade. It's called Dark Files, A Pictorial History, Lost, Forgotten, and Obscure UFO Encounters. Book one. And it's interesting to me is that this is just book one. He's got a treasure trove of information on these incredible subjects. So please bear with me, friends. I'm having a real tough time here. It's bad enough that StreamYard forces me to use Windows. Now StreamYard is forcing me to use Firefox on top of that. Windows and Firefox, I really think that is not fair whatsoever. And it's interesting that Paul Hynek wrote the foreword to his new book, and it's really we're gonna dive into it more deeply. And one second, I'm just trying to get everything queued up here. Yeah, Paul Hynek about Mr. Schratt said, Michael Schratt has been an important figure in ufology for years, a devoted and boy, big word, indefatigable researcher. In Dark Files, he has done for ufology what Ansel Adams did for Yosemite. He has brought it to life with the summaries, the engineering quality drawings that he created, and color illustrations he commissioned. These cases simply jump off the pages, and that I would definitely agree with. In doing so, he made these cases effectively available for more than a handful of researchers who have read or written descriptions themselves. So enjoy this wonderful work Michael has poured into Dark Files. Yeah, and I would have to agree. One of the best books that I've come across on UFOs in literally a decade. If you like UFO artwork and you like UFOs, you're going to love this book. So without further ado, let's welcome our very special guest, Mr. Michael Schratt.
Hi, Stephen. How are you?
Good. I'm happy that I didn't screw this up tonight. I had a real tough time getting here and getting everything set up. Everything's kind of temporary here. I'm not in my usual studio, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm a little bit out of sorts, but I think we're okay.
That's fine. That's okay.
So I'm gonna ask you some. I have a whole list of questions, and I hope we can get through most of them, because I've heard you interviewed before, but there's a lot of things that people that I know people haven't asked you. And one of the things I was most curious about is what got you started down this rabbit hole, because you are one of those people that I see some of my own obsession in you. Like, you're obsessed with this thing. You're collecting things, you're writing things, you're drawing things, you're going on TV shows talking about this stuff. What is it that got you started?
Okay. Well, from my earliest memory, my dad used to take me to a place called Victory Air Museum in Mundelein, Illinois.
Oh,
And it
that's
was
cool.
near Chicago. And what they had, Stephen, were these old World War II birds, but they were just parked out in this field, left alone. They were like
Awesome.
stranded, and they were deserted, and they were derelict, and they were disrepair, and they were forgotten and half broken down. And the skins were oxidized, and the windshields were cracked, and they had weeds growing up. It just had this ghostly, otherworldly appeal to me. That's what started it for me, and I've never looked back from that point forward.
So UFOs to you is just a strange, mysterious form of aircraft then.
In a way, yeah, you can kind of say that. But from there, my dad took me to Oshkosh, which is the biggest air show in the world. Went there.
Yeah, I've mentioned previously, my father was a huge aircraft.
Yeah.
He was a huge fan of all aviation, and he used
Sure.
to take us to McGuire Air Force Base every year, and we would see either the Thunderbirds or the Blue Angels, and then they had all these displays. You could sit. They would let you sit in a jet airplane, an old one like an F4 Phantom, but it was still awesome to me. Yeah.
So that's really how it started for me. And then just going to Oshkosh and looking at all the warbirds, the ultralights, the kit planes, the antiques, just the whole part of it is just so impressive to me. And then things just led from there. Being within an hour's drive of QFOS, 2457 West Peterson Avenue, Mark Rodiger, the director there, he gave me full access to the entire QFOS library for 3 years straight. And I went through 60,000 cases there. It really did go through all of them.
Wow, that's interesting. So when did the jump from regular Earth aircraft, let's call them, to UFOs happen? What was the first thing that really got you interested in actual UFOs?
I would say around 94. Right around 94 is when it really started going. I would say that time frame. Yep.
Yeah, and one of the things that's interesting about you is that you do these illustrations, or you commission people also to do these illustrations. And this book is like, if you like UFO artwork, and I sure do, this book is like every other page is this amazing. I almost want to blow them all up and make posters of them all. They're so good.
Well, that was the idea, because when you go through the cases at QFOS or the Gray Barker collection in Clarksburg, West Virginia, or QFOS or the Leonard Stringfield cases.
They read dry, right? So they need some sort of illustration. Yeah.
I only pulled out the ones that had a really good description, a really good illustration or a sketch, and a flight path. If it had those three, then I pulled the case. And so from there, a lot of these cases were rough. They needed to be cleaned up, brought into the 20th century. They had to really get cleaned up. So at that point, either I would do an AutoCAD drawing or a SolidWorks drawing, full color rendering, or if it was really biological looking, I'd have artwork commissioned and then make it come alive. That was the whole point of it.
Yeah. And you know what? I just think that, this forward is dead on, because a lot of these cases in this book, I heard of some of them I never even heard of, and I've been into this thing forever. So it's amazing, this work that you did, because you're going to open those cases up to whole new generations of people that may never have been exposed to them. And the use of this amazing artwork really brings them to life. It's not just words on a page, because sometimes these I'm sure you've got them. There's UFO reports and MUFON reports of sightings, and they just read like a bad science teacher wrote them, and they're not very engaging or interesting. But the addition of these illustrations, right? And you did these all right from the witness descriptions or original sketches, right?
Well, Tom Bogan gets the credit. He's in the book. He's in the forward part of the book. he gets the credit for the majority of the color artwork. Now, there's some in there that I've done, and some of the line drawings I've done, but some of the, the best color artwork, that's his work. I want to give him credit for sure.
For sure, yeah.
No doubt. But what's interesting is when I did these illustrations with Tom, we used Google Earth, Stephen. So what that means is when we go back to these cases that are 40 or 50 years old, and someone tells you that they parked a quarter mile west of such and such an intersection, we take you there plus or minus 5 feet. So you're looking at exactly where these things took place.
Wow. Yeah, that's very, very interesting. And now, of course, because I'm in Firefox, I'm having trouble sharing this. But I'll get to it as we can progress with more questions. I have one big other question, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way.
Yeah.
But a few of people in my audience have said the same thing and wondered the same thing. I followed everything that I've seen you do.
Yeah.
But the one thing I saw you do that I went, that's weird. Why would he spend so much time on this? Was you did this. It was incredible work, I have to say. You did this huge illustrated drawings and sort of lecture with slides on the Dan Burrish case.
That's true. That's true.
And I wanted to ask you, was there something about him that you first found credible and later didn't, or how do you feel about him now too?
I think I've changed my mind on that case now for a number of reasons. One of them being the fact that allegedly this facility called S4 is there in Papoose Lake. However, there's no test pilots that have ever even admitted there being a facility there. They would know, right? Because they flew around that whole area.
And there's been recent flyovers allowed.
Yeah, there's been a recent flyover.
Yeah, Solar Marshall. He's got the goods on that, and there's pictures, and there's zero there. There's no guard shack. There's no road, and people like Bob Lazar or Burrish described taking a bus after they got off the Janet airline, and you couldn't get a bus through this desert sand for 50 miles to this remote location. It just
where's
a road,
the evidence of the hangar base with the textured exterior? Where's the evidence of that? Where is the evidence that pilots flying over it, they would have seen something after all these years? They never reported anything there. There's no operating facility there. There's just nothing there.
Well, yeah, and I think that we get into this situation of UFO profiteering that seems to be a problem, because then people start people are just making things up, to sell the story. They go, well, we've corroborated this story with people that we're sure and we checked into really worked at Area 51. And then I go, okay, what's their names? What was their titles? Can I speak to them and interview them and verify this? And you never get there. It's like all the information that's coming out about this so-called flying saucer base is very, very flawed. And Dan Burrish, of course, is very flawed too when we dig into his background. I mean, he was supposed to be a biologist there while he was a parole officer in Las Vegas. There's just everything is always like, this story sounds great. There's just one big problem with it, and the same for Bob Lazar with his education. And I know you've done a lot of great work on the Bob Lazar case as well, right?
Sure. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And is that one, when I was growing up, I loved that story. I wanted that to be real. I so wanted that to be real, just as time went on and it got worse and worse, and you get to like, okay, he's a convicted pimp now, and like his education is terrible, and fake. What was it about the Bob Lazar case that attracted you?
Well, looking into some of the things that John Andrews had collected, because he spoke to Bob.
Oh yeah, I wanted to mention that. Yeah, one of my other questions was going to be, or one of the other things we're going to explore is that you are a bit of a historian and a conservationist when it comes to UFO material. John Andrews, for those that don't know, is responsible for all those cool models that came out of testers when you were a kid. All the UFO models, the Honeyboo, the sport model, and all of the, like the stealth bomber. He did all the cool airplane models for testers. And somehow Michael got a hold of all of his papers, right, and everything, his whole
That's correct.
archive of material,
That's
right?
correct. That is correct. Yes.
Yes, and the first time that I've ever communicated with Michael was because I was trying to find out how much exactly Bob Lazar made from the Tester's model deal. Yeah, yeah.
Good
So
question.
what are you doing with all this John Andrews stuff?
Oh,
What do you?
well, I've incorporated into a lot of different things for sure, but it was an honor. It was a privilege to acquire the collection. I mean, one of the highlights of my life, no question about it, because John was such a gentleman. I only met him once, but he was such a gentleman. He could take a photograph and derive a 3-view drawing from a blurry photograph 5 miles away. That's how good this guy was. He was the best of the best, really the best of the best. And
Yeah,
there's a lot of correspondence with a lot of different people in there. And the guy was brilliant, no question about it.
people are asking about your latest book, so it's only available in ebook format. Is that right?
Correct.
It is
Correct. I am going to make a hard cover or a soft cover sometime.
I want a copy when you do. I'll pay you whatever you want for it.
This
is one of my favorite new books. I couldn't put it down until I was done, and then I read it again and looked at and now I just look at the pictures and go, wow. That's pretty much what I do. So the deal with John Andrews is that he was not just a model maker. He had an interest in like the Bob Lazar case and UFOs. He was corresponding a lot with Bob Lazar, right? And you have some of that.
The original audio tapes were a part of that collection. The original interview audio tapes that were used to create the model were a part of that collection.
Oh, that's amazing. I got to twist your arm and figure that thing out, because one of the things that Michael Schratt also did is do a side-by-side comparison of Bob Lazar's sport model and Billy Meyer's beam ship. And for those that don't know, Billy Meyer made fake UFOs out of trash can lids and hubcaps and things, and then he hung them on strings and claimed that he was talking to aliens, and he's been busted as a fraud. And it's interesting, a historical note is that Bob Lazar and Gene Huff got all the Billy Meyer material right before Bob Lazar decided that he was working on these things. And his flying saucer that he says he worked on looks exactly like Billy Meyer's, almost. Michael did an amazing photo.
I couldn't say it any better than that.
Yeah, and if you look on my Twitter, I'm sorry, I'm having a real trouble with this screen sharing right now. If you look on my Twitter, I just posted that yesterday, the comparison video, the comparison illustration between Bob Lazar and Billy Myers. So do you think that Bob Lazar copied that? It's too similar.
Possible.
It's too similar.
We don't know, right? We just don't know. But here's the question I talk about. Bob talked about on a number of occasions in interviews where he had to reach above his head to touch the outer rim of the sport model, right? And if you know anything about the entry hatch on the sport model, it is integrated into that outer lip. So it wraps around the bottom just a little bit, and then it wraps around the top of the outer rim. But if the grays are 3.5 to 4 feet tall and the entry hatch is above his head, how do the grays get into the craft?
I know. I didn't see a ladder. Yeah, I didn't see a ladder. There's a lot of inconsistencies, and another thing, I think Solar Warden pointed this out, and this is great. And he got Bob Lazar to go, that's a great question, and Bob Lazar had to go away and figure out an answer. Bob Lazar claimed that when you turned this propulsion system on, you could throw a screwdriver at it and it would bounce off, and all these other things. And so his question was, well, then how did you turn it off? Because it was all, he had no answer.
And isn't that entire area of Papoose Lake irradiated?
Yes, that's another thing. And
there would be dose badges, right, Stephen? There would be dose badges.
Yeah, there would be dose badges, sure.
Yep. If you go to the Atomic Testing Museum,
you can go to the Atomic Energy Commission and get some data on how irradiated that area was. If the United States government were to be stupid enough to put a base there and make people spend a significant amount of time there, that would be a huge liability. People would be dropping dead left and right from, radiation-related sicknesses and cancer and things.
Because you can go to the Atomic Testing Museum in Las Vegas, and when you go through the exhibit hall, and you wrap around just before it ends. There's a glass case on the right-hand side. They've got like 30 different examples of dose badges there that people would wear on their lapel and on their shoulder area. There was never any mention of dose badges at S4, period.
But you know what is interesting is that I have at least a few sources, plus John Lear, who tell me with some confidence that Bob Lazar worked on radiation health monitoring equipment around Nellis and Area 51. So that's interesting. He should know better then. He should know about these dose badges.
Sure.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah. So beside this, this Dark Files, can you tell us about the creation of that? And you got another whole archive of stuff that some of this stuff came out of, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I drew it from all different locations: QFOS, Orange County MUFON, certainly the Clarksburg, West Virginia archives, things that I've collected over the last 30 years. And that's kind of how it all got started. But I wanted to put this in a concise format that people could read in one day, period. I don't want it to drag on for 4 weeks. Get it done in one day and you'll have it. You got to be done in one day for sure.
Oh, finally. I finally got Firefox to work so we can share some of the stuff from the book. But what I mean is that a lot of these cases are little known. And didn't you have a certain archive that you were drawing some of the case files from? Yeah,
from QFOS, from the QFOS archives. Yeah. Some of those cases were buried there for 40 years. They'd still be there if someone didn't dig them out. And what I always thought was weird is going there for 3 years, nobody else was there. Nobody else used the library. They didn't take advantage of it, which shocks me. It just shocks me.
And we just talked about it. I don't know why, but there was a university about an hour from me that the Stanton Friedman archive first got sent to, and I was going to go, and Grant Cameron went and told me that you would need a month to go through all of the Stanton Friedman stuff. They didn't have it very well organized, and now they've sent it on to Canada. So now to see it, I've got to go to Canada. But you've spent a lot of time going through weird sort of passed away researchers or people's archives, right?
Definitely, yes.
And I talked about these stories that I hear. I hear that you have this huge, monstrous collection of UFO related material. Like you got a warehouse full of stuff. Is that accurate?
More than one.
You've got, actually, I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to embarrass you, but I've heard you got 3. I heard you got 3 warehouses full of UFO stuff.
Well, no single point failure, right?
Wow, that's it. And where did you get it all?
Just been collecting it for 30 years, 35 years.
Wow.
Go to different archives. People donated things to me, and I just held on to it. Plus, I've been interviewing people and taking their notes, sketches, putting it all together, and didn't throw anything out. So there's enough material to last for the next ice age.
Wow. Yeah. That's really, really interesting to me that you really are obsessed enough to collect that much stuff. Because
somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, I guess for future generations, right? Like you don't want that stuff to go to waste. And a lot of times, if somebody dies, their relatives might not know the significance or importance of it. So you go and kind of talk to the family and let them know that it's important to preserve some of that stuff.
I can give you an example. There was a researcher called Joel Carpenter. He's almost completely unknown in this field. He passed away a while ago. His father contacted me and said, basically he said, I've got 4 boxes waiting for you if you want them. So I jumped on a plane, flew all the way over there and got them. And he was going to throw them out. So that's how you have to save it.
Wow.
You have to save these things. We have to preserve an important part of our national history.
Yeah, and we talked about some other recent people that have passed away, and you basically, anybody that passes away, you try to at least see what you can do to preserve some of that stuff, right?
Sure. Yeah, definitely.
Wow. So along with UFOs, you've also had this incredible interest in aviation and really
Yes.
high tech things. And you and I talked off air um, about uh, Mark McCandlish,
Hmm.
right?
True. That is correct.
And
Yes.
you were kind of a fan of his.
A fan and a friend. Yes. I considered him a father figure.
Very
You
good.
know, we did quite a bit of artwork together, and it was a highlight of my life doing drawings with him. Highlight of my life. It was just a religious experience. I'm just telling it like it is.
And how do you feel about the recent problems, or the recent conspiracy land fairy tales about his tragic death?
I think it's a straightforward case. I don't know if I believe in what we're hearing. I just think it's a straightforward case.
Yeah, because
What you presented that first time, I think I believe what you presented.
yeah, and people don't know, but people like Michael Schratt and others did do some of their own independent work to see,
Right.
if there was anything to these fairy tales and these conspiracy land, you know. But to me, it just seemed like people trying to profit from a man's death, which really rubbed me the wrong way.
Right. You
I
did a
grew
very
up.
good assessment. Very good assessment.
Yeah, thank you. And I grew up, looking at Mark McCandlish high tech drawings of airplanes and getting very inspired to build rockets and stuff. So, it's a really tragic loss for the world, don't you think?
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I've said it before. There will never be another Mark McCandlish. No way. And you're talking about seeing his artwork and being inspired by it. Absolutely, I was inspired. Seeing the cover of Popular Mechanics and Popular Science, where he had these photorealistic color illustrations that jumped off the page and grabbed your attention. It's otherworldly. There's no one that can
Yeah.
do that. Nobody
Especially
can do that.
photorealistic. It looked like a
Photorealistic.
photograph. Yeah.
You know, you can go down to the Naval Air Museum in Pensacola. They have one of his original paintings there. The painting of the F-14 coming off the aircraft carrier. If
Mhm.
you look at the starboard part of the boat of the aircraft carrier, where the waterline meets the hull, Mark has this splashing wave that is like splashing up against the steel hull of the ship, and then he has this water that's still adhering toward the sidewalls of the ship, and it's like dripping down. Mark's the only one that could do that. I mean, the guy
Or
is
would think to do that much detail on a splash.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah, he
I mean,
seemed to be very detail oriented.
all of his lines were completely crisp. They were sharp. They were like pinpoint accuracy. And then his shading, he used to tell me like he would channel Da Vinci when he shades his drawing. Now, he was kidding, of course, but we were just talking about that. And it is the level of shading that he does on these drawings is otherworldly. There's no one that can do it. He just had this. I had some things where I gave him a concept, I gave him all the reference works, all the materials, but then there were things about houses that I wasn't sure about. I'm like, Mark, just go with it. And I'd sit there and watch him draw, and he'd just draw houses perfectly scaled from nothing, just from his own brain. It was incredible. I
Yeah.
miss it. I miss it.
Yeah, and I'm
Really
sure
do.
I'm sure we're going to continue to miss it. Somebody is asking what your opinion is on William Tompkins.
I met William Tompkins. Uh, Genius guy for sure. And if anyone wants to see his work, you can go to the Miniature Engineering Museum in Carlsbad, where they have his original ships, and they look like they were built yesterday. It's
Wow, that's
unreal.
interesting.
It's unreal.
But what do you think of his stories about aliens and stuff?
I just don't know. I've read the book. I've read both.
I read the book and it read like a horny old man to me. He was like
I just don't
all
know.
the aliens were hot chicks that wanted to bang him, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. They were all like hot Nordic chicks with big breasts that wanted to bang him.
What do you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting character for sure,
Interesting guy, yeah.
And somebody else is asking, Michael, what do you think is happening in the exofield these days?
Can you be more specific about exofield?
Yeah, I'm not quite
What do you
sure.
think?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Hmm.
Uh,
Maybe
Victor,
exopolitics. I'm not
Vic,
sure.
see, here's the thing: we're getting a lot of UFO people in here that want to know what you think about different things. So Victor
Yeah.
Caliero is here, all the way from Australia, and he says, "I'd like to know Michael's thoughts on the Westfall UFO case in Australia."
Yeah, we can cover that if we want to go into it. I have the book pulled up, but I have to share my screen, right?
Yeah, can you share your screen? Because I'm having a real hard time here.
All
I just
right.
have to
So
allow it once you share your screen. Like you could
let me
share one
share my
tab
screen.
from Google Drive with the book on it or whatever.
Share screen. Share screen.
I'm a terrible show host. I'm like, you do it, guest. I'm a loser. I don't know what's going on. I can't share from Firefox. It's not letting me.
Okay. So if I pull up my book,
Yeah, and then you go down to that middle button in StreamYard and it says share. And then you want to share like browser tab probably.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see if you can't figure it out because I'm having a real hard time. I apologize. I don't know what happened, but Google was not working for mine, and I'm getting the browser has blocked your screen.
Entire screen share.
You
Okay,
can
so I
share
got
your
this
entire
one.
screen. Just be sure that you're not sharing anything you don't want to.
No,
Right?
that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, and I can
Uh,
see like a Windows desktop right now. You want
good,
to
good.
pop
Okay,
up what you want to share.
so you can see
Oh, there
this,
we
right?
go. There we go. Yeah, there we
Okay.
go.
All right. Well, why don't
Oh, by
we?
the way, let me just
Yeah.
say, there's
Yeah.
a guy named Jonaside who watches my show and keeps asking me to make slides. Okay, Jonaside,
Uh,
we don't have slides tonight. We have a book, which is better than
sure.
slides. This is
Sure.
amazing stuff, better than I could do, Jonaside. So I hope this satisfies your slides.
hmm All right. Why don't we? Okay. So can you see this, Stephen?
Yes,
You can
yes,
see it. Okay.
yes, and that
Why don't
means
we
the
just?
audience can as well.
Why don't
And
we?
I'm sorry for making you do this. I
Oh no,
really
that's okay. But we're with you, brother. We're going to hit you with the 22-inch rims right here. Okay. So UFO Magical Mystery Tour, and this will incorporate the book as well. So a pictorial history of lost, forgotten, and obscure UFO encounters. And quick announcement, here's where you can get this information, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to be able to verify this on your own. Don't just trust me. Go out and do your own research. The visual aids used in this presentation are computer generated forensic composite illustrations which originated from actual UFO case files and eyewitness reports. So here's where you can get the material. QFOS, which is now under the jurisdiction of David Marler in Albuquerque. NICAP, APRO, MUFON, Invisible Residents. Have you read this book, Stephen?
Oh yeah,
Invisible
yeah.
Residents? That is one for everyone. Everyone must. I'm not telling you what to do, but everyone has
Yeah,
got
that
to
was
read
one of my
this
favorites.
book. You cannot walk away from reading this book and think that there's nothing to this. There's just no way. I mean, when they released the Condon report, I'm sure you know this, 51% of all UFO cases are in point of fact USO cases. And they didn't even include one USO report in their entire report. They missed 51% of the phenomenon, which I can't believe. Uninvited Guest by Richard Hall, another monumental book. You can't walk away from that book and think there's nothing to it. David Marler collection, UFO news clipping service. We'll skip down to Leonard Stringfield collection, Gray Barker UFO collection. So just to give you an idea of where this information came from. Now, this is a little bit too involved here. I put together a timeline. I broke this down really day by day, hour by hour. This has been authorized by Don Schmidt. So this checks out. This tracks with the Roswell event. And we're hearing more and more about UAP. We're hearing about the June 25th report in the Pentagon. We're all waiting for this. My prediction
I think it's going to be a nothing burger. That's my
nothing burger.
nothing.
You know, there's no droids here. Keep moving on, basically. So
these are not the UFOs you're looking for, Michael.
These are not.
I think that a great deal of what we're seeing in the media right now is drones. They may be advanced drones, but I think that it's a lot of drones. That's what I think we're seeing, not alien spacecraft. And therefore, I have I'm interested in drones a little bit, especially super high-tech drones with high capability, but not as much as I'm interested in seeing proof of alien spacecraft flying around,
Right. So This is a photograph, what you're looking at here, ladies and gentlemen. This was taken by Don Schmidt at the actual impact site. So this is July 2nd, 1947. And I'm going to go ahead and go to the next one. Now, this is Tom Bogan. You'll see we've got Mac Brazel on horseback, and then we've got a 7-year-old boy named Timothy D. Proctor. Now, the way they rolled back at this time, everybody, is that if you were old enough to walk, you were old enough to ride horseback, and that's what they did. So here it is on the morning of July 3rd, where his sheep would not cross this debris field. All this debris just spread over a large area, and then we do believe that there was a 10-foot wide by about 200-foot long trench or, gouge in the plains at this time. And so that's what we've illustrated here. So this is the morning of July 3rd, 1947. And I want to take you through the entire case, bring you to the site, bring you into the hangar as well. All right, so we got the crash retrieval operation, July 8th, 1947, and all the components in this story are represented here. So if you look at the back, we've got multiple eyewitnesses on downtown Main Street in Roswell that did see an 18-wheeler lowboy tractor trailer go right to Hangar P3 Building 84. There was also a ambulance truck. Now, according to Don Schmidt, there were 5 bodies recovered. 1 was still alive. Over here, we've got a Jeep section here. We've got a 6x troop transport. Now, the impact site happened very close to a water retention facility or a water tank, and then also a windmill as well. So we've got there. Now, also according to Don Schmidt, the Roswell craft was not a saucer. Repeat, the Roswell craft was not a saucer. What it was basically an egg-shaped craft the size of a Volkswagen with a dome on top. And that's what you see right here. Now, they were approximately 4 feet tall. They had spindly arms and legs. Pappy Henderson said they were squiggly. They looked like Casper the Ghost. They were wearing a light-colored silver one-piece tight-fitting flight suit that they didn't know how they got in. So that's what we're looking at here with the crash scene operation. This is July 8th, 1947. Now, Roswell Main Street convoy, we've got the paper boy here, and according to Don Schmidt, and you can read this in Witness to Roswell, there are at least 2 paper boys and at least 20 separate eyewitnesses that saw this military convoy that had 2 Jeeps up front, 18-wheeler tractor trailer lowboy truck, and then 2 Jeeps behind that on its way down Main Street, Roswell to Roswell Army Airfield, home of the 519th Bomb Group. But they said that there was a tarp covering an egg-shaped craft that looked just like what they retrieved prior to, with ropes covering the tarp, and the whole thing was covered. You could not see anything below this tarp. That was going right to the 519th Bomb Group. Now,
and apparently this was not a common occurrence in
this was
the
not a
main
common
street
occurrence.
of Roswell. Yeah.
Right after all, because by the time it got July 7th, it was like electricity throughout all of Roswell. This story was burning up the whole town. Everyone heard about this. Now, there was a B-29 called Straight Flush that taxied over atomic bomb pit number 1. And what they ended up doing is they were loading a crate into the bomb bay. So they had this hydraulic cylinder that would lift up the atomic bombs, put them into the B-29. Well, they did the same thing here, but instead of a bomb, it was a crate. So what were they actually loading in the crate? And this is the illustration of what we believe could have been the autopsy as well. So this would have been after July 9th, 1947 at Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, all within a matter of days. And my question is, if it was just a weather balloon, why do you need an 18-wheeler tractor lowboy trailer going down Main Street? If it's just a weather balloon, that doesn't make any sense. We also have reports of police operations, military police operations that were cleaning up the debris field. They were crisscrossing the debris field for 3 days, 2 teams of 50 men. And then when they got home, some of the people that were near the bodies, their clothes reeked of the odor so bad that they had to burn their clothes. Now, that doesn't sound like a weather balloon to me. So we should keep that in mind as well. Okay, now, moving on. We always talk about June 24th, 1947 being the Kenneth Arnold originating point of ufology. Well, if you go back in time, it's actually the 1897 mystery airship wave that took place in Sacramento, also in downtown San Francisco. And what their people were reporting is this gondola-shaped craft with what looked like an airbag on top, and then a wing on either side, something that looked like a rudder, and then these powerful beaming spotlights that came down that caused absolute chaos in these cities.
Yeah, and I really love this this mystery airship. I've seen other depictions of it, but I think you nailed it better than anybody. And it looks so steampunk to me, you know.
Yes,
this
that's
thing.
right.
And it happened in 1897. So for
It
people that
happened in
think that UFOs,
1897.
yeah, for people that think UFOs are a new, a new thing, or just started in the 50s or 40s, it's been around longer than that. We have the Aurora case as well. That's one of my favorites.
So there were people screaming through the streets. There were horses bolting. There were covered wagons that were flipped over. People didn't know what this thing was. I mean, it parked itself over Sacramento, San Francisco. It made it to the East Coast. There were thousands of eyewitnesses. There were hundreds of newspaper clippings. And if we go ahead and move forward, here's some of the original drawings that had gone to. Some of these craft had these anchors coming down. There were eyewitness reports of laughter coming from these craft.
That's
There
funny.
were big black dogs on the deck of these craft.
Big black dogs. This is getting crazier and crazier.
You can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. There were big black dogs reported on the deck of these craft. And then right next to the dogs were these very eccentric, well-dressed inventor types that had top hats. They were on this craft too.
There was like the Monopoly guy on this thing.
That's right. That's right. So if you just look at some of the bullet items here. Number one, the wave actually began November 18th, 1897 in Sacramento. Number two, the object cast down brilliant beams of light on the city before it moved towards San Francisco. Number three, eyewitnesses described the craft as being 150 feet in length with 4 rotor-like arms. In some cases, anchors attached to ropes were dropped from the mysterious craft, and laughter could be heard originating from the interior. By May of 1897, virtually all the sightings ended. And so here we've got an enlargement here, and you can see the well-dressed inventor type just as part of the description of the craft itself. But that's what they're reporting. A mechanical-looking machine with these wings on either side, suspending this gondola. I mean, this is what they're reporting.
Do you get any sense from aviation history? I mean, could this have been early Zeppelins or early blimps?
I have to give credit to Walter Bosley. I think he has nailed it. If anyone's read his books on the 1897 mystery airship wave, he makes a very good case for a man-made technology. And if you think about it, what were they doing on the West Coast, right? Because if you look at, Stephen, do you know how many people live in the state of California in 1849?
Well, I could imagine because of the gold rush, it was a pretty populated place, right?
Well, there were only 12,000 people in the entire state of California back in 1849 during the gold rush. So what it looks like, if you put it all together, if there really was this NIMSA, the Sonora Aero Club, and they were a bunch of rich executive inventor types that were financed by groups from New York, it sounds perhaps like they were trying to figure out an efficient and covert way to transport gold from the gold fields of the West Coast, Northern California region to New York, but do it secretly. That's what it looks like.
Oh, that's interesting. So they could just, because I mean, it wouldn't be taking like thousands of pounds of it. So maybe a Zeppelin or a blimp would be, or balloon kind of craft would be a good way to do that, right?
If Charles Delshaw is correct, because he was the artwork person within this NIMSA group, the Sonora Aero Club, He said that they figured out a way to negate gravity, and it was something called NB gas that to this day we don't know what it is. That's what these things were filled with, and they could go 100 miles an hour against the wind back in 1897. That's what the reports are talking about. This is long before December 17th, 1903 at Kill Devil Hills in North Carolina, before the Wright brothers. They were doing these things.
Yeah.
All right, so April 24th, 1964, Socorro, New Mexico. Everybody knows about the Lonnie Zamora case, but I want to point out that before this thing even landed, because Lonnie was chasing after a speeder when this all took place, before that happened, there was a group that was on a family vacation. They were in Socorro, New Mexico, and either this craft or a craft just like it, probably this one right here, Stephen, this thing flew right over their car at about 1 foot altitude at high rate of speed. And this family, they stopped by the police department. They filed a report. And the report, if you read it, it says, "You people really fly your planes low around here." It's actually in the report. Yeah, it's in there. I'm not making this up. So Lonnie Zamora, he's chasing the speeder. On the corner of his eye, he sees this egg-shaped craft. He says, "You know what? I'm out of here." So he gives up the chase of the speeder. He goes after this craft. He goes over this kind of mountainous, rocky hill, and then parks his squad car, gets out, and what he sees off into the distance is about a 20-foot-long elliptical egg-shaped craft. It was kind of an off-whitish color. It had 4 pogo landing gears sticking out, resting on landing gear. It had an exhaust nozzle at the back, on the bottom of it. And then he said that not only did it have an inscription on the side of it, which you can see right here, but then he said that there were small statured, you could say humanoid-looking beings that were wearing a one-piece tight-fitting flight suit that were white in color. Now, if you read the report, it says that he got within 300 feet of the craft. That apparently is not correct. The actual distance was 24 feet. He got within 24 feet of this craft. Now, when these two beings saw that they were being observed by Lonnie Zamora, they climbed into this craft, and this is where it gets interesting. There was a banging noise, Stephen, and then 2 seconds later, there was another banging noise. And then out from the bottom of this rocket nozzle was a blue-colored flame, not a campfire orange flame, but a blue-colored flame. This thing took off, hovered there, and then slowly disappeared. But I want to drill down further, and just so that you know this isn't made up, here's the newspaper clipping, New Mexican, April 27th, 1964, Flying Object Visits Region. And then here is the Socorro symbol. Now, for 55, 60 years, we've all heard about what this symbol talks about, what it looks like. So here's a representation according to the actual sketch, right? So if you take the one that we've known about for 50 years and you revolve it 90 degrees left hand, right? Then you take this TP thing, you revolve that 90-degree right hand, and then you take that small little dash line, you connect that, you get CAI. You invert this, you get CIA. That's what we're looking at here. However, there's a new book written by Ben Moss where he drills down really deep and he shows you what the actual insignia looks like. And that's what I want to show you right now. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the actual insignia. It was an inverted V with 3 hash marks. That is what Lonnie Zamora actually saw. So we've been kind of led down this road all these years. This is what it actually looks like. Now, I asked the question, why were we sold this bill of goods? So here's the question. Why did Lonnie Zamora sign off on a fake symbol? The symbol was changed by U.S. Air Force Major Holder for the simple reason that providing a fake symbol, if any other cases came up and a witness reported the fake umbrella symbol, then they would know that the witness was lying. By Lonnie signing the fake symbol, may be drawn by Holder. Lonnie was signing a contract with the government to keep his mouth shut on the symbol. It was country, God, then family in those days. So this is what I was told by Ben Moss, and I wanted to reproduce it word for word. So What we've been led to believe is the actual symbol has not been all this time. It's just the inverted V with the hash marks. Okay, now I want to hit you with this right here. Can you see on the upper part of this thing, the upper left is Socorro. I hope everyone can see this. That's where this actually took place. So it's on the upper map of this section here. Now, just to the right, you'll see this dashed boundary line. That is the boundary line for White Sands Missile Range. Now, if you go down to the bottom right-hand section, you see scale in miles. So if you go from 0 to 5, and then you transpose that back up, and you plug that in between Socorro, New Mexico, and the boundary line of White Sands Missile Range, ladies and gentlemen, the Socorro, New Mexico 1964 Lonnie Zamora case took place no more than 5 miles from the northwest boundary of White Sands Missile Range. That cannot be a coincidence.
Oh, that's interesting.
Coincidence. It's within a stone's throw of a military installation testing area.
So do you think that it was some sort of U.S. government craft and not actually aliens? But how do you explain the little humanoids then?
Well,
midget pilots? I don't know.
They did use small statured test pilots prior to that. And we got that firsthand from Jack Pickett, who saw 3 flying saucers at MacDill Air Force Base back in September 1967. So it's not uncommon for them to use small statured test pilots. This checks out exactly what Jack Pickett would say. So
that's very interesting. And it's interesting to me that this sort of mistaking top secret aircraft that may be being tested for alien spacecraft seems to happen a lot. Like these recent drone footages with the Navy, all of that took place like within miles from a drone testing facility off the coast of California.
Doesn't it make sense that we exhaust a possible man-made origin first and then look at other options?
Well, I think we should, but we have a lot of people. It seems like there's these, Grant Cameron called them UFO messiahs that are out there. And, they think they're there to bring us the truth about aliens, but they make these irresponsible statements like no one on Earth has this technology, or these were exhibiting flight characteristics thousands of years beyond our technology. And why is that? Oh, they made 90-degree turns, but then we find examples of experimental aircraft that can do exactly that. Unmanned, but still we have aircraft that can make 90-degree turns. I
think you hit it right on the nail. Exactly. Here's some of the bullet items here. Object was seen within very close proximity to White Sands Missile Range. Number 2, object featured retractable landing gear. UFO featured inverted barn landing gear pads with sharp 90-degree straight corners. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. A mysterious metallic slam. This is right in the book. Everyone can read this. A mysterious metallic slam noise was heard just prior to liftoff and departure. Is that a door hatch closing? That's my question.
Could be.
Number 5, a second mysterious metallic slam was also heard prior to departure. Is that a latching locking mechanism engaged? A very loud roar was heard prior to liftoff. Change in frequency from low to high. Number 7, a blue flame was seen coming from the bottom of the craft as it lifted off the ground. Now, Stephen, if you know your UFO history, what other case do we know of where there was a blue flame coming out of a UFO from the bottom of it? It's very famous.
Sounds like Kecksburg?
Not quite. Try one more. One more.
Cash Landrum?
Cash Landrum. That's right.
See there?
It also had a blue colored flame.
That was very stressful. I didn't want Michael Schratt to think I was a dummy. I'm like trying to think here. Like, okay, I thought of 2. Yeah. I actually, but that one was my second choice. But yeah,
you got it.
Do you know that Richard Doty? I interviewed him, and Richard Doty claimed that case was recovered flying saucer, recovered alien spacecraft, but they ripped out the power system, the alien power system that didn't work, and replaced it with a nuclear power source. That's what he claimed.
I know. I've heard that too. But I just think it's very interesting that We've got this blue colored flame coming out of two different craft, two different locations, two different timelines, but they check out. Oh, now let's get to the landing gear of this thing. Now take a look at this blown up illustration here. You can see it has this inverted barn roof configuration with 90-degree corners, straight angles, sharp faces, flat faces. Does this look like the landing pad of an alien spacecraft? Here's the actual indentation it made. Now, this is the female impression that it made into the ground. Now, you can see the dotted line. So what I did is I did a SolidWorks model, a male version. That gets you to here. This is the enlargement of the female impression here. Now, if we go one more further here, here is the Socorro, New Mexico landing pad. Stephen, does this look like a landing pad from an alien spacecraft to you?
Well, that would be hard to tell because who knows the way aliens think and engineer
True.
things. But I would think they'd have something a little more advanced than that.
Yeah, you would think so, right? So I went ahead and did a 3-view drawing. And, look at
and this is the left. No offense, Michael. Don't think this is an offense because I mean it as a compliment. But I just want my audience to see, like, this is the level of obsession that Michael Schratt has. He went, you know what? This couldn't be an alien landing pad. I'm going to draw it and make models of it and try to get more information on this.
You're not going to get
He obsessed over this. You did it like a week on this one tiny little detail.
Yeah.
But I love you, brother. I love you for doing it.
Ain't nobody else going to do this. No one's going to drill down to this level.
It's a tough job. Somebody's got to do it. Better you than me, dude. I can't draw. So you got to do it for us.
I could teach you to do this in 5 minutes, but I haven't seen anyone do this before, so I thought, well, we got to do it, right? So just look at the sharp corners, look at the 90-degree angles, look at the flat faces, like someone put this on a milling machine and milled it out of solid aluminum billet. That's what it looks like to me. This does not look like an alien landing pad leg at all. You would think it would be like fully integrated, seamless, and round and swept into the landing gear stands itself, but that's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing 90-degree corners, and anyone who knows anything about nature is nature almost never has 90-degree corners. Almost never will you see this. Very rarely will you see any kind of configuration in nature like this. So it's just another little piece of the puzzle. We're just putting it out there now.
So what do you think? Do you think this was like top secret, some kind of top secret experimental craft that they were flying around? And
absolutely, yes, I do. Mm-hmm. They had plenty of time because if you look at the reference works, the reference paperwork from 1954, 1955, they were trying to crack the gravity barrier, and they had about 10 years to look at it. And then here we have 64, boom, we have it. So it looks like they poured money into trying to crack the gravity barrier.
Yeah, you know what I always found interesting is that you can find references, all kinds of references to all these different major aviation companies that were looking into electrogravitics and anti-gravity sort of technology, and then it just disappeared. They were all over it for a period of time, and it was in magazines and newspapers, electrogravitics, the future of aircraft, the future of aviation, and then it just disappeared. And I think that a good case can be made that it disappeared into the black budget world.
Well, it looks like it, right? I mean, if you really look at the newspaper clippings, and I think I've got all the most important ones, they were obsessed with cracking the gravity barrier, not interested in it, obsessed with it. They talked about how the first thing we're going to do is we are going to conquer electricity. Okay, so we've got that. Then they said the next thing we're going to do is we're going to conquer rocketry. So they got that. Then they said the next thing that we're going to do.
Yeah, and all we need is let's just get all these Nazis and whitewash let's just whitewash all these Nazis' history.
There you go.
Who cared how many thousands of people they killed with those V2s? We could shoot one of those suckers to the moon, right?
That's right. The next thing they wanted to conquer is gravity, and it looks like they've done it. They've done it. Okay, so let's move on here. Now, we've all heard about the JAL Flight 1628, Paris to Tokyo over Alaska.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite cases.
November
17th,
1986. Now, The problem with this case is anytime you hear about this case, you never hear about the beginning part of this case. You only hear about the big mothership part of it. Well, prior to all this going on, the best way to describe this is pilot Terryuchi. What he ended up seeing is it looks like two Campbell soup cans cut in half. Okay, they were 150 feet in diameter. They had a black plastic piece of electrical tape going down the center all the way down, and then on either side there were these stair-step staggered amber or red lights that were flashing in sequence. That was the first part of this sighting, not the mothership. That came later. They ended up tracking this thing for like an hour and tried to lose this thing. They called ATC. They were given authorization to do a full 360, and these craft paced the 747 going 500 miles an hour in a complete 360 loop. And this is all back in 86. All right, so here we've got the actual Miami Herald article, January 4th, 1987. FAA reviewing data from night Japanese pilot reported. Now, we do have Anchorage, Alaska. We've got the ATC and onboard TCAS. So there's 3 independent radar sources for this, which I think is very interesting. Here is his original sketch. This is from the pilot himself, the commander himself, the captain of the 747. Outside the windshield, this is what he saw, just like that prior illustration I showed you. And then if you look at the bottom, you can see this walnut-shaped UFO and then the size and scale of his 747 compared to this. So we're looking at, 4 times the size, 2 times the size of an aircraft carrier, according to the captain of the 747. Here he is right here describing it. Now, he lost his job reporting this.
Yeah, I remember this.
He was later reinstated. This is one of the first times this ever happened. Now, this case went all the way to Dr. Greer, May 9th, 2001, on the Disclosure Project. That was the first conference. This was brought up within that conference itself. Now, here's the illustration we put together of the JL 747 with this massive acorn or walnut-shaped UFO. He saw that out the port rear window. This is from the pilot. So
that's pretty. I always love this case because of the size of this thing.
Yeah.
Because a 747 is no small aircraft, and for this UFO to dwarf that thing and be described as the size of 2 aircraft carriers is pretty amazing to me.
Oh,
like, how could that thing even fly that big? That's
right. The Yukon Territory had a history of these large UFOs, so this is not unprecedented. This is something that has happened before. Okay, now I want to talk about this case, which isn't really known. Credit has to go to my friend Antonio Huneeus. If it wasn't for Antonio Huneeus, no one in the United States would know anything about this case, because he's the one who did the Spanish translation into English and nailed down all the points of this particular case. So credit goes to him for doing it. This is June 22nd, 1976, Canary Islands. And if you look at the right side of this graph, you've got a little dot there on the eastern part of the Canary Islands. That was a Spanish naval ship that first saw this. So what I want to do is I want to take you there right now. Here it is from the deck of the Spanish naval ship Atrevida, 3 nautical miles off the coast of Punta Lentilla, future Ventura. It's hard to pronounce all these things, but this is what they actually saw. And what I want to stress to everybody is I can tell you for a fact that former President Clinton knows about this case, and so does Hillary Clinton. She knows about it too. Now, how do we know that? How do we know that? Because it was the Lawrence Rockefeller Foundation that funded the research that put together the briefing document called the Best Available Evidence. Within that briefing document is this case. So this went all the way to the president, because the president was given a copy of this. So he knows about this.
And what people may not be aware of is that the Clintons had an interest in UFOs.
They do, yes.
Before they were the president and the first lady. So, of course, that carried over. And once they were in that position of power, both of them have commented that they tried to find the truth about UFOs and weren't given very much information. And I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to take a moment to thank Brian McLeod for a kind and generous $4.99 super chat donation. He says, "Keep up the good work, Steve. Been away for a minute, but the stuff you're doing is much needed in this field. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We're a viewer-supported show here, Michael. Everything, every dollar helps, right? And helps us keep the ball rolling. And if you want to see great guests like this, send me, tons of money, and then I can pay guests like, poor Michael Schratt. He is everybody's favorite volunteer. And I know your time is very short, so before I forget, I want to just take a moment to thank you and recognize you, because he's doing a public service coming to my little show here. We don't have that big of a reach. He's normally on much bigger shows. So now he's slumming it with us. But thank you for coming here and slumming it with us, Michael Schratt.
It's a crusade. You can't get paid for this. This is a crusade. You can't get paid for this. Anyway, so we'll move on here. Now, here's what's interesting. The town of Guay, Gran Canary Island. Now, we saw the dot. That was the first part. Now, this thing headed westbound. It covered 85 miles in 3 minutes, equivalent to 1,900 miles an hour, and made no sonic boom. And if you look at what the people reported here, it's like a boring thing, right? It's just this common CE1 case. It looks like a bright light, a blob in the sky. No big deal. But what came from this light was very interesting. Here is the original sketch of what the eyewitnesses reported. This is June 22nd, 1976, Canary Island. This is by local source, so he gets the credit for that. But what they actually saw was this transparent soap bubble, Stephen, that had a platform on the bottom. It had 3 of these, you could call them monuments, that were on top of the platform. And then there was these 8-foot tall, you could call them humanoid-looking beings that have an oversized helmet. They were operating levers. They had a one-piece tight-fitting red diving suit. And then there was a clear transparent tube that went up with blue-colored smoke going up through this tube. You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah. And you know what? When I see this kind of stuff, we hear various examples that the exterior shell of UFOs can become transparent from the inside, or have some sort of cloaking technology. So when I see this, I go, yeah, maybe they let the cloak down and you could see right through this thing into even the occupants, right? Interesting.
It's possible. It's possible. So here's the final rendering that we put together of what this thing looked like. But this whole concept of a diving suit or a very tight-fitting flight suit, that keeps popping up again and again as well. Now, so here we've got 11 eyewitnesses, including the taxi driver, a doctor, and his patients. It was 25 feet in diameter. So there was multiple eyewitnesses that saw this particular soap bubble, you could call it, operating these levers. Very unusual. So we've got the gas but then we've got this central column, and I think we've seen that central column in other things that we can talk about later. But this was just something that I wanted to present as being something that both Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton are aware of. Okay, 1976, Dana Point, California. This one came from the QFOS archives. So the primary eyewitness was driving down the road. She had her 2 kids with them. So there were 3 eyewitnesses. All of a sudden, this quote unquote fat Frisbee goes right past their windshield, and they got a real good look at it. Stephen, she said that this thing had thousands of these computer microprocessing lights that were flashing all these different colors, and it had a red blinking light on top. Here's the actual newspaper clipping article that talks about it, and you can see this thing going right past the windshield. And then here's my AutoCAD rendering that shows you what this thing looks like. Amazing, and this is not the first time this has happened. There are other cases of this fat Frisbee with these microprocessing lights, all flashing different colors.
You know what's always been interesting to me is this.
Yeah.
Is the lights on UFOs. But right. I've heard Grant Cameron and others talk about it's the circus. They want to be seen because you gotta imagine, let's say, for example, Michael, we found a primitive civilization on another planet that we could get to, and we wanted to study them. I think that we wouldn't be, flashing big red lights on our craft as we're surveying these people. It's almost as if they want to be seen. They want us to experience them or have this encounter and tell other people. It just doesn't make any sense to me that they'd have all these and we hear this time and time again. It had flashing red lights that moved in a sequence, or it had, a blue aura around it that flashed. It's like they want the attention of these humans that they're interacting with, if they are indeed alien or interdimensional or something like that. It's just interesting to me. What do you make of the circus? Is it a circus?
You're so correct, Steve. Well done, brother. Well done. That's exactly my thought too. Even Stanton Friedman, our good friend, the late Stanton Friedman, he even chimed in on that as well, because his direct quote was, "Lights on UFOs could only be for decoration. That's it. What do they need lights for? What do they care? Who are they going to run to? Who are they going to run into?" And not only that, is that when we see these craft, the lights are always in sequence, Stephen. Like the reds go off, the blues go off, the greens go off, the yellows go off. It's all in sequence. It's planned. There's an intelligent design behind this. But why would they need it? It's
exactly.
like decoration.
Chris Spaghetti is asking a great question. He's asking, what would be the size of this one?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So let's see. I don't know if I've got that down here. I think it was about 40 feet tall, 40 feet across. And I gauge that because of something I want to show you here. But here's the illustration that we put together with Tom Bogan. Now, when we do the cars, we give you not a similar make and model, but we give you the exact same make and model.
And color.
Yep, I don't know about the color, but this is the exact.
This is again the detail, the level of detail that Michael Schratt goes to give you the best rendering that he possibly can. Yes, I gotta admire and respect. Are you a little OCD or something? Maybe.
Oh well, we want to get you plus or minus 5 feet to where it actually took place.
Yeah, it is he goes to the end. Michael Schratt goes to the ends of the earth, down to every tiny little detail, to make sure that his drawings are as close to what happened as possible. And I gotta admire and respect that for sure.
So if you look to the right, Stephen, you can see that bend to the right sign. Now to the right of that, there's an electrical pole, a telephone pole. Take a look at the height of that telephone pole. It will become important in a minute here. What the witness said, she said that this UFO tipped up 90 degrees and rolled away like a wagon wheel. That's what she said.
Wow, that's pretty amazing.
That's what we've got here. And it basically matched the height of this telephone pole, maybe a little bit more. So we're looking at 50, 60 feet across, 50, 60 feet in diameter, something like that.
Solar Warden is asking a great question, and I'd love to know what you think about this, and also cars. Their electrical systems dying is a common occurrence with UFO sightings. But Solar Warden asks, Mike, what about cars becoming completely magnetized or showing anomalous radiation?
Yeah, well, if you go back to Cash Landrum, remember when Betty Cash, now this was December 29th, 1980. When Betty Cash went to go back into her car, she reached out with her hand. She got her hand on the car door handle, and she burned her hand on the car door handle. And it was December 29th of 1980. When she got in there, it was Vicki Landrum who put her hands on the dashboard, and her hands basically melted into the dashboard. So my question is, Stephen, do you know what the Air Force tried to do after all this happened?
I know that they dug up, well, I don't know if it was the Air Force, but one of the things that's always been crazy interesting to me is that the doctors who saw these witnesses said, you've been a victim of radiation poisoning. And then I know that for one reason or another, the entire section of road related to the incident was dug up and replaced shortly after the incident.
Well done, sir. Well done. Not only was the burn mark dug up by the Army Corps of Engineers, but they dug it up twice, Stephen. They did it twice. Can you believe that?
Twice. Yeah, and that could have been because of radiation levels.
Yeah.
That,
the Air Force tried to buy Betty Cash's car
Wow, you're kidding me. I
Yep.
never knew that detail.
Very few people know that. Yes, they tried to buy her car. Now, why is that? Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny?
Yeah,
Isn't
and
that
it would stand to reason that if this thing was blowing out nuclear fire from the bottom of it, as described by the witnesses, onto the road surface, that the road surface would have been irradiated, and they would have wanted to get rid of that.
right?
I've often thought that because of the Chinook helicopters that we're seeing and all of these other things,
Yes.
that this was a military test flight. And I talked to Stanton Friedman about this before his death, and
Yeah.
he thought that it was, and he worked on these things, so he would know. He thought
Mhm.
that it was a nuclear jet or nuclear rocket powered craft in this
Yeah.
case. And I
Yeah.
just want to take a moment to thank Reemsey for a kind and generous $5 donation with a good question. Are these cool illustrations from Michael Schratt published in a physical book that I can purchase? Or do you want to let
Right
people
now, they're
know? Right
right
now, it's
now not in
ebooks.
physical book, but in the ebook format. And what I am going to do is I'm going to put all of these and more, because we got a boatload of this, in a hardcover book that you can put on your coffee table, and it'll all have
I want this book. I want this
fully
book.
illustrated. They're all referenced. Like everything we're talking about here, I've shown you the newspaper clippings of where I got this. I didn't just make this up. These are actual cases that we pulled from QFO. So
No, and I
yeah,
just wanted to take a moment to say that, Michael, I mentioned this on my show. Like people ask me, because we bust balls on a lot of fakes and
yeah,
frauds and things like
right.
that, and then people ask me like, well, is there any UFO cases that you believe? Yeah, there's plenty. And is there researchers? Yeah, people like Michael Schratt who actually have source material. And the hallmark of a great researcher, and this certainly applies to Michael Schratt, is that he gives you his sources, and you can
Yep.
go after him and find the exact same information he did. He's not using anonymous sources or made up whistleblowers with fake educations and things like that. And thank you very much, Reemsy, for your kindness and your generosity and your support of the show. Very much appreciated. Yeah,
If
Michael,
this,
there needs to be two separate categories, I really think, of UFO guys. There needs to be the fairy tale hucksters that will sell you anything with terrible
Mhm.
sources, with fake educations and fake doctors, and people like you I put into a separate category, or Stan Friedman or some other
Mhm.
people that I really like because they show you their sources. And I've always liked that about you, is that if I'm interested in a case that you're talking about in a lecture, you give me the sources and I can go read more about it and I can find
Yes,
out more.
that is the scientific method, right? So I'm supposed to be able to provide you with the references, and then you're supposed to do your homework and then get to the same results that I did. That's the
Yeah.
scientific process.
Yeah, that's how I felt about this recent investigation into Mark McCandlish. I said, I have all the sources. I'll give them
Mhm.
out. I'll give you the names of every person that I talked to, and you'll get the same answers that I
There
did.
you go. There
That
you
is the
go.
hallmark. And we want to thank Rilo704 for his kindness and generosity and support, $10 super chat. And he has an excellent question. Is it possible to determine the radioactive source by the radiation left behind? If so, then it's possible that removing the road was about concealment rather than safety. Government doesn't care about safety.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Concealment
they
is
were
a
trying
good
to cover
word.
their tracks. Why else would
Of
they dig up the
course,
road twice and try to buy her car?
they tried to
Because
buy her car. Yes, I
somebody
can't
with a
believe it.
radiation monitor, a Geiger counter, could have certainly proven that car got irradiated, right?
Mhm. That's right. There you go.
Yeah, and the signs of radiation poisoning to a doctor are very plain.
Yes,
They had every sign of radiation poisoning that people who are exposed to high levels of radiation get.
it happened
So,
immediately. Immediately before they even got home, it started happening.
yeah. Yeah. So interesting. It's kind of scary to me, though, to know then that our government is just, endangering the public. Why wouldn't they fly that thing out in the middle of the desert somewhere? Maybe it had problems and went off course or whatever. But the fact that they would be flying it in populated areas and just like shooting radiation out on people and then covering it up, this is why I don't trust the government.
That okay. So if there were 23 double rotor Chinook CH-47s, and then there were a pilot and co-pilot of each one of those, we're looking at well over 40, 45, 50 people that saw this in addition to the 3 eyewitnesses. So where are the pilots? That's what I want to know. What about the pilots of the helicopters? They know what happened.
Yeah,
They were
and that's another thing. There's not like 6 Chinook helicopters flying around for no reason. That's very expensive aircraft to operate, I would think. A double-bladed, huge helicopter, usually used for cargo transporting and transporting, right?
They counted 23 of these things. So you know it had a pilot and a co-pilot, probably had maybe Delta Force or something. So we
Yeah.
could be looking at 60, 70 people that know. Somebody knows the bottom line to this. You know they do.
Yeah, maybe someday we'll get more information. BS Alert Buddy is mentioning, and as far as I know, BS Alert Buddy, this is true. Richard Hoagland apparently canceled whatever he was up to with Morningstar, who was the originator of the Mark McCandlish fairy tales and conspiracy theories about his death. So, if nothing else, that's good because Hoagland's got a pretty huge platform, and we would prefer that he wasn't spreading false information. And Renee, Miss Jonaside, has an excellent. She's asking, do you know what happened to her car?
Betty's car?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think she kept it. I don't know where it is now, but she did not sell it. That's from what I understand. But I know for a fact that they tried to buy it.
Yeah. That's very interesting to me and could be part of the cover-up for sure. I've never heard that little detail. Every once in a while, I hear a new detail about a case that I had no idea about. So And was this just her testimony that you got that from, or
no? I got that long time ago when I was digging into the newspaper clippings about that case when I wrote an article on it.
Wow! So it was in a newspaper article. Great.
Yep. The case was thrown out. The judge wouldn't hear it, and they talked about how the Air Force tried to buy her car. Now, why would they want to do that? That's the question.
Yeah, and isn't it true that the family for years they try to like sue the government to get to the truth about what happened?
Yes, they did.
And they got stopped at every turn, right?
Betty Cash has passed. Vicki Landrum has passed. So Colby Landrum is the only one left.
Yeah, the son. And isn't it was just the 30th anniversary of that case, I think.
1980 is when it happened, so it's been a long time. It's been a long time.
Yeah. Or 40th, maybe. Yeah. I'd have to do the math. Interesting case.
So on this one, it's November 20th, 1956, Danielson, Connecticut, 25 feet across. Now, the woman involved in this case, she was hanging up laundry at the time. Now, we've got it a little bit later in the day so that you can actually see it. And what she saw is what I term the flying vanity light. You got to give these things a name for each one.
Just like Bob Lazar, the Jello mold, the sport model. Right. Yes, you learned from the best, Michael Schratt.
Well, sure. Yeah. Now, she said that on the bottom of this dome that was cut in half, like a globe sliced in half, there were these 24 sockets. Each socket had a bulb on it, and then 3 donuts as well. We'll look at that a little bit later.
And this is another one with all kinds of lights on it. Yeah.
Yep, all kinds of lights. Now, this thing dropped down, went over the lawn, almost hit the clothesline, went back up, almost hit the chimney, and then flew away. But she got directly below this thing. She recently died about 2 years ago, so I missed her by just a bit. But if we'll do an enlargement here, you can see what these sockets look like. They were rotating. They had multicolored lights. But then if you look at these donuts or rings, we'll do a blow up here. That's what it looked like. So you've got the main dome or globe, and then you've got 3 of these donuts separated by a black band. Now, she also said that on the bottom of these donuts, she could see what looked like Aztec or Inca writing or something that would look like a Peruvian rug borders. That's what she said it looked like. So I went ahead, and this is her original sketch. She did a great job. 3-page report and an original sketch with all the call-outs. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see. Beautiful job on the drawing of the socket area here. But she describes this whole thing, how it went down. So I took her drawing, did the model of it, did an AutoCAD rendering, and then I did an enlargement on the right-hand side that you can see here. So resembled an ancient Arabic language, also looked like the border of a Persian or Oriental rug. Reference design seen on Mayan or Incan pottery. That's what this thing looked like. And if you look at the components of a Tesla coil,
It looks
this
similar,
looks
yeah.
very much like a Tesla coil.
Yeah. You know, do you know what, Michael Schratt? I almost electrocuted myself building one of those.
Really?
I'm not kidding you. I really did. I had no. I just did. I was not a very safe person.
Okay.
You know, there's very high voltage, so you got to be careful if you're going to build a Tesla coil. Just my advice.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Don't electrocute
Yeah.
yourself.
No, you got to be careful. We're talking about 30,000 volts here. All right, now moving on. January 1st.
This one is great because it's got a cone head.
You can't make this stuff up. All right, so 10 feet diameter. The two skiers were going down a ski hill, and this cloud was following them. They eventually make it to this open area, and then from this cloud emerges this kind of like a flash. And what they ended up seeing was a dish-shaped craft with 3 domes on the bottom. And then I cannot make this up. What can only be described, Stephen, as a garden gnome, okay? A garden gnome that had a kind of a green tight-fitting flight suit. He was wearing green boots. He had kind of a crinkly face with a strange-looking nose. He had a cone head for a top hat. And then he had what looked like a optical device that looked like a camera, and he was moving it from skier to skier like he was taking photographs. Can't make this up. Here's the original sketch that comes with the article. Source is Gray Barker UFO Collection, Clarksburg, West Virginia. That's where I got this report from. And after about 4 minutes, there was a bright flash. The beam disappeared, the craft disappeared, and then immediately both skiers had these horrible sicknesses, and one of the skiers had to help the other about an hour till they could get back to the lodge where they were staying. So not only was it a CE1 or a CE2, this was a CE3. So it encapsulated all of the close encounter elements.
Interesting. And you know what, I've heard various reports of people getting sick or feeling sick or nauseous when they have some sort of encounter with, I guess, an alien or whatever the occupants or pilots of these strange craft are. Have you heard a lot of different stories that relate to that?
Yeah, I do. And you were talking about vehicles being magnetized. That's one that we'll cover here if we have time. But yeah, it is common to have these close encounter of the second kind effects, because when you have a CE2, you're talking about physical effects, whether it's the car engine stalling, people getting sick, people getting nauseated, headaches. It's absolutely a CE2 case.
Do you have any insight into what you think may be the cause of that, of people getting sick around these people?
It could be the frequencies that these things are emitting. That's possible. Don't know for sure. Yeah,
I mean, anything we say would be speculation, but I just wondered what you thought, because sometimes informed speculation is pretty good,
Because we've got reports from Edwards Air Force Base with I think it was the Thunder Screech, which was allegedly the fastest piston-powered turboprop aircraft in the world, where even when it was taxiing on the ground, people could hear it from 5 miles away, and that people that were close to it, because the propeller was creating a shockwave and a sonic boom as it was turning so fast, the resonant frequency was making people sick that were near the craft. Just the propeller alone was making people sick.
Yeah, well, I know a little bit about ultrasonics, and we're talking about these crazy. It's funny. There's another conspiracy theory that just became reality, and that is energy weapons. And I know a little bit about ultrasonics, and with the right electronic equipment, you can make people sick. You can make people feel like they're going to have a bowel movement with ultrasonics. It's incredible.
Yep, yeah. I believe it. All right, so February 3rd, 1983, Mobile, Alabama, 210 feet long by 80 feet high. So the story behind this one, this comes from the April Bulletin. I want to give my source so you can check it out as well.
This is one of my favorites from the book.
Yeah.
Because it's so unique. We see saucers all the time, but this one is truly unique.
Yep. So the primary eyewitness was driving down the road. It was, a little bit later at night. This is Mobile, Alabama, and she hears this boom noise. Her car starts vibrating. So she pulls off to the side of the road. She opens up the car door. She leans under the vehicle to see if the transmission fell out, but that seemed to be okay. So she got back in the car. She drove another half mile down the road, made kind of a curve over to the left, and then off to the right, there was this clearing area that was completely lit up. So she looked a little bit further and she saw this massive, you can't even describe the shape of this thing, very odd looking craft. As we mentioned here, 210 feet long, 80 feet tall. It had kind of this inverted wedding cake as it tapered back toward the aft end of the craft. Now we'll go ahead and start at the upper section here, where there was this 1/3 transparent wraparound, clear transparent window, and she could see these humanoid-looking beings that were about 5'10". They were wearing a white-colored, one-piece, tight-fitting flight suit. So that's the third time we've heard about this. They were kind of like in an antiseptically sterile environment. Now she was.
Yeah, that's interesting. Why don't aliens like loose clothes? Because every time I've heard an alien described, it's always a tight-fitting jumpsuit,
That's right.
flight suit.
That's right. Yep,
Yeah.
you got that right.
They must just like, it's like those dudes that like tight jeans, right? You know,
Who
they
knows?
just,
Who knows?
Yeah.
Now, below that section, there was another transparent section. Below that, she could see these circular, transparent portholes, you could say. Below that, she saw these 6-foot square by 6-foot square boxes with these, you could call it a shaft or cylinder protruding out, which I do not think are weapons. These are not guns. Now, below that section, she said that there was a door closing from right to left. And she said that on the bottom of the door, there was a black-colored asphalt road that led into the craft. On the left-hand wall of this craft, she said she could see what she termed as tubes, pipes, and cylinders. Now, it's the same tubes, pipes, and cylinders that we've heard of so many times before. The same pipes that were on the Belgium Triangle wave, that's 1989, 1990. The same pipes that were seen on the January 5th, 2000 Southern Illinois case. So that has a historical precedence as well. Now,
and when you're saying pipes, it's the bottom of the craft that you're seeing some sort of machinery.
Well, if you look on the left-hand wall of that open door, you can see pipes and cylinders and things that look. A lot of these people say that it looks like a Midas muffler plant when you look at the inside of these things.
Yeah,
that's what it actually looks like. Now, on the very bottom, she said there were 2 additional transparent gondolas with these same 5'10", tight-fitting flight suit humanoid-looking beings. Now, on the upper part of these gondolas, she said that she could see these 24-inch by 24-inch highly polished reflective mirror devices that were in the shape of a cross. Now, standing below this craft was awe-inspiring, and she could look through these portholes from one side all the way through the craft to the other side. And she said, Stephen, that when she looked into these portholes, she saw what was termed as a cross-beam and girder construction with bulkheads and stringers, like a shipping yard. This thing looked like something that you would see on the East Coast when they're laying the keel of a battleship with all these bulkheads and stringers. That's exactly what it looked like. And she also said that this whole thing looked like it was fastened by rivets, Stephen. We've got rivets on this craft, according to the primary eyewitness. Now, here's an enlargement of the front end of it. And if you look at the left wall, you can see these pipes and cylinders and things that look like silencers, maybe some type of a cooling apparatus for a nuclear power plant with some type of a liquid nitrogen being employed. That's what she's describing here, according to what the eyewitness had stated.
That's definitely an interesting looking craft and a little more unique among UFO reports because of its shape and its size as well, right? This would be something more like a mothership then because of the size of it. Do you think that each of those light portholes is one floor of this big craft and it's got multiple floors?
It could have like 3 different floors, but the fact that the door is opening is interesting to me because that looks like a hangar bay to me. So it looks like something can fly out of that hangar bay. That's what that looks like. This is the original sketch from the article. You can see the door opening. You can see the tubes, pipes, and cylinders. You can see the bottom gondola there. But this is what was reported. And the whole fact that this thing had rivets on it, that checks out too, because we've got 12 separate cases of these rusty bridge rivets that are holding these craft together. It just doesn't sound alien.
I was just going to say it. I didn't know that aliens would use rivets, right? Because a lot of UFO reports of flying saucers are always like that there's no fasteners or rivets or discernible,
Correct.
human technology on the skins of the craft. But then there are reports of craft like this that they definitely have rivets. So maybe this would indicate this is some man-made thing. I think that this bears some resemblance to some stealth blimps that I've seen, but it's much more ornate. It looks more advanced or more, I don't know, well put together with all these portholes and things like that.
That's right. Okay, so USS FDR, November 1958, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Now, we should mention that this is not the first time that
I was going to say that. Yeah, they've had multiple.
Yep.
This particular ship, the USS FDR, have had multiple UFO sightings and reports.
Absolutely, and it was the first aircraft carrier to have nuclear weapons on
power,
board.
Right? Oh, nuclear weapons on board.
Nuclear weapons on board. Yep. Mm-hmm. So that might be one of the reasons why it had this historical precedence for these UFO encounters. All right, so here's the scene. It's around 9 p.m. at night, and there's chaos below decks. All these naval personnel are running up to get to the flight deck. Something's going on. I mean, chaos and screaming and yelling and people trying to climb ladders they have got to get to the flight deck immediately. So what are they seeing here? Well, here is the original sketch from Chester Grzinski. He was one of the personnel on board the ship who actually experienced this. And what they saw was this yellow light approaching the aircraft carrier. As it got closer, and this is late 1958, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba area, it wasn't just this yellow light. It was this 200-foot-long cigar-shaped craft that had these square cutout windows, and there were 24 naval personnel on the flight deck here that could see these humanoid-looking beings walking back and forth between these windows, Stephen. That's what they described. Now, they also said
very freaky
that you can see these lines coming off the cigar-shaped craft. Those are heat waves, and they could feel the heat off this craft onto their skin. So right now, it is a CE2, it's a CE3 case, just by definition of this alone. Now, we went ahead and did a rendering, and this is the enlargement, and you could see that one of these beings that was looking through this window of the cigar-shaped craft, he raised his hand above his head like he was waving to the personnel back on the flight deck of the aircraft carrier. So that's what I spoke to this gentleman. That's what he said. So this is his original sketch. So we went ahead and did a full color rendering, and we got to here. That's the full color rendering of what this craft perhaps might have looked like. And if you look in the window here, you can see this being waving back to the flight tech personnel below the craft. Now we want to take you a little bit closer here. So we'll zoom in, and now you have an enlargement of what may actually have happened on the U.S.
And believe it or not, there is multiple. I have read multiple reports of beings in craft waving at people, which is kind of crazy if you think about it, right?
It is.
Maybe they're friendly, right? And this case is interesting to me because it does bear some resemblance, though it's much larger than the Tic Tac, that people are seeing in these Navy footage. Maybe it's just a larger version of the same technology.
That's very possible. But 25 eyewitnesses, that lends more credibility. Now, let's move on. May 26, 1979, Calusa, California. The primary eyewitness was in the house. It was 11:30 p.m. at night. He was watching TV late at night. All of a sudden, Stephen, the TV conks out. Concurrently, when the television shut off, the air conditioning conked out as well. Two things going on at the same time. He gets off the couch. He was still in his shorts at the time. He went over to the back of the house where the circuit breaker is, and there was nothing wrong with the circuit breaker, so that seemed okay. But he immediately noticed that the hair on his arms and the hair on his chest and the hair on his head not only stood straight up, but started crackling too. When he looked up, Stephen, he saw this 140-foot diameter disc-shaped craft, and we'll go to the top here. The top dome looked like a lemon squeezer, a lemon juicer with these ribs on it. That's what that looked like. Now, on the bottom of it, it had these conduit pipes that were tapered back to these frayed edges. So there were 3 on either side for a total of 6. On each side of this craft, there were these 2 prong devices that were coming down. And then when he looked off to the left, he could see a very similar shaped craft, identical to this one, but half the size. And it was pulling power off the 500,000 volt power lines, causing them to become cherry red. So that's a CE2 case right there. At this point, these conduit pipes retracted into the bottom of the craft. The second that happened, the prongs retracted 90% of the way into the craft. And then there was a door that popped open on the right and left-hand side. And this gooseneck light popped out, shining a light down to the barn and the house directly below. So that's kind of like the first scene. At this point, this is what the craft looked like. That's the technical engineering drawing. You can see the ribbed section of the dome. Looks just like a juice squeezer. You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, that really does. I have a lemon squeezer here at the cabin, believe it or not. So, because we don't have a lot of power things here, everything we have is like hand. Yeah, that's exactly looks like a lemon squeezer to me. That's interesting. Or orange juicer,
there you
whatever.
Go. Orange juicer. So what he ends up doing is he goes to the interior bedroom. He wakes up his wife. He wakes up his 2 kids. They go to the back room. They pull a blind back, and they can see that large craft flanked on either side by the 2 smaller craft, and they are pulling power off the 500,000 volt power line. So no doubt about it, it's a CE2 case. Now, according to the 12-page report on this case, the large craft in the center went from a dead standstill to approximately 27 nautical miles away to the rolling hills in the background of the scene, and then back again in less than 2 seconds, Stephen, with no sonic boom.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting.
Someone's got the technology to do this.
V is asking a good question because I'm not sure. Didn't this one have multiple sightings across miles, this case?
It very well could be. It very well could be. I mean, that's certainly a possibility. At this point, the father said, you know what, we're out of here. So what he ended up doing is he packed up his entire family. He loaded them into the pickup truck, and they go 90 miles an hour down the road. They're still in their pajamas at this point. The large craft that was pulling power that was in the background starts chasing them. It goes over the cab of the pickup truck, over to the left-hand side, then back over to the main cab, and then over to the right-hand side. This is all going 90 miles an hour. This is in the report. I'm not making this up. And they eventually, you can see.
Just for the benefit of of everybody watching live or listening to the replay, Michael's got sources for all this, which is why Michael's work is so much more valuable than the fairy tale huckster UFO people who just make stuff up or have terrible sourcing. Michael gives you all the sourcing, so if you want to learn more about each case, you can. And it's it's like this book is like an introduction to 100 different rabbit holes that you can go down. It really is. So I didn't know if I love this book so much, and I did start reading about each individual case more in some of the cases so far.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether to thank you for such an amazing book or punch you in the face, because I've been going down some of these cases I wasn't familiar with, or at least I was only, vaguely familiar with them. But I was reminded and inspired by the drawings, like, wow, this is a cool case. Let's read more. And you give us all the sourcing so we can do that.
Yep. You want to document the source so you can check it out and verify it on your own. So at this point, they pull up to the neighbor's house. They screech to a halt. They get out of the car. They slam on the door of the neighbors, and 2 neighbors come out. So you have the original 4 witnesses plus the 2. So 6 people saw the end part of the large craft disappear. And that was, in a nutshell, the Calusa, California case. But this is a multiple eyewitness case, and it had CE2 effects. So
yeah, and it's interesting to me that in this case, they seem to be siphoning electricity out of the high voltage power lines.
That's right.
We see various examples of things like that. I've heard of cases where UFOs hovered over water and they are like taking water from the ocean. Or I'm pretty sure that I've heard other cases where they were taking power from power lines, which is kind of bizarre, but interesting.
Yep. So it's something that we've heard on multiple different cases. Stigler, Oklahoma, 1961. 2 women are driving down this road. It was kind of deserted. All of a sudden, they see this white light approaching their vehicle. This was no white light. This was a circular shaped, dish-shaped craft that had a kind of an inverted dome that was lit up. And then, Stephen, the report states that it lifted the car about 16 inches off the ground, and it started making the speedometer go 110 miles an hour, but the car wasn't moving whatsoever. So this is another CE2 case, absolutely, because it had physical effects. And it also affected the power line nearby as well, back in 1961. So if it's true that they were researching in 55, they would have had 6 years to perfect a prototype technology.
Interesting. Yeah.
Here's the actual newspaper clipping article that talks about it within this report here. So we've got
and
that.
Can I ask, where do you get these ancient newspaper articles? Because some of them are not digitized. You got to go to those old machines. What are those old machines called? They had them at the Philadelphia main branch.
The microfiche machines.
Microfilm machines. Yeah, you could go through microfilm machines for newspapers back to the 1800s at the Philadelphia main branch library. And I used to go do that looking for UFO stuff.
Yep.
And Bigfoot stuff. Sure.
That's one way you can pull it. Yep. That's one way you can get it. Really briefly, we'll go over Jalen Hynek's classifications here. Close encounter classification. So close encounter of the first kind is a visual sighting, lights in the sky. Close encounter of the second kind is physical effects, landing trace marks, broken branches, car engine stalling. Close encounter is the third kind. That's when you meet them. Okay. So that's what we've got for the different classifications. So we've already covered CE2s and CE3s. The CE1s are already a done deal, so you've already got those. Now, here is one.
Well, I could stop to ask you what you think of this, CE5, and people have invented CE4 and CE5. Do you think that there's valid reason to add on to the original?
Well, it's a good point, but I prefer to stick to as close to the nuts and bolts that I can.
Yeah, so you don't think you can meditate and meet aliens for $10 if you buy an app?
I just don't know.
Michael is very diplomatic too, and he's too kind. He's too kind. He is too kind. He doesn't want to tell you that you can't buy an app for $10 and talk to aliens. So I'll say it, and Michael can have his nice diplomatic. That's good. Okay.
All right. So on this case, this was an example of one that was pulled from the QFOS archives. I don't think it was ever published. It was never seen. And as soon as I saw the gentleman's original sketch, I said, oh, we got to do this one, because he had everything in there. So it's December 26, 1972, Venezuela. And the primary eyewitnesses was the father, the wife, and their young daughter. They're on the top of their 14th floor apartment complex, and they're looking off to the right when they usually could anticipate this airliner coming in for a landing at the local airport. So they look off to the right, and they're seeing this orange glow, and they're thinking, oh boy, what's going on here? Is this like an engine nacelle on fire? The guy actually thought that the airliner was on fire, and he was making some kind of an emergency landing. Well, as this craft got closer, this was no aircraft on fire. This was an elliptical shaped craft that had a very strange you could call it a dual inverted globe section with a continuous spark gap going in between these electrodes. Now, on the back 1/3 of both the left, right, and rear of this craft were these quote unquote cast iron exhaust ports that had these violet colored lasagna noodle flames coming out of them, Stephen. That's the best way to describe this thing. There's really no other way to describe it. They were like violet colored. They were not flames, but he said that they were like an electrical discharge. So here's the technical engineering drawing I came up with that shows you what the craft looked like. You can see the direction of flight. Here's this electrical arc detail with these half hemispherical domes. And then on the center bottom, I've got the exhaust port detail that look like these twin, you could say them twin cast iron exhaust ports, and then the cross section side view of this electrical lasagna noodle discharge. Now,
wait, say that again. Electrical lasagna noodle discharge, because that's not a term that I'm familiar with. Is that a real technical term, or did you just wait?
It came with a good
description. Yeah, how else to describe this? This is a very strange thing to describe. Yeah, it's very strange.
The primary eyewitness said that when he saw the flames coming out of this, because he asked his daughter to go next door to the neighbor who had a pair of binoculars, and she did that. She came back within time of him being able to see that. Now, this thing passed about 300 feet away from the top floor of their apartment complex, so he got a real good close-up view of this thing through the binoculars, and he said that the flame coming out of these ports did not look like a campfire flame. It looked like an electrical discharge that had this S-shaped lasagna noodle wave to it. That's how it was described. There was another craft identical to this one that passed like a few minutes later. So there were two of these things that went by. So here's the enlargement of these two opposing half hemispherical domes with this electrode. Now there was this continuous blue colored corona discharge going between these two. And then here is the enlargement of these lasagna noodle, you could call them electrical discharges coming out of these ports. Very unusual craft. I tend to believe this eyewitness. I really do, because
this one is very unique. That struck me when I was reading through this. I go, I've read thousands of reports of different craft, and I've never come across a configuration like this. And I noticed that you tend to be like focused on configurations of craft and how you can compare them, like you just did earlier. You said, these pipes and this patchwork of machinery that's seen on some TR-3B sightings and seen on this case and seen on this case. This one is pretty unique as far as a configuration of an aircraft go.
It's very unique. Yeah, it's very unique. It's certainly, now.
Considering the talk of the electrical arcing, would you consider that this is most likely electrically based propulsion system?
I do believe it's a man-made craft. I do believe it, and I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. Okay, so we'll move on to May 16th, 1967, Falcon Lake, Canada. This is the famous Falcon Lake case. Everybody knows about it. 40 feet in diameter. So the primary eyewitness was Stephen Mikulik. He was a rock hound. He liked to look for minerals. And so what he was wearing when all this was going on was like very thick jeans. He had kind of a thick shirt on. He was wearing gloves, thick gloves, and then he had welder's goggle on as well because he didn't want to get anything chipped in his eye or anything. So as the report had talked about, there were two of these craft that were hovering near his location. One took off. The other one landed about 300 yards from where he was. So he walked over to the craft. That's what we see here. Kind of had this polished exterior. And there was an entry hatch that opened up. And not too far to the entry hatch, if you look off to the left, there was this exhaust port, smaller than the entry hatch. But Stephen, it had these perfectly drilled holes that were, you could say that it was a 2-inch pitch. So between each hole, there was a 2-inch gap, perfectly drilled, like someone took a CNC and did this. So he walks over to this thing where this door opened up, he could hear this language that he couldn't decipher when he was looking in this. He could hear this. To this day, they never. Now he passed away a couple of years ago, but he could never decipher the language that these quote unquote inhabitants were talking in. And if you look off to the left here, you can see this 2x3 hatch. That's what you can see here. And then the 6-inch by 8-inch vent exhaust is off to the left of that. That's the sight picture here. So he's looking in here, and then we've done an enlargement so you can see what it looked like as he was looking inside the craft. At this point, the craft lifts up and starts rotating counterclockwise, and that exhaust port with the hole pitch in it lined up with his chest, and there was some kind of a discharge. It ended up burning his clothes, and the hole pitch of the exhaust port matched up exactly with the burn marks on his chest, which I'm sure everyone is familiar with. It actually
this case has always been interesting to me because anytime there's physical effects, that's proof that it wasn't like hallucinated or imagined. There's actual physical burns.
That's right. Caught his shirt on fire. He started throwing up. He had to basically crawl back to his home location. He was disoriented. He had medical effects his entire life, continuing dots on his chest that occurred multiple times. Here's the enlargement here. He wrote a book about his whole encounter. Here's some of the original sketch artwork that went with you can see his welder's goggles on. He's got a whole face covering. And then this drawing shows you what the marks on his chest actually look like. There was some debris found at the site as well. And then what I also want to do, and this comes from Antonio Huneas. This is the official Falcon Lake landing site photo from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I don't think a lot of people have seen this before. If you look closely, Stephen, you can see the circular outline of where the craft actually landed.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a CE3 case.
Yeah, and those to me have a lot more value for some reason. I don't know. There's something about you can see the physical effects of the craft landing. You can see the burns on this gentleman, or
right.
Some people even experience scars when they have this sort of thing that lasts, for a very, very long time. That one of the things about this case that was interesting to me is the guy was so close, he could have just walked right into this thing. And I don't know that if this was me, I would have walked inside. But considering he got burned getting that close to it, I guess that scared him off maybe from walking inside.
Well, it's a split decision, right? You have no idea what you're getting into.
Or if you're gonna be abducted or something and never come back, right?
I don't think it was like a defensive thing that happened. I think it was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. He wouldn't have got burned if he was about 10 degrees to the other side, so he would have been fine. But it still goes down as one of these classic historical cases. Now, here's the actual newspaper clipping from the Edmonton Journal, May 24th, 1967. Foul smell persists. UFO sighter suffers chest burn. So again, it's a CE2 case because it has physical effects. No doubt.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And I'm sure, something like this would be hard to hoax unless you wanted to burn yourself. I just don't see somebody mutilating themselves to sell a UFO story. Except for being in the local paper, this guy didn't really profit from the story.
No, I don't think he profited, and he had medical problems his whole life, and these dots were reoccurring on his chest for his entire life. Difficult to hoax that,
Yeah. Great case.
All right, we'll do a couple more here. October 9th, 1972, Long Island, New York. This is kind of like near the Smithtown area. Primary eyewitness was actually two. So the husband was driving the car, and the wife was more bold. She got out of the passenger side and went on to oncoming traffic into the other lane. What they reported saying, I call this the flying iron. It was this black iron craft. It had these rectangular, elongated white lights on the bottom. There was a red light on the left-hand side. There was a green light on the right-hand side. But then The wife, who saw it clearer than the husband, because he was kind of had the window rolled down, he was looking out from inside the car. The wife said that she could see two poles on the back of this craft, and at the top of the pole, there was a wire connecting each pole as this thing is flying by, basically almost completely silent. So I asked the question, does this really look like an alien spacecraft? Does this really look, is someone trying to sell us a bill of goods here?
This one actually bears some resemblance to like the X-37B, but that wouldn't be floating over a road,
Well, it's just interesting that it bears a lot of components to these high voltage electrical things that you see on lifters, different experiments that people who are in the community talk about, very similar components. Here's the actual UFO investigator report, February 1973. They go into this case in great detail. So, and plus we've got the original sketches from the primary eyewitness. It's a very good case. Here's your original sketch, and you can see her call outs here. Red light, green light, tall antennas. You can see the cable connecting the two poles at the top.
That's interesting. That's a little crazy. I've never seen that before on a flying saucer or UFO report. Why would there be two poles with wires?
That's right. Connected? That's right. Yeah. Okay, so let's go over a couple of these historical cases. Now, these are the Otto Binder reports. These were part of something called Our Space Age, which was a weekly column published between 1965 and 1969. And people from all around the world would write into Otto Binder. He would have a very good artist draw these cases, and then they would publish them. So I just want to go over a couple of these here. October 12th, 1796, on Columbus Day, over 170 years ago, Canadian observers reported an astonishing fleet of airships, UFOs, with portholes and visible occupants sailing over the Bay of Fundy from the Pacific Stars and Stripes. This is back in 1796. People are seeing these craft. This is happening. Now, what we've done now is we've taken this original sketch and we've gone color with it. And so here's what we came up with here. This shows you what may have actually people were seeing.
Could look like a fleet of Tic Tacs, right?
I
hate to keep mentioning that, but everybody talks about that Tic Tac case like it's something new. And I have found so many different examples of a craft shaped like that in different cases going back. Not as far as you found, because you're a little crazier than me, Michael Schratt. You went back to what,
1796.
1796. Jeez.
Yep. They're being reported 1796. July 1868, villagers in Campejo, Chile, were frightened by a giant armor-plated machine covered with steel scales whose twin searchlight eyes stabbed down brilliantly. This is back in 1868. This is long before the 1897 mystery airship wave, and they're still reporting these beaming lights coming down. All right, so here we've got the original drawing. Now we'll go to the color. That's the color. And you can see the scales on this craft. You can see the beaming light coming down. This is all before the Wright brothers. So this has been going on. This is not a new thing at all.
Yeah, it reminds me of the legend of the Thunderbirds as well.
Yep, that's right.
The Native American legend of the Thunderbirds, where that they were huge flying birds, and some people believe that what they were actually seeing was physical craft and not huge birds.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, you never know, right? Who knows? But it doesn't look like it's something that's not. It's not rare. It's been seen. Before.
Oh no! Somebody in the live chat is mentioning, because people keep asking me to do slides. Bernard says, "Great presentation tonight, setting the bar high for Steven's next slideshow." Yeah, I will not be doing anywhere near as good a presentation. I'm just warning you all. So, we're starting at the top with the very best slides and presentation possible, and it's only going to get worse from here. I'm just warning everybody. Can't do better than this, I don't think. So,
yeah. All right, this was one that also came from QFOS archives, September 4th, 1967, Greece, 25 feet in diameter. Now, the two eyewitnesses were brothers. They were on the top floor of their apartment complex. They were setting up stereo equipment when one said to the other one, what is this? And this 25-foot diameter dish-shaped craft hovered, and I kid you not, 10 feet above their heads. It was 10 feet above their heads, just hovering there. And this is how they described it. Quote, gliding on an oil pathway in the sky. That's how they described it. This thing was not flying. These craft do not fly using the principles of the Bernoulli theory that we know about aerodynamic flight. That's not how these things fly whatsoever. We're talking about a different technology here. They don't need forward flight to hover. That's what he's describing here.
They apparently don't need downward thrust, because people have been right under these things. They would feel thrust.
That's
and in
right.
most of these cases of these silent flying saucer type craft, people don't, people have been 20 feet. It's been 20 feet above them. They don't feel like the thing blowing downward thrust like a helicopter or a VTOL jet would be doing.
That's exactly correct. Now, here is his original drawing. He did a beautiful job on the drawing. When you see something like this, folks, you can pretty much bank on it. I mean, they're not going to write a 12-page report with a flight path and a technical engineering drawing that gets down to the minutest detail. This is a reliable report. The guy did a great job on it, just a great job. My drawing isn't even close to his, but he did a really good job. Now, let's move on to Father Gill.
This is a great
This is June 26, 1959. This is a great case. All right, so we've got multiple eyewitnesses, at least 25 of the local people in conjunction with Father Gill, who saw what they described as a 35-foot diameter double wedding cake. So the bottom layer is 35 feet in diameter. The upper layer is 20 feet in diameter. And they could see what looked like 4 human-looking beings. They were not alien-looking. They looked like human beings. There were 4 of them. There were 2 forward on the outer lip of the upper part of the craft itself. The other 2 were further back toward the center. They were a little bit more obscure. But they said, quote, it looked like they were setting up equipment, end quote. Okay, so I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, why would they be on the deck of a flying saucer setting up equipment? That's odd.
Yeah,
and, interestingly, I grew up Catholic, Michael, and if you ask a lot of Catholic priests about UFOs, they'll tell you they're demons.
Yeah,
trickster spirits and things like that.
I've heard that too.
I thought this case was interesting because it involved a Catholic priest.
Now, what happened next, though, is interesting because Father Gill, he waved his hand above his head and waved at the beings on the craft, and they waved back. That's what this case is actually called. They call it the they waved back case. That's what this is actually called.
Yeah, so here we see another example of aliens waving at people.
That's right. That's right. So there was
we don't know that they're aliens. They said that they were described as human.
They were described as looking like human men. Correct. And there was a light bluish white color beaming spotlight that came off at a 45-degree angle. And we'll go ahead and do an enlargement here. You can see the enlargement and then the beam waving back. But what's interesting about this is, number one, the amount of eyewitnesses that saw it. And number two, a couple of years ago when I spoke to Paul Hynek, he said, you know what, Mike? Father Gill came to our house in Evanston for dinner one night, somewhere around 1974. So it was Father Gill, Jalen Hynek, and his son Paul Hynek are at dinner engagement. And he said that Father Gill laid out the entire case, and he wasn't seeking fame or fortune. He just laid it out. And when I heard that from Paul, I said, "Oh boy, this is a real case."
Yeah.
He was just talking about.
I don't know. Somebody is asking if is critical thinking being applied here. Michael is using historical sources to create these illustrations and description of what people saw. So I'm not sure, what that comment is about, but just wanted to acknowledge it,
Well, I mean, look at the pattern recognition that we're seeing here. Okay, we've talked about tubes, pipes, and cylinders. That's being seen on multiple cases. We're looking at prongs and protrusions that we're seeing on multiple cases. We're seeing these beings with the tight-fitting flight suits. We're looking at people that waving back. This light motif, that keeps popping up again. And so this pattern recognition keeps on popping up on these different cases, different times, different locations. It's something that we should consider for sure. Just a few more here. Chicago O'Hare, April, May 2001. I spoke to the original eyewitness who saw Now, in this view, it looks more like a cigar-shaped craft. The actual craft was circular, and there were about 6 eyewitnesses that saw this. This is at the Ozark hangar at O'Hare Airport. It was early in the morning. It had rained the night before, so the tarmac was wet, and this circular-shaped craft comes flying by, and he said that it had 12 of these elongated, rectangular, round-edged lights on either side. He said it had a transparent bubble canopy. There was a circular port on top. But then he said, Stephen, that on the bottom of this thing, there was prongs or protrusions sticking out. And then above that, there were these octopus tentacles that were moving around like it was alive. And at the end
I like this part of this is
at
great,
the end
because
of
that's
each
another
tentacle,
unique thing. I've not heard about this kind of thing before. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Nope, that's fine. There was a highly polished chrome ball that was about 12 inches in diameter at the end of this tentacle. That's something that we've seen before too. All these prongs and protrusions with these balls at the end of them. Here is the original sketch by the eyewitness. This is the first pass sketch. I have his second sketch, which we've reproduced here. This is pretty much almost exactly what the craft looked like it was flying by. Now, what's interesting is when this craft flew by the Ozark hangar, it also flew by an active runway. And 10 seconds after it passed an active runway at O'Hare Airport back in 2001, there was this rumbling, low-frequency roaring noise on the other side of the airport. It was a 747 on takeoff roll. It had almost had a mid-air collision with this craft. If this craft would have passed a little bit later, there might have been a mid-air collision. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So, but this thing knew what it was doing. It flew on by, and they got a good look at this thing, and multiple eyewitnesses.
I just want to mention that Sixth Sense is commenting that there does. I'm curious of the sources. Google is failing bad. Very little, if any, information on these cases. The book is literally called Dark Files, like little known cases. So Michael has copies of this archive that he's taking a lot of this information from that is not mostly publicly available information. So, that may explain why you're not finding very much on Google. These are literally the book is called Little Known Cases, right? So
that's right. That was the whole point of the whole thing, is to resurrect these historical cases that are very obscure. That was the whole bottom line of the book.
Yeah, a pictorial history of lost, forgotten, and obscure UFO encounters. This is one of the reasons why I enjoyed this book so much, Sixth Sense, because I hadn't heard these stories 100 other places. How many times can you hear Roswell or Rendlesham Forest? It just gets old after a while. The reason I enjoyed this book so much is because it is obscure cases that are little known, and there's not much publicly available information. But this archive that Michael has full access to, has a treasure trove of little known UFO information. And so I, for one, applaud him for bringing this stuff out. And this book is sure to be cited as sources for decades to come because of all the information. It's very data rich, but it's also very enjoyable because of all of these illustrations, all of these full color depictions. I highly recommend the book.
Thank you. That's great.
And Michael's he's not getting rich selling an ebook, friends.
Yeah, I do it for free.
What did you put into this book? A year of spare time?
It's to gather all this together, 30 years. We have
yeah. And what do you sell? What does the ebook sell for? Like
I think it's $7.99.
$8, friends.
I do it for free. I do it for free because it's a crusade. It belongs to everyone. It belongs to everyone.
Can you explain a little bit about what is it called? The CUFOS collection?
Yeah, the Center for UFO Studies. That used to be near downtown Chicago, but is now under the jurisdiction of David Marler in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He's got the original 18 file drawers that make up thousands of cases. They basically had the world's largest private collection of UFO cases in the United States, period. But at this point, with that collection plus David Marler's original collection, he now has all of the He's got the largest private collection, period, in the United States. There's no
Even
one
bigger than yours? Even bigger than yours?
I would say bigger than mine, because he's got the
Wow.
original file drawers that these
Yeah, and
things are
for those that don't know, like I just want to mention that there seems to be this multitude of what I call right-click researchers, which
Oh, that's
means,
a good term.
yeah,
Wow.
if there is so many people that if they can't find it on the internet, they're not going to be able to do anything with it, you know.
Mhm.
And conversely, there was people, and I would count like Stanton Friedman and Grant Cameron and you, Michael Schratt, and Alien Scientist, and a few other people that I'm aware of that will literally get on a plane and go to Chicago because there's a UFO archive out there that will let me dig into it.
Yep.
And this is
Oh, yeah.
the good stuff, friends. This is the good stuff, the stuff you cannot find on the internet so easily. So
Right.
yeah, kudos to people like Michael Schratt and others who actually will get on a plane or get in a car and drive 8 hours someplace to go and get this information and translate it and bring it to the public. What a great job you did on this.
Thanks a lot. Anything for the research. Anything for the research. And I think we'll go ahead and do this one here. So this is my favorite Project Blue Book case. I just love this case. I love this case. All right. March 23rd, 1966, Temple, Oklahoma, about 5:06 in the morning. The primary eyewitness is a man by the name of Eddie Laxon. Now, he is an electrical engineer instructor at Shepherd Air Force Base. He's driving to work in the morning, and all of a sudden, Stephen, he encounters something that's blocking the road. It's like landing right in front of the road. It's blocking his car. And what he gets out of the car, he kind of walks toward the front of the vehicle. And how he described this thing is he said that this thing looked like a bowling pin. It also looked like a fish or a perch. Now it was about 75 feet in length. It was 8 feet tall. It had a bubble transparent canopy that looked like it was taken from a World War II B-26. Just after that, there were two high-intensity beaming spotlights going toward the front end of the craft and then also beaming toward the bottom. The whole thing was propped up on what they looked like these quote-unquote lunar landing gear legs. Now, after the forward lunar landing gear legs, there was an air stair door with a cutout leading in toward the interior of the craft. And there was I can only describe it as he described it. He said that there was a man, not an alien, a man. He was wearing two-piece military green fatigues. He had a baseball cap with the bill turned up. He was shining a flashlight toward the bottom of the craft like he was inspecting something.
Like he's trying to fix it, right?
He's
Yeah,
trying
this
to fix
is
it
this is
or look at
bizarre
something.
because the craft, if you just look at the craft, that looks like an alien spacecraft, right? But then the guy outside of it is in military fatigues and looks completely and totally human, which of
Not
course would indicate not entirely, right?
well. What I'm saying here is, not only did he look human, Eddie Laxton in the original report said that if he could see that guy later that afternoon downtown, he'd recognize him. That's how close he got to this guy. Now, if you look on the top of this craft, it has this spire or stinger that goes back to and terminates into about an 8-inch diameter ball at the end of it. That's the fourth time we've heard this now. This is the fourth time we've heard of these prongs with these balls at the end of them. Now, after the air stair door cutout entryway, there was another one of these 3.5 foot diameter clear transparent bubble portholes that was divided into 4 equal pie segments. Just after that, Stephen, were the letters written in black lettering, TL4768, written on the side of the craft. Okay. Now, as we go further toward the very back of this craft, it had flight controls that are just too small to be effective for this size of a craft. So I don't think they were actually flight controls. Now, when I move forward here, here is Eddie Laxton's original sketch. And if you look at it, number one, it's very rough. Okay. Very rough.
Sure.
Number two, if you look at the dimensions, the top dimension for the overall length says 75 feet, okay? And if you look at the very right-hand side of the drawing, it says 8 feet. So if that represents 8 feet and you project that dimension up to the top, then this thing is way out of scale. 75 feet should be way off to the left. That means the entire craft has to be stretched to the left to make it come into scale. So I spent 12 hours a day, like an entire day going over this drawing, trying to fix all the areas, clear it up. And this is what I came up with. Here's the final rendering of what the craft
that looks more scale, right?
Yep, this is more to scale,
And again, here we come back to Michael's incredible attention to details. He wanted. I know how. Look, I'm the same way, Michael. It bothered him that this drawing was not to scale, so he said, "I'm going to take 12 hours. Whatever I have to do, I'll do some math, and we'll get this thing to scale and get a more accurate representation of it." Great job.
Thank you. Now here's another thing that points to a man-made origin of this craft. Eddie Laxton said that he could see on the upper arm of this quote-unquote man wearing the two-piece military green fatigues, and I've got the enlargement here. Enlarged view of military rank type symbols seen on sleeve of person near craft as identified by Eddie Laxton. So it had these ranking chevrons or military
like sergeant bars, right?
Yeah, that's right. Now, what happened next is very interesting. When this quote unquote man, who was wearing this baseball cap and a flashlight, when he saw that he was being seen by Eddie Laxton, boy, did he hustle up that ladder. Climbed up the ladder. Yep. He closed.
Like, oh, shit, somebody's watching me, right? Yeah.
Right. That's exactly right. So he closes the door, and then, Stephen, in the report, now this is not me talking. This is the actual Air Force Project Blue Book report. You can go to the National Archives in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, you can read this report, yeah.
You can pull this case yourself. It's a Project Blue Book case. This is an official government report here. He said that when he closed the door, there was this high-pitched drilling noise, okay? Like someone is engaging a Wimshurst generator or powering something up. High-pitched drilling noise. Then this whole thing lifted off the ground. It hovered there for about 30 seconds and then shot away like a spark on a grinding wheel and made no sonic boom. This is back in 1966. And I will add, a truck driver saw it as well. So it wasn't just a single eyewitness case.
Yeah, it's interesting because it looks like it has some sort of tails. You mentioned the control surface, but it's tiny at the back of the craft. And that wouldn't be enough to affect it unless it used some sort of weird propulsion system. And, that was just needed for little adjustments or something, right?
So if you follow the logic and you follow the timelines and you look at the newspaper clippings that talk about a breakthrough being made in October 1954, they had a good solid 10, 11 years to work out a prototype. And here we have a man. He's wearing a baseball cap.
Yeah, unless aliens are baseball fans, I don't think this was aliens. Yeah,
there's a high-pitched drilling noise, and if you look at this spire that goes on the top of this craft with the ball end of it, what does that remind you of? Here's the actual index card of this case. If you go back to this drawing, this is exactly what the downtown San Francisco trolley cars used to use when they made contact with the electrical cables above them. This is high voltage electrical charge we're talking about here. Ladies and gentlemen, I would virtually bet everything I've got that this is a man-made craft. This is not an alien spacecraft. We just have to call it like we see it.
Not unless aliens have baseball caps and military fatigues with sergeant bars on them like we do, right?
That's right.
Yeah, this is really strange. Yeah.
Here's the Daily Oklahoma, March 1st, 1971. This is a picture of Eddie Laxton himself. Object sighting now rude. So what does that mean? It means that he regretted even talking about it, which actually adds credibility to the case because he was being ridiculed for even speaking about this. So, and the truck driver saw it as well. So it's not just Eddie Laxton, but
so there's multiple witnesses to the
there
same
were multiple eyewitnesses that saw it. Yep, it wasn't just him.
That always is a convincer for me. One person seeing something is something, but when you have multiple witnesses reporting the same thing, that's
That's right.
corroboration.
That's right. So anyway, Stephen, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be a part of your program.
Are you kidding me? This has been one of my favorite shows I've ever done. And by the way, I want to thank you because this was the most well attended. We had over 85, I think, in the live chat. This has been the most well attended live stream I've ever done. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem.
Excellent. Yeah. And, listen, for those that don't know, I'm not sure, but I think that you've been sort of like not doing a lot of public appearances. I know you were on Alien Scientist recently, but before that, you were kind of taking a break. And I want you to know how much everybody in the live chat has enjoyed this and how much people want to hear from you, Michael. So I hope you won't be a stranger here. I'll do anything but blow you if you come back and do this again. Okay? I got to have you as a guest again. I'll do anything but blow you. Anything you want.
We can do it.
All right. Good.
We can come back and we'll do another segment we got more to do. But yeah,
we're done sharing the screen, right? We're done sharing the screen. Okay, good. There we go. Yeah, I want to thank you so much because you were one of the people that watching you taught me that government secrets don't have to remain secret, and I could go and look into things and in some cases force the truth out of them, whether through FOIA or through good research or talking to people that worked on different projects. So yeah, thanks very much for inspiring me and so many others because you do this amazing work.
No problem.
All right, I'm going to throw you out of here and we're going to do a quick wrap up. Thanks so much, Michael. I hope that you won't be a stranger. I can't wait to do this again.
We'll do it for sure. Yep.
All right, you have a great night. All right, friends, there you have it. Boy, what a data rich. This has been an amazing show for us here. So I hope you will please do me a favor, really, especially in this case, because this one's so data rich. There is so many great stories here, so many great illustrations. And Jonaside, I might not have slides, but Michael Schratt's got amazing slides, and I brought him here to show you his slides, right? Great presentation. What an amazing researcher and author Michael Schratt is. So glad to get to finally speak to him in person and take you guys off on the journey with me. Listen, friends, you hear me say it all the time. I'm always happy when there's an audience. And tonight we had the biggest audience that we've ever had here. I can't tell you how happy I am that I could take you all on this journey. I talked to Michael a little bit off air, but said, no, let's talk on air and share it with my friends here at Truth Seekers. So glad that I could do that. I want to thank the super chat donators for tonight, which is Rilo 704, Reemsey, and Brian McLeod. Thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, and support. I want to remind everybody in audio land, please come and look for Truth Seekers on YouTube. Just put Truth Seekers, one word. Look for the weird guy with the sunglasses. That would be me. And come and join us in these great discussions that we have during the live chat. Until next time, friends. And listen, I am so happy. What a great audience. What a great show we had tonight. I want to once again thank our special guest, Michael Schratt. I hope he won't be a stranger. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you. Well, friends, I was going to stick around a bit because I thought that I would talk to Michael off air, but he had to bounce out. And I noticed that we had a super chat, and I don't want to end the stream without acknowledging that. So, Rogue Status with a kind and generous $5 donation who says, "This show sucks much less." Yeah, absolutely. So listen, I've got a little bit more time. I'm not doing very much tonight. I start my nightmare this weekend, though, this is the last weekend I'm here without my wife and children. I have to clean this entire place. But I've got some time tonight. I'm not going to start on that until tomorrow morning. So, Rogue Status, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Every dollar here goes into helping make the show better. It goes into helping, continue to move this ball forward. We use the money to pay for StreamYard or the software we use here, or also to pay for the distribution through our audio podcast network with Spreaker. We're now in like 412 or I don't know how many. I've lost track of different audio distribution platforms. And so we use the money to keep moving the ball forward here, to increase our reach, to get me a bigger bullhorn. Tonight was amazing as far as attendance goes. This was a really great show. And I honestly, I learned a lesson because I used to do things. I used to do these things like if I was going to have a guest, especially a known guest like Michael Schratt or alien scientist or somebody, I would make nice graphics and I would let people know on Twitter days in advance. I would tweet it out 5 times or 6, 8 times before the appearance, in the week leading up to it. And I haven't really been doing that. So I learned a lesson because I just started doing that for Michael Schratt's appearance yesterday. And I think it had a huge effect. A lot more people were sending me messages. And, I think it's important too that Michael know, how much people really want to hear from him. So thanks, Rogue Status, for your generosity and your continued support. There is a money button down there. If you like shows like this and you want to see this good quality content continue here, throw a couple bucks in the hat. Failing that, the best other way to help us is to please like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. Share the links with your friends and share our channel link on your social media. Tell people to come and subscribe. We're having a good time here in the live chat. Always a good discussion. All are welcome. We have believers here. We have skeptics. We have skeptical believers. We have, true believers. All are welcome here to take part in the discussion. Yes. And Genocide is still busting my balls about slides. I'll have some slides, but now you guys are spoiled because we get this incredible quality level professional presentation from Michael Schratt, and now I'm going to look like a 2-year-old with crayons trying to compete with him. Okay, but I'll do some slides for you, Genocide. I will. And Bernard Conkin mentions it has slides. You guys are crazy with the slides. I'm going to have to learn all about slides, right? Renee, I'm a computer science guy. I think I can handle slides, but I don't own PowerPoint. That has been the problem. I'm trying to do it with Google Slideshow or whatever the Google. There's a free Google Slide thing, right? And it's not going real well. Otherwise, I would have had them already, right? Genocide, oh man, with a kind and generous $2 donation, forcing me to forever make slides. Everyone loves slides. Genocide says that, and of course, every time Genocide makes a super chat donation, well, actually, I would do it even if he didn't. But now I'm going to be forced to hear about David Wilcock needs a mustache because he'd be much more believable and cooler looking with a mustache as well, right? Yeah. My kids did animation. No, my kids are 4 and 9. Neither of them are doing animations, right? Andrew Whitley says Truth Seekers was a good show, but we need slides, though. You guys are killing me. You know what? I'm going to dig deep, Andrew Whitley. I'm going to dig deep, and I'm going to do slides. I'm going to dig super deep, and I'm going to learn to do slides, right? Yeah, Bernard Conkin mentioning, how am I supposed to compete with Michael's slides when I do my alchemy presentation? So not fair. Yeah. Oh, the drawings for my comedy. Yeah. I'm gonna make slides of cartoon drawings of like crayon drawings, Renee. That's not gonna look good after somebody like Michael just came here with these amazing, crazy amazing. Yeah, it's called Google Slides. Crazy amazing illustrations, right? Yeah, and I have to say, like, uh, Michael Schratt is really who got me into the rabbit hole of black budget projects. And I got to tell you, if you think UFOs is interesting, go start digging into all the projects that the United States government is working on with the black budget money. These things called USAPs, unacknowledged special access projects. Even the senators don't know what they're building out there in the desert. And I want to know. Don't you? We're going to get into it, friends. We couldn't, I couldn't keep Michael here for 9 hours. So I thought it'd be best if we have him talk about these obscure UFO cases. And this book, I'm telling you, I love this book. It's $8, really. Give him the benefit of the $8 doubt. It's really worth it. Genocide said, "Great show, seriously." Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, Michael Schratt was on my original list. When I started my last show, the audio podcast, the Midnight Hour, I had a list of 50 guys in UFOs that I wanted to talk to, and I got to tell you that I got to most of them, but Michael Schratt was one of them. That he was busy. Nobody knew who the hell I was too. And when I started the Midnight Hour show, like 6 people would listen to me. So guests would look at go, I don't think so. I don't think I want to give you 2 hours if only 10 people are going to listen to your show or whatever. Or maybe Michael was just busy at that point, but I didn't get to him for the Midnight Hour show. When I started Truth Seekers, I made a new list. Here's the UFO guys. Here's the guys, all these guests, not just UFO guys, but different people that I wanted to have as guests. And Michael was literally at the top of that list. And luckily, I got to talk to him a little bit when I was doing research into the Bob Lazar case, because he had these letters from the guy who was at Testers, who designed the model with Bob Lazar, and I thought he could give me some insight. He was very kind and helped me. You can tell that about him. This guy loves to dig in to research, right? And the level, like I said, the level of detail, right? Yeah, 6 cents. PowerPoint is currently $139 on Microsoft site. I refuse to pay that much for it, 6 cents. I will find a Linux equivalent or another alternative. I'm not going to pay Microsoft $145 because their software is garbage. Their operating system is garbage, and the software they make is garbage too. Don't trust Microsoft. I'm having a real tough time. For some reason, StreamYard, all of my graphics files, like the backgrounds, all of the video bumpers and everything wasn't showing, or was showing up like, like something got trunciated. So I couldn't use Chrome tonight. I'm forced to use this stupid Windows because StreamYard sometimes doesn't like Linux's sound. There's something weird with sound sources in Linux that StreamYard doesn't like, which causes me to have a lot of microphones don't work in StreamYard, but they work everywhere else in Linux. So I'm working on the issues, and we'll have it. A lot of people commenting what a good show this was. Thank you all very much. Yeah. Bernard Conk, and I will share when I do find one. So I just wanted to really pop back here and give some time to the live chat. I already gave my sign off, so it feels weird to keep continuing here. But I want to thank everybody, definitely thank everybody for coming. This has been one of my favorite interviews that I've ever done. Recently, I got to tell you that things are really looking better for our show. Like, we're able to get guests of that quality, like Michael Schratt. And that tells me that things are improving here. And I couldn't help it, but I did post on Twitter. Some people recently have tried to damage my reputation or turn people away from our show. And it really backfired because just more people wanted to check us out and see what was the controversy. What are people talking about? So I say, if you want to talk smack on me, keep talking, because it only helped. It helped us get a bigger audience, really. And isn't that funny? I guess people intended me harm, but really helped me because they kept talking and talking and talking about me so much that many people that have never seen our show came and checked us out and decided they liked us, and some of them are staying or continuing to come every show, that is a great thing. Yeah. So I don't know what else to say here, friends. I just didn't want to end the stream without and oh, Renee says 65 likes. Awesome. Yes, please do smash that like button. And also, I noticed something on Google Analytics. A lot of people say, "Oh, I never get a notification from YouTube when your show's on." But it seems like there's only like, I think it's something like 250 people have hit the notification bell. So certainly if we've got, 16 or 1700 subscribers, it's only sending the notification if you hit the notification bell, right? So hit that notification bell and then you'll get a notice that we're going live for a live show every time we do. The other best way to know when we're doing a show is to just follow me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambian on Twitter. My name right there, one word, at Stephen Cambian on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. I announce each show sometime before we do them. I'm trying to improve on that. But generally, we're doing Sunday through Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Though I am thinking of changing that because there's an awful lot of shows at 10 p.m. And I can see sometimes the drop-off. In other words, the show starts at 9. Takes a while for people to fill in the live chat. About 9:30, we reach the peak of our viewership. And then 10:01, it seems like a lot of people jump out to go to another show. So we may move the show to 8 p.m. Wow, I thought I did fix it. Maybe I'm copying and pasting from the wrong one. I did fix it in one of them, Sixth Sense. Sixth Sense is reminding me I need to fix my PayPal link. Yes, and I want to take a moment to thank everybody who supports us. There's a few ways to support us. There's that money button in the live chat. That's a super chat, or you could buy a super sticker to support our show. We read every super chat and thank everyone for their kindness, their generosity, and their support. Or you can sign up on Patreon, where we do a monthly backstage pass and journal, and I post pictures of things, and you get sort of a preview on Patreon for as little as $1 a month. The other thing is the other way you can support us is by making a PayPal donation, and the link is supposed to be in the About. It is in the About section. If you go to the About section of our channel here, Truth Seekers on YouTube, and click the About button, you'll see donate by PayPal, donate by Patreon. Yeah, I would appreciate. We very much appreciate your support. Yes, and people are. AJ is saying. Get MS to do a follow-up show focusing on Australian events. We're hoping to have Victor Caliero on pretty soon, who is Australian, and we can also maybe have Daniel from The Context. We haven't heard from him in a while and would like to catch up with him and on what he's working on, what he's up to. Yeah, Renee mentioning that a few people asked about Australia UFOs. Yeah, absolutely. I'm down for that because I don't know very much about Australian UFO cases except for the few most well known, right? And yes, Sixth Sense, I will fix that. I did fix it, and then I think what happened is that I am now copying and pasting from the pre-fixed version of it. So I will work on that, Sixth Sense. And yes, you should always let me know about that. I'm a bad show host. I gotta get better at doing a lot of this stuff. Wearing a lot of hats here. Definitely wearing a lot of hats here. So I was mentioning the ways to support us financially. There's those 3 ways to support us. You can make a PayPal donation. You can support us on Patreon for as little as $1 a month and get the Patreon benefits. And by the way, I just want to mention, I know it's a rough time. So if you really like the show, just send me an email at truthseekershow@gmail.com and just say, hey, I'd like the PayPal, or excuse me, hey, I'd like the Patreon benefits. I'm having a tough time right now, or something like that. Don't give me any details. I don't need to know, the details. But if you really like the show and you support the show, I'd be happy to we have a list of people that are in reduced circumstances or whatever's going on. Maybe you don't have a PayPal account to sign up for Patreon or whatever. I'd much rather give the stuff away for free to people who really want it than for people to not get it. Right? So you can always do that as well. And the other best way to support us is to like, comment, and share. Send these videos to some friends, right? That really does help because people are finding us more and more. And most of it is word of mouth. Most of it is people sending their friends here, going, "You got to go watch this show if you like this stuff. You would enjoy this, right?" Uh, definitely, definitely helps, and it definitely helps with the search algorithms too. Engagement is king with YouTube. So, in other words, if you comment, it helps us. If you like, smash the like button, it helps us. If you hit the notification bell, it helps both of us because then you know when the show is, and then my audience is bigger because they know when there's a show, right? So those are the ways, right? It's not always about money. Sometimes, honestly, you can help me a lot more by posting these videos on your social media, right? By sharing with your friends, because then the show will grow. And, I'm not that concerned with the finances of the show right now. Mostly we have everything we need. We have a few bills every month that we have to pay for the software or for whatever, you know, uh, whatever it is that we need here. But most of the major equipment and everything has already been purchased. So really, we're just looking into what we can do with the funds to continue to grow the show. And we may be doing Facebook ads and a few other things to try to increase our viewership here. And I definitely want to take a moment to thank all the Super Chat donators, the PayPal donators, and the Patreon people, because this is a viewer supported show and you're helping to make all this possible. You're helping me to basically buy time to do more of this. And I can't tell you, I have such an attitude of gratitude about everybody that has been so kind and generous to support our show. It really means a lot to me. First of all, it means a lot to me that anybody's listening. We're having niche subject here. We're a subculture here, right? Uh, but I really feel blessed by all the people that have really thrown some money in the hat and said, "Good work, keep it up," right? And I've had this weird deja vu feeling today because 4 or 5 people told me something like, "Your voice is very needed. Keep doing what you're doing," and that makes me feel great as well, right? How can it not? So yeah, that's where we're at. And I do want to remind everybody listening in audio podcast land, I'm going to remind you once again, come over to YouTube, search for Truth Seekers on YouTube. Just put Truth Seekers in the YouTube search bar, look for the guy with the sunglasses, click that subscribe button, because that really does help us. We want to grow the YouTube channel. This is the main hub, is the YouTube channel. It is the root of Truth Seekers, and everything comes from there. Rilo74 says, "I'll try to be more active in chat. You guys are awesome." Yeah, you'll always have a good time here. We have a nice bunch of people. It definitely is a good crowd of people, and we have a great audience here. We all get together. We discuss these cases and these strange, mysterious things. We all have similar interests, and it works out really, really well. And you are most welcome, especially if you're listening in audio podcast land. You're missing half of the show, which is the interactive part. You hear me. I'm interacting live with the live chat. We read lots of comments. We take questions from the audience, and you too can be a part of that. Yes, and chat interactions also do count in analytics. They count every chat message that goes into live chat. So that even coming here and participating in the live chat and writing a few messages in really, really does help. So listen, I want to thank our guest tonight, the one, the only incredible researcher, author, and lecturer, Michael Schratt. I want to thank you all for coming here and spending some time with me. Because honestly, I had a really good time tonight. And I got to admit that sometimes doing the show, I don't feel like doing it. I'm not really feeling it that night. Tonight, I was feeling it. I had a great time talking to a great guest, and I got to have more of that in my life so that it doesn't feel like work. It feels like this is tonight I did exactly what I wanted to do with my night. And I got to take you guys along with me. Thanks so much for coming here and being in the audience. I'm going to say it again. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, I was going to try this multi-camera setup, which I've been working on all day, but suddenly realized it's not going to work right with a guest. So we'll have to try that another night. There's lots of things to talk about as far as UFOs go. Seems to be a real increase in activity lately, both in discussion, reports, news stories, media coverage. So I thought tonight we'd bring in someone that I've talked to on Twitter who follows UFOs, and we're just going to have a real open and honest talk about UFOs. So for tonight, this will be our UFO report. Okay, friends. So without any further ado, let's bring in our guest there. Timothy, good to see you.
Might help if I unmuted the mic.
Yeah.
How's it going, man?
Waited for the intro. That's good.
Sorry, my dog's running around, so you'll see that. But yeah, good to talk to you, man.
Yeah. So what do you make of this increase in activity lately, and as far as what's going on in the world of UFOs and people who are following UFOs?
I don't know it. I asked Chris Rotowski about it. He does the Canadian UFO survey. You probably know his name. He wrote an article on it, and a few other people have addressed it, and a few other people have addressed it in the same issue. So yeah, it seems like the sightings have gone up significantly. At least they did during pandemic, but more recently, I think there's been a drop off from what he said. So kind of a big steep increase, and then down below baseline, maybe even. I don't know. I mean, it's of course attention has shifted to the topic too, so it's hard to figure out which is the chicken and which is the egg, right? Partly.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have Genocide here with a generous $2 plywood fund donation. Do you know plywood costs $60 for one sheet?
Yeah, I know you mentioned that. That's why I said, how about corrugated tin? Can you just? My dad built like a barn out of corrugated tin one time.
That's actually what I think I'm going to do for the porch roof, because then I don't need to worry about the wood. Tin will be just fine. I just got to figure out how to join that tin roof with the rest of the roof.
Right.
But thank you, Genocide, for your kindness, your generosity, and support. And anybody can throw money at me. Just hit the money button in the live chat. We appreciate all the support. So, back to this. I have not seen this much media coverage about UFOs ever. I don't think.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm too plugged in, right? So I'm noticing it more.
Yeah, there's a couple of things, with social media, everybody can engage in the topic to a lot larger degree. So everybody suddenly wants to talk UFOs, I think. But the sightings are up and down, but they're always there. There's never been a year without a UFO. So, and then I saw your show where you had Stephen Greer on. Dr. Stephen Greed, I'm sorry. I appreciated that. I thought that was great. So, and David Halpern, who's one of my mentors, so to speak, or
I
aspire at least.
I'm always fascinated. You know what fascinates me about UFOs is that a lot of people think that people that are into UFOs are just straight nutters. But what fascinates me sometimes is the number of truly incredibly well-educated people that are into them. Stan Friedman was a nuclear physicist.
Yeah. And it's not uncommon even that, for people to in higher levels of academia to be interested. But in terms of actually being interested enough to do the research in the past hasn't really, but yeah, maybe with this new attention, there'll be something different that happens. I'm pretty skeptical of all of it, but
it seems like the media coverage has shifted in the last few years from just being like, it used to be they played the X-Files kind of music and they made fun of it. Like, some people saw it might have been aliens, and they made like the stories funny or kind of ridiculous. And now it seems to me at least that the coverage is shifting to be more serious.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's a good thing, obviously. What it is, regardless of how it comes out, what the explanation turns out to be, it's a public safety concern, if nothing else, right? I mean, well, if a pilot thinks he sees something, whether or not he even did, right? Whether he actually thinks, whether he actually hits something or averts a near miss, that's a safety concern. So I can't see that it shouldn't be addressed, right? And it's also more overarchingly, I guess, an existential kind of question about our place in the universe and all that kind of stuff. But the safety issues, right?
Yeah, and
But
it also seems to be like this is a serious national security concern.
right.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's funny to me that the U.S. government basically says there's these things. We've filmed some of it. We've got sensor data and radar tapes, and we don't know what they are.
Yeah.
And, flying right over military
Yeah.
assets
Yeah.
like big
And
ships, carriers, and destroyers, and
when they brings in a whole set of issues, right? But the drone stuff seems to be a weird subset. I mean, is that part of the larger UFO issue, or is that a ploy to allow them to talk about it in a way that they can do so without getting a lot of flack? I don't know, but it's hard to, you think about more modern stuff. You've got drone possibilities, and if those are drones, whose are they? Are they Chinese? Are they Russian? Is that separate from UFOs from the 60s, or somehow related? Well, obviously there wasn't that kind of drone technology back then, but it
looks
I
like
mean,
actually a lot of people don't know, but there was a special drone that was built in the 60s, late 60s, I guess, that was like launched from the Blackbird. So
right, really,
this
right.
drone technology goes back a lot further. It's just become, it took how many years for it to be like, I can go buy and fly a drone,
Right.
Government always has tech before everybody else gets it.
Yeah, and it's weird with some of the stuff that has been leaked or released or whatever. It's always stuff, of course, it's highly debatable. There's never anything where it's an obvious, nobody can dispute this. And the times that
Sure. Yeah.
the public and public science has gotten getting the data, they've for many times been able to explain stuff it looks like that maybe military intelligence wasn't able to explain, which is kind of troubling. Either they couldn't explain it or they don't want to say that they were able to. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's kind of a weird thing to me. So anyway, it kind of reminds me of the thing with the Roswell slides, right? When guys we can't figure out what the hell it is. It might be an alien. And then they, of course, after they charged the money and released the photograph, the placard literally just needed to be enhanced so that it said this is a corpse of a Native American, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, we covered that.
Some of these, this stuff gets solved. It can be solved immediately, if people just don't try to hide the evidence, or I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that.
Well, it seems to me that there's been there's a lot of UFO profiteers out there. And if they find, and one of the things that's funny to me is like people still support Jaime Maussan or some of these hoaxers. They used human remains. Stephen Greer too. They used both Stephen Greer and Jaime Maussan and others used human remains to make money off of aliens and people's belief or desire to believe in aliens. And to me, you just used a human body. Like, have some dignity and respect for that poor dead soul, right? No, I'm going to use it to make some money because I can make a boat. Both of them, I'm sure, thought, I'm speculating, but they can make a boatload of money before the truth comes out about it. And they don't give the money back once it becomes clear that this was human remains in both of those cases.
Yeah, maybe donate a percentage to a Native American charity or something, but that's not going to happen, obviously. But, it's and for the most part, people on some of those extreme fringes in ufology, which unfortunately, Greer is among now, even though, he still got a lot of mainstream attention back in the day. But yeah, it's most serious UFO people don't really pay much heed to that. Speaking of which, I guess the reveal
there should be two separate columns. There should be UFO researchers and there should be UFO hucksters. These people are just out there selling whatever stories they can, no matter how the witnesses aren't credible or the witnesses turn out to be like child molesters or convicted felons, or like former burglars or stuff like that. Like, let's run with the story. He'll say this stuff and I can hype up this story. And again, it'll take some time before people figure out that witness is a joke.
Yeah, that little window of ambiguity where you can profit, right?
Yeah. What? I think I'm gonna make some money, Timothy, and here's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna drive down to Philadelphia and I'm gonna load a van up full of homeless guys, and I'm going to give them lunch and some beer, and I'm going to feed them, right?
Right.
And I'm going to give them a script. Like, here, you're a CIA, you're a former CIA person, and this other homeless guy, I'm going to be like, you worked at Area 51, and this other homeless guy, I'm going to be like, you were abducted by aliens. Here's your script. And then, come on, man, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And we'll see what happens. See if the story of these guys blows up, and then I could come out and tell the truth and say, this is how gullible
you have to along the way to say that the information was properly vetted or something too, right?
Yeah.
Properly vetted. Yeah. But it's, I don't know, the extreme fringes of ufology. Right?
But it would be funny as a social experiment to see how many of those stories really took off or got more media coverage. And then we could come out and tell the truth and say, these were homeless people. I gave them a few dollars and a script. And you people believe this,
Right.
Because this desire, this, I called it in another show, the hunger to believe this stuff is so strong in some of these people. And then, they've already made up their mind, and they're just looking for things to confirm their, pre-held hypothesis. These are aliens flying around in our skies. And I think it's a jump. It's definitely a jump, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and now it's a weird difference now as to, I've been, following UFOs for, I want to date myself, for 30 something years, but even with Roswell slides, there wasn't a lot going on back then, so people needed to hype something, right? Part of the problem there, but now there is so much coverage. It's easy to take that and kind of ride on it if you're looking to exploit stuff. I think it has taken a more serious turn, right?
All around Arbiter with another $5 for the Wood Fund. If this keeps up, Timothy, I might be able to buy half a sheet of plywood by the time this broadcast is concluded. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support all around Arbiter. We do appreciate it. And I don't know. I think I'm going to go with tin, though. I really am. I'm not going to do wood roof. I'm going to just go buy the tin, and it'll come out way cheaper than plywood and roofing materials would.
Yeah, and I would think the tin would stay like cleaner and newer. You could keep that. Plywood's going to turn dingy and shit. I don't know. But I'm not a carpenter, but
I did rolled roofing on the rest of the roof, like tar paper, and then that rolled roofing, and you muck the seams, and that lasts for a good 15 years. So, but the tin lasts much longer. So that was a great suggestion, and I didn't even think of that. So thanks. See, that's why I like posting pictures of my cabin project.
Yeah.
Once in a while, somebody's got a great suggestion, like somebody helped me figure out how to do the drains out the cabin, things like that. So I didn't have to pay a plumber, and somebody else helped me figure out how to wire electrical outlets.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I wish I could. I'm in Arizona. I'd love to be able to like build something out here, or eventually get a camper and be able to, some outdoor stuff out here. But it's great.
Yeah, Arizona's great. You guys, it's warm. I would love it there.
Yeah. It's getting to the hot time of year, of course, now. So
no, this cabin is crazy. It's like 8 months out of the year is winter. I was just there last weekend, and it was 32 at night.
Oh man, wow.
And it's May, bro. It's May. I was
running my AC out. Yeah, I was running my air conditioner.
So we have this UFO report coming up that everybody is talking about, right? And there's so much speculation. Some people are saying they're going to tell us the truth about aliens, Timothy Brigham, and it's going to be a world-changing event. They're going to finally spill the beans and say, we know that there's aliens visiting planet Earth. I am much more skeptical. I think they're going to say, what I think it's going to be either a big nothing burger, totally a big nothing burger, or there'll be a little bit of interesting information in there, but nothing life-changing or, earth-altering, right? What's your take on this report, and what you think is going to be in it?
Well, first, I do hope that it's not supposed to be an end product kind of thing. I think people have suggested maybe this should be an ongoing kind of issue where they issue a yearly report or something more comprehensive. I don't know what kind of depth they're planning on going into, with what they're coming out with. Some people have said it's just one guy doing it in his spare time, in his office in the Pentagon. So First, I'd like
One
to see it
guy.
not be
All
just.
these people are waiting on one guy to write this report.
I don't know. I've heard that. In his part
Crazy,
time.
right?
That he's. So it's obviously not going to be comprehensive. My point, I guess, being I would at least hope that they just say that we don't know what the hell it is, right? And then therefore further research is needed. That would be, I think, probably the most honest and best case scenario. I don't believe that they're going to come out with any kind of definitive evidence of any alien technology or anything like that. But
Yeah,
I'd say I'm pretty hardcore skeptical. Like I say, I still am interested in the topic after 30 years of watching it, but I keep a window open of hoping that there's something, beyond human intelligence there worth chasing. But I'm pretty skeptical of it.
it's with me. I saw something when I was like a kid, and it was their typical, flying saucer, big, and I saw it as close as the treetops. It was hovering just above the treetops in this wooded area that I was in. And so my whole life, I wanted to know what I saw. And
right.
Yeah, I don't know that it could be. I don't know that it even could be something terrestrial. What it is that I saw, based on the sound of it, no sound,
No sound. Okay.
all these.
Let me ask you: did you notice any other sounds, like any other ambient weirdness, or was it Oz factor kind of stuff?
Sounded like static a little bit, but like low and off in the background.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I felt an electric charge in the air, like my hair stood up on my arms and my back. Well, I don't have hair on my back, but back of my neck.
Yeah.
And I felt like static, like when you rub your hair with a balloon or something. Like that's why I thought whatever the craft was, it had some electric form of propulsion,
right.
Or electromagnetic. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm pretty skeptical of the claims of like material debris and things like that, but I think people that report and have close encounters are probably a better source of, at least with witnesses, we have the report, we know that there's a witness, there's something there we can take a look at and study. I mean, did you have any long-term effects from, beyond the obvious psychological ones? Did you have any physical effects?
Really psychological. I dreamt about it for a while, but I don't think that was like aliens trying to make me relive it or make me dream it on purpose. I just think that was like I saw something so crazy that it was right in the forefront of my mind, and I couldn't. When I went to sleep, it was still there, and I like experienced what I experienced again and again. But after a while, that faded out, and I was just left going, I got to know what this thing was, and it started me down this rabbit hole of crazy. And I almost wish it never happened, because I don't know about you, but like a lot of us, we spend a tremendous portion of our lives like reading books about it and watching videos and podcasts.
It's a passion, right? It's a passion, But yeah, I hope that when they have the report, that, like I say, that they will just straight up admit they don't know what it is. I think that's probably the answer to what they know, honestly, is they may have a little more data, but I don't think they really know what's going on. I think if they started to reveal more stuff to open science or public science, you'd get a lot more answers by doing it that way than, trying to have one guy write a report or whatever, limited resources behind closed doors. So,
yeah. One of the other things I wanted to ask you your opinion about, and remember, we're just friends that have a similar interest. So I have this problem lately with this whole narrative for 70 years has been that the government knows about aliens and they're covering it up, and the men in black and all of this stuff. And now lately, there's all these former government workers, and we're supposed to trust that what they're telling us is true and accurate. And some of them are dancing around their NDAs and things, It just it doesn't make sense to me that for 70 years we were supposed to believe the government was covering this all up, but now we're supposed to believe former government agents when they're telling us stuff.
Yeah, I got
like a psyop to me. That's what it seems like. It seems like the government put them out there to say these things, and I don't trust any of them. I don't trust anybody that used to work for a former any of those letter of the alphabet agencies. DIA,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
NSA, the CIA,
fair,
the
yeah.
FBI. I don't trust
But
any of them. I just don't trust
there's been a
government.
long history of people, jumping into UFOs as a retirement career or whatever you want to call it after
Mhm.
intelligence or so.
Yeah, maybe they
Yeah, but I
do.
mean, for obvious
Maybe I'm
good
wrong, but
reason.
they
What?
did have a
Yeah,
good interest. They had a really big interest in it, but they didn't
right.
want to, you know, be considered a nutter while they were still working. So they wait till they're retired to do this. I don't know.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is personal passion. At least that is the what I would hope is the positive reason behind a lot of these guys coming out and doing it. But um,
Yeah, we have some great
it is difficult though when people, I'm trying to choose my words carefully, right? When people have worked in intelligence circles, and especially they've worked in UFOs and intelligence circles. So obviously
Mhm.
but keep your expectations low, and then you'll probably be pleasantly surprised, I guess. Don't.
You know what?
Greg
I
Bishop has
also.
a saying, Greg Bishop, right?
Mhm.
He has a saying, listen to all of it and don't necessarily believe all of it, but take all the information in. But yeah, it is a different narrative, right? That you're saying they're spinning that now suddenly, oh well, we may or may not know certain things, whereas the old version was the what was it, the blue room where all the aliens were kept and all that kind of stuff. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
and I wanted to ask you. You said you want to be careful with your words, but sometimes we need to name names for
Sure,
clarity's sake.
sure.
So I wanted to ask you about Christopher Mellon and what your thoughts on him were, because
Yeah.
I just saw that Grant Cameron is adamantly saying that in 2014 he was on a panel with Christopher Mellon at Contact in the Desert, and Christopher Mellon said, "There's no aliens. If there were, I would know about it." And now he seems to be Mr. Believer. And it doesn't make sense. Like, what happened in this 5 year span to change his mind and make him do
Well,
such an
wait. First of all, let me
outrageous?
make sure I understand that right. Why would he be in contact at the desert to say that he didn't believe in aliens? I don't
I don't
really.
know. I'm sure that I heard Grant Cameron say that
Right.
he
I
did
don't
a
know. I
conference
just
with Christopher
in
Mellon, and
yeah
Christopher Mellon said, or maybe he just talked to him, but apparently, according to
yeah.
Grant
Well,
Cameron,
what
this is according to Grant Cameron, Christopher Mellon said, "There's nothing to this. If there was, I would know about it." And now he's doing Joe Rogan and TTSA and all this other stuff.
right?
So that doesn't make
I
any
don't
sense.
know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I can tell you just from what little bit I know, having dealt with Chris, seems like he's legitimately trying to get good answers about things. What's his motivation? I think it's a good motive. Now, having a good motivation, let's say, does not always make you a good guy or whatever, right? But I'm just saying, I think his motivation there. Chris Mellon does not need the money, right? He's to be involved in this. I think he does have an interest in trying to get some of this information out there. Maybe I'm being naive in that,
Mhm. Yeah.
but
Yeah. And listen, I'm
I'll
not casting aspersions at the guy. I don't understand,
right,
And
right.
there's very few people that I can't get to get an interview with or talk to. It seems to be those high rung UFO celebrity types. They don't want to do my show and answer my questions. So,
Right, right.
I kind of, I'm at an impasse with many people like Lou Elizondo. I've asked him, not that I'm bitter, but he did do like, he's done podcasts with people that have way less numbers than me.
Right. That's what I was going to say. That. Yeah.
But they
Yeah.
softballed him. Every one of those people softballed him, didn't ask him any hard questions, didn't press him on anything. And there's so many questions that need to be asked to that gentleman, but it seems like he's bobbing and weaving and only taking the interviews where this is, again, it's speculation. I could be wrong, but I just think like every interview that I heard was sort of softballed. And I can't get him, and I can't get Chris Mellon and a few other people.
Yeah.
I'd love to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
offer
That's where
open,
my dog's going. For some reason, my dog goes crazy when I smoke. I don't know. She is a German Shepherd, but she's not like
But
a
the
trained,
smell, it's the
Yeah.
smell. It's the smell.
But yeah, I mean, and I don't know Lou Elizondo at all. I know Chris just from working with him a little bit on stuff with SCU, but I have of course concerns just like you. I've read stuff about what happened to Paul Benowitz and all that kind of crap. So it's always concerning, but without something happening, it would just be typical flying saucers like it was, forever. I would like it to see it, actually answer the question definitively once and for all, to at least as much as could be. Right? Is there something going on or not? I don't expect them to do that in June, but if we put concerted effort at it as a human species, we could probably figure out a lot more what the hell's going on than we have.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just kind of rambling on.
I guess the other questions that I have, especially for Lou Elizondo, is that he's kind of going after UFO profiteers, and then I come to find out that, like, I don't think that he's had a real job in 5 years.
I funny enough, you say that. I just saw him on Twitter today say, "I have not made a dime from any of my UFO appearances. I have a day job." Whatever that means, I don't know. But
good. And see, we're getting to some part of the truth. But he was being paid by ATIP, and I've got to imagine he was being paid by TTSA, and he was paid by the History Channel to be on that television show. I would imagine. See, this is where we get. Yeah. I think that it's still murky there. Like, is he really saying he doesn't make any money at all? Hasn't made any money at all from UFOs? He's had to, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. I'm asking. Come on. I know.
No, but it's good if he has a day job, because the guys that have a day job, they don't need to make up stuff to keep the UFO ball rolling. And those guys that don't have day jobs, that should be. There should be like a, when somebody does any podcast or appearance or talks at a conference, they should have to answer if they have a day job or not. Right. Trust the day job guys more, Well,
no, legitimately, man. I mean, people, the people that I know that are serious are mostly people that aren't doing, conferences and stuff like that on the regular, at least, right? I mean, Robert Powell and people at SCU, right.
Yeah, I've only been asked to talk at one conference, and it was kind of before I got as skeptical as I am. And it was a local thing. It was a local thing. I think it was John Ventry before he had his racist meltdown. He ran a conference in Philadelphia and asked me to talk, but I didn't make it. Yeah, but I definitely think that money tends to cloud people's judgment, and it seems to me that there's way too many people this is a serious question. What do you think? How many people on planet Earth should be making a full-time living from UFOs?
Oh man, well, I mean, as it stands, right, and this is one of the reasons that after doing this, probably I don't want to become like a talking UFO head, on the regular or anything, but shit, I got high and forgot.
You're going to be my talking UFO head, though, so
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, if you're going to be in UFOs, before I lose what I was going to say, right, you're going to be immediately, or at some point, you're going to have to go more extreme, right? I mean, you can't just ride for 20 years and talk sense, right? Nobody wants to fucking hear that, right? I mean, seriously, if you're doing it because you need a gig or money or whatever, then be honest about that. There's nothing wrong if that's your thing, man. Stanton Friedman, would remember him, and he told Jim, hey, nuclear physics jobs are down, UFO jobs are up. I'm taking it. Okay, God bless you. At least admit that you're, that's your interest.
Yeah,
of course, when you.
I talked to him a lot before he died. I used to call him once in a while and just talk to him. And he was very honest with me. He said, all of the physics jobs and the research that that all dried up, and I knew that I could make a good living giving lectures, which is something that he enjoyed because he loved talking about UFOs, and selling books about UFOs. And he said, I love lecturing about UFOs, I love researching UFOs, and I love talking about UFOs. So I made it my career. So I guess there's nothing wrong with it. I just think there's way too many people trying to do it.
Yeah. And it's gotten so extreme too. Again, with the thing where you're using human fucking remains, to get $30 for a pay-per-view ticket or something. It's beyond.
Yeah, to me, that is
unbelievable.
Yeah, you would think that they too. Like, I did. Oh, speaking about people using human remains, I followed up on the Roswell slides, and I found out that statue was actually interred. They buried it because there was a change. At some point, I think it was like the 70s or the early 80s, where people said, it's really disrespectful to leave this thing in a glass case. Let it be buried. I think some of the natives went to the
Okay.
museum and said, like, this is sacrilegious to us that you're just putting this thing on display. You got to bury it, and they did,
Yeah.
to their credit. However, I believe that Stephen Greer's Atacama humanoid is not buried, and I would think, come on, bro, it's just a human now. Let it rest in peace. Don't take it around.
Is that the tiny one? Is that the little tiny one?
Yeah,
He's
the little
got?
6-inch one. Yeah.
Get him a shoebox, man. That's disrespectful. But I didn't even know that it had been proven to be what is it, like a fetus, or is it an actual
That depends on who you ask. Some people say the bone density was too high. It couldn't have been a fetus. It had to be born and lived for this long. And other people say no, it was a human fetus. It wasn't even born. But still, that's still a human being and the remains of a human being.
Sure.
So to me, Stephen Greer, I'm kind of like, come on, bro. You made your money off of it. Now let it rest in peace. Bury the thing. Maybe I should start.
Yeah, and even if you were going to pitch the angle that it was an extraterrestrial, wouldn't you want to still do something respectful? I have no idea what mindset you'd be in if you really believed that. But anyway, But
I think you'd still want to be respectful, especially if it was a sentient, conscious being. If it was an alien, you would still want to bury it. It creeps me out to know that Stephen Greer, and I don't even think he's the owner of it. I think he, rented it or something off the actual owner. But it just creeps me out to think that there's people running around, just leaving this thing sit in their house or whatever. Bury it. Have some dignity and respect for the dead. Yeah.
It'd be surprised. I think Jim Mosley used to tell me stories about back their grave robbing days in Peru. And you'd be surprised the amount of stuff that was, black market still. I don't know where you'd sell it and sell a small alien, but.
Yeah.
Where do you sell a 6-inch alien corpse?
Or where do you buy one of those Paracas skulls? Those elongated skulls, because people do buy them.
I was thinking about like the crystal skulls used to be the crystal skulls were not as easily, now they're machined and stuff, but it used to be they'd sell those as collectibles and shit handmade.
Yeah. Well, that kind of makes sense to me, and I can understand, I guess, why somebody would want one of those elongated skulls if you're into aliens or something. But buy a reproduction, don't buy a real one and just have some dude's head sitting in your house. It seems disrespectful to me.
Yeah, agreed.
I'd like a recreation, I can't lie. I would put that on a shelf, curiosity piece in here, like possible alien skull. I think that some of the prop ones are really bad, though. They don't look good. They don't look well.
I had one from Spencer's like in the 90s. I took to a UFO conference, and me and Jim went out there, took it out to the beach, and carries this fake. And the guy that had the Star Child, what's his name? Lloyd
Pye. Yeah, that's another one. There's another one.
He was there. He was there. So I told Jim I'm going to take it down to the beach and throw it the fuck out there and wait for him to walk by and find it. Right.
Yeah. So actually, I know there was other people. That's at least 3 people now in UFOs, in UFO circles, who have done lectures, made DVDs, sold books.
What about Thomas Reed? This guy, Thomas Reed. Well, he's got a fake. Remember the guy that beat the alien with the death with a stick?
He's got a fake alien.
He's got it in the freezer. Yeah. Of course, that's probably
ridiculous.
He was on. I saw him on Facebook as recently as I want to say 2 years ago. Claims he's a child psychologist. By the way, first of all, there's a lot of disturbing possibilities there, but which I don't believe him at all.
No,
but he's still selling it. He's got a second story he's going to follow up with now.
Dr. Reed, and I believe that I checked, and his doctorate is like one of those ones that you buy from someplace. You know what I mean? Like, he's not a doctor. It's a joke.
Yeah. And then, but to some degree, it's like, do you want to even bother to go after the low-hanging fruit of shitty
Yeah, you can look at his videos and go, this is fake as hell. But I'll give him credit, because I did magic shows for a time. He did a video of this supposed craft off in the woods, and he used a magician's trick to make it appear to be floating. And I recognized it as soon as I saw that he had done that. So I'll give him at least some credit. He's using magic tricks to sell his fake plywood spaceship in the woods, right? And then they had a fake body, and that case has been ripped completely apart. But he went down to Mexico, and they still believe him. They're like slow to catch on to the to the grifts and the con artists.
I don't know if it's a cultural thing. Well, obviously, it's got. I mean, right? But
They're definitely a little
Yeah.
more superstitious than and willing to believe in things like aliens, demons, angels. I think so, in
Right.
my opinion, than Americans are. Americans are a
Right,
little more
yeah.
skeptical, or like, yeah, right, you know, is this thing for real? They're like, ooh, it's alien. Yeah.
I love how they always in the in the 60s and 70s they had contact cases with little hairy humanoids that would attack people. That was kind of their version of the Gray. These little hairy midgets that would attack you. That's somehow mythologically cool to me.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
but do I believe
I'm
it? Of
always-
course, not
Yeah, I'm always
particularly, right? But
I'll listen to the people. I'll listen to anybody tell their story
Yeah.
about encounters with aliens, though, because you
Yeah,
never know.
yeah.
Some
Sure.
of them maybe have some kind of insight or some
yeah,
truth to what they're saying. So I
right,
used to
right.
not care
And-
about experiencers. I didn't want to talk to any of
Yeah.
them. Alien abduction people,
Yeah.
because all they have is their story. But
Right.
some of them are pretty good stories, and
Right,
I
right. Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
at least listen.
And going back to like what Hynek said, the UFO reports are real. The reports are real. And the UFOs may or may not be real, but the reports of the people that people make are real, right? So focus the efforts on, instead of worrying about, to me, trying to capture a piece of something that crashed. I don't really foresee that reason. I don't know. We'll see. I don't really believe it.
What do you
you
think
know?
of that stuff? Because there's a lot of people running around claiming that they got UFO material, but I think a lot of people seem to imply that what they have is alien spacecraft material, when it could have came off a Russian satellite. It could have come off of a missile that test. Or, UFO could mean a lot of things. So I think there's a jump to It's got to be alien material.
Yeah, I mean, there's UFO debris has been a thing for decades. And I think some of the same materials over and over again, so they're retesting some of these materials, time and time again. But maybe there's I don't hold out a lot of hope that we're going to find a physical, tangible piece of. I'll go on the record, and I'd love to be wrong, but I'll say that in our lifetimes we're never going to hold alien technology. I don't think it's, if there is a real UFO phenomenon, I think maybe it's more some kind of weird, I don't know, consciousness related thing. I don't know what that would be, by the way, but I don't think that, still no incontrovertible evidence, no evidence of physical evidence of abductions and stuff like that. We're still in the same place after. But going back to the debris, right? I mean, that's kind of always been an end game for UFOs, right? At some point, we've got to have fucking something we can show people. Right? I mean, especially, and I don't want to say, I respect Jacques Vallée a lot and the work that he did with like Magonia, and totally one of the people I aspired to be as a kid. But I don't know what part of his end, how do you say this, his end journey must require some sort of tangible proof, maybe for his own story. I don't know. I don't want to psychoanalyze right somebody else, but I don't have a lot of hope that we're going to find a piece of something from another planet or another star system. If we do, great. I've heard the claim many times before. I don't really see any reason to think it'll.
I remember many times where people were hyping up things that they claimed came off of a UFO, and by UFO they really meant alien spacecraft. We had that smelting thing that it really was just this weird piece of metal that comes from the smelting process. We had arts, and we've got Jacques Vallée, and we've got TTSA claiming that they have some sort of UFO materials.
And again, somebody commented to me. I guess more people read Twitter than I would think, that I said something derogatory about Jacques, and I do not want to be dismissive of him in any way, and say that I don't have a huge amount of respect for him. By the way,
I want to see the data.
Yeah,
I want to see the tests. I want to see the data. I want them to be. I want him to open those materials up to other researchers so that whatever his findings are can be either confirmed or denied by, a second person looking at them, or third person, or get a metallurgist.
I'll mention one other issue. We saw that I think Gary Nolan was discussing some of that, but he's not a metallurgist, so I don't know why my understanding, he's like a neurobiochemist or something. So again, I guess I'm being too skeptical, but
then
why
again, it's
why are
like,
you not having
who's
it?
qualified to look at a
Okay,
material
fair.
and decide if it's
Right,
aliens or not, right? I don't
right,
know.
right.
I don't know.
And
Does he
and
know
and
or
here's my
just,
question: why does it take so much effort to figure that out? I mean, wouldn't it be more obvious? Am I missing something? I guess maybe, but why shouldn't alien debris or
Yeah, they should
be
be able to look at it under a microscope and find out if it was manufactured or naturally occurring, and then they should be able to put it in a mass spectrometer and find out what the isotope count is, and if it's truly from another star system, they'd be able to easily determine that. And I don't think we ever get to it. We never get the
in
data.
ufology? There's a lot of things that start out big and then they just kind of go away slowly and taper away, without much coming out of them in the end. I hope, hopefully this won't be one of those, but
Yeah.
there's always some big story that turns out to be whatever.
Oh, look,
But you were asking about Chris. I'll tell
Corey
you
No
that
Good.
in this
Corey No Good let me his NASA
you were
shoot.
asking about Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo. Chris helped us write the letter that we sent to Congress, and then people were
Yeah, I
actually
was going to ask you about that. Can you explain exactly what SCU is and this letter that you guys sent? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I'll do it from the quick version from the start. So SCU is just the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. It's just a group, mostly scientists, degreed people, reasonable people, about 100 members. Some of the member Robert Powell and Kevin Newth did a lot of work on the Nimitz case, stuff like that, right? But a group of us, and I'll say Robert and I got together. The idea initially was to try to give some feedback from one of the only kind of major UFO organizations remaining that had any sort of scientific credibility to lend some kind of feedback to whoever was creating this paper, or this what's going on in June, right? That turned into, and actually, now it's okay to say this because a couple of things, right? If you read the letter that we sent to Congress, it does say respectfully to Senators Rubio and Warner, right? We're requesting you release the remaining footage from the gimbal video, right? Chris, I think, has come out on Joe Rogan and said there's a longer video, right? And I think Lou Elizondo implied there was a longer video, of which that gimbal video is just a segment, right? So if so, right, the assumption I would have would be that it would be a section of a longer video and there's more data there, right? I was seeing Mick West argue with
I'm
SCU
sorry, hold on.
and go ahead.
1 second. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
We had a hiccup there or something for a second there, so I missed
Somebody jumped in.
What you just said.
No worries. No. I got tired of seeing everybody debate this one segment of video, this gimbal video, right? Because it's like however long, and then the thing may or may not go to the side. Where's the rest of the video? People are burning up all this time looking at this possible jet or possible flying saucer. Or anyway, long story short, we turned our attention with Chris's guidance and help at requesting that they release the rest of that video along with the other videos that they recently talked about or acknowledged or whatever, leaked or whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah, why can't we get the full video? Why can't we get the 25-minute version or whatever they have?
And especially if you read, their own verbiage says these videos do not release any classifiable information about methods or anything, right? So when they acknowledged it, they specifically said that. So therefore, the rest of the video can't really show anything different, right? I mean, there's nothing you could.
I wonder about this. It frustrates me. We're supposed to have Freedom of Information Act, but it's really the Freedom of Whether They Want Us to Know Act. Yeah, because you can file a FOIA. It should be. Yeah. They should have to release it. They should have to be forced to release it.
So Robert Powell filed the FOIA request requesting that they release the video and any radar data, anything, right? The official, usual way you would do that, request it be released, right? No luck, right? So the idea.
Did he get a reply? Did he get a reply though?
He got the usual. What did he say? No records, I think was the reply. I think it was just a no records reply.
Yeah, how could they?
I have to check to see what it was, what the exact verbiage was, but he didn't get much, right?
Like I said, the Freedom of Whether We Want You to Know Act or not.
Right.
Whether we want you to know or not act. It's not the freedom.
Yeah.
There's no freedom of information. So they do what they want.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is where I'll give Chris credit. He said we should be specific in our requests if we're going to send something to Congress. So mentioning that FOIA is kind of, if this is what we're actually asking, just honor this FOIA request, right? People say there's a longer video. It makes sense there's a longer video. You've said that there's no problem with the video that's out there. I'm tired of hearing Mick West say that it's a jet 20 miles away. If there's another video, show me the damn video, right? That's pretty much what it comes down to. There was a lot of people arguing about why were the names censored on the letter when it was released. Well, I got with Robert and Chris, and we composed the letter, and Chris wrote a draft. And anyway, long story short, everybody that signed it, you can see it says we can release this publicly, after this date if we don't get a reply. And we got no reply, by the way. We sent faxes, we sent emails, we sent voicemails, we sent certified hard copies. No response, not even a thank you, fuck you, goodbye. All right, thank you, Senator Warner's Rubio. Michael Fevzner of the Senate Subcommittee on Intelligence, I think is the title. Nothing, right?
They should be
and this is
and
what I want to emphasize is it's not just me, right? The goal here was to get something we could all agree upon as scientists or rational people and request it. And you've got, serious people there that some of them have active security clearances. First of all, why aren't they allowed to access the information anyway? Because there are laws that say you can't overclassify something. On a whole nother thing, right? But this was the kind of stuff that Chris helped guide us with. So I want to give him due credit on that, right? If you read the actual letter, and it does say, here's a law saying that you can't hold it, right? Yeah.
He works within the system, so certainly he knows how to navigate it better than some people would, being an outsider, right?
Yeah. And the request there is just we can open source figure this shit out if you release the data, right? I mean, if you put the video out there, we can figure it out just like people have figured out the Roswell slides or whatever else, right? But
and you know what?
Restrict it. Yeah.
The reason that I want to see the data is because I'm tired of relying on witnesses who say things like this craft had no visible means of propulsion, or this craft defied the laws of physics. I want to see the data that proves these statements, and the radar tapes would prove or disprove those statements, I would think.
Yeah, and you'd have to check. I would have to double check. I think Robert said that they pretty quickly said no data, nothing of it, from what I recall. I don't know if that's right, but he didn't get much. I'll put it that way. So,
well, and then it also begs the question, like, okay, so there's two possibilities. Either they're,
I think you froze up. You're frozen. You can see me. Can't see you. I see you frozen. Should I jump back in? Wait. I'm going to leave and come back if you can see me. Hang on.
wow, sorry, friends. I don't know. We have some kind of hiccup, and that may be because my children are still awake and probably have 17 internet devices going at once. So, where were we at? Yeah, so Tim's muted himself. I guess he noticed the hiccup. So, I was saying that this doesn't make sense that there's no data. It makes absolutely no sense that there's no data, because if they've got unknown craft flying near aircraft carriers, they should have and have kept the data. And it doesn't make any sense to me. It makes no sense to me that there's no data. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was
No
just
worries. Yeah.
I don't know what this hiccuping is going on, but I try to kill other stuff that may be causing bandwidth issues. So, what I was saying is there's two possibilities. Either they're telling the truth and they really didn't keep the data, or they're incompetent because
Stop.
it's okay.
Yeah.
If
Sorry.
there's
So
if there's unknown craft flying near aircraft carriers,
Right.
they should have the radar data. They should have kept
a couple of things. Yeah. A couple of right. A couple of things. Somebody said the data was taken by the Air Force. Right. Somebody claims that. It is weird because it's almost on a surface level or a secondary level. They don't know what's going on, but there's a suggestion there's a deeper level at which someone might, because that data was taken by somebody, right?
Sure.
And again, the claim I think was made that the Air Force landed and came and Men in Black came and took it, basically, right?
Yeah. When in doubt, you got to blame the Men in Black.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. I've seen it happen time and time again with some of these stories. It's like
it's saying something though, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
we had the proof, but the Men in Black landed.
They're not going to come in wearing fucking pink jumpsuits. They're going to be wearing black. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess.
Were there three of them?
Convenient excuse, though. That always pops up.
It certainly does, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, so even as a pretty affirmed skeptic, still, although people will sometimes say it's weird that you're a member of an SCU UFO group if you're a skeptic, but I'm an open skeptic. I want to see more data, right? So
people are pointing out in the live chat that there's more than two possibilities. Yeah, there's infinite possibilities, because one of the other possibilities is that they claim the data is classified, so they can't let it out. But they don't say that. They say we don't have it. We don't have any data. They should say this is a national security. This is exempted from FOIA based on national security concerns. We can't give you data,
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know, but. And I'm not even necessarily of the mind that it's just going to show anything dramatic, or I don't. We still, after all this time, don't have a good, reliable, non-disputable, even really close-up photo of something that we can all point at and say, hey, that's what it is. But
yeah, I
don't know, man. And with the motivation, I heard. Maybe I'm a sucker. I try to give these guys credit, like when we heard, or if you listen to Chris Mellon on Joe Rogan, it sounds like he's, hey, he's interested because he had a sighting of his own, I think, as a kid or something, right? Mm-hmm. If I remember the story. So seems like a fair enough story, right? But the more interesting thing to me is that he could be at the level he had gotten to and not really have seen whatever, unless he's seen something he's not, given any clues about. It sounds to me like. I don't know. I don't think that we're going to see anybody wheel out a dead alien or even a great photo showing something indisputable. I think it's a mystery. And again, somebody took the data, like you say, maybe, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Some of the things that he said, though, like, didn't he say that, like, it's probably not drones because drones have a short flight time?
Yeah.
He's got to know, with his background, that there are drones that can stay in the air for like weeks at a time with these very advanced power systems that they have. I mean, there's nuclear batteries. That's what runs satellites, It's
weird because, who knows what somebody else knows, right? Especially in a certain position, we want to assume they know certain things.
I should assume, though, that he knows about some of these long flight drone projects that they have that, they've got drones that can stay at least for a day, a full-on day, can stay in the air. So sorry, I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead. Yeah, I just mean that his explanation of like, well, it can't be drones because they have such a short flight time.
Right.
Yeah, like if I went to Walmart and bought one off the shelf, it would have a 25-minute flight time if I'm lucky. But the military has the good ones that can stay. That can stay in the air for days, I think,
Yeah, and I don't know specifically what events he was talking about either, because I've heard like Lou try to tie, I've heard people try to tie in the Lonnie Zamora thing to the Tic Tac, and they kind of make that narrative. So maybe more generally, I don't know, man. I don't, but it would be surprising, and maybe I wanted to this. I've said this before to somebody else, but I found it interesting that in one of, I think, was it one of Jacques Vallée's Forbidden Science journal, we had the 3 journal volumes or whatever. He mentioned when he was working with Hynek and dealing with people at the Pentagon, he was surprised that the people that were actually doing this shit with him and Hynek, they opened their briefcases and like the sources that they were getting their info from was like, Brad Steiger's Star Children or Vallée's Anatomy of a Fun. These were the books that they were using to figure out what the hell was going on as their resources. Instead of, we'd like to think that they had a lab with a crashed alien and all kinds of data and all kinds, but maybe
away. Like recently, somebody mentioned in the live chat, he went a little too far because he was involved with Paula Harris, who is one of those people that believes every single alien story she hears.
I can't argue with you. Yeah.
And somebody, Melissa mentions in the live chat that military drones can flight for like 60 hours in a row. Yeah, so the statement that the flight time, it can't be a drone because their flight time is too short, is confusing to me. Again, there's so many.
I don't know what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know specifically what event though there he was, but yeah, it's. I don't know. I'll be surprised if it turns out that there's a whole lot more information released. It'd be nice if they honored the request that we sent them. We had 52 people, half of them were PhDs, and Chris Mellon signed it. Plenty of other people, I won't just drop names, but legitimate people that would like to see the rest of the video if it's available. Then we sent the request via the mechanism in which this this government were supposed to request it, and now what, right?
Yeah.
So,
I'm just, what, it's frustrating to me because there's information out there, but so much of it needs like a second run of clarification so that
that was what I was gonna, we do have a lot of data already that we need to figure out a way to deal with. I'm thinking of like databases and stuff that could eventually be lost if we don't preserve them. Like Vallée's got all these large databases of sightings that he's collected over the years, but I don't think most of those old school UFO databases have been preserved by anybody other than randomly. But like the Larry Hatch database had these hundreds or thousands of sightings, when he went to the trouble of putting them all in and organized in a way. And so all that information is around somewhere, but there's no centralized mechanism or people that, kind of act as a repository. I know Jacques, didn't he get with, was it Stanley Krippner at University of New Mexico to start storing certain stuff?
Yeah, I think I had heard something that he was going to start archiving all of his old stuff and making it available online for other researchers, but then I didn't follow up or hear if they actually did that. A lot of these people have got all these paper files. It's only about an hour from me, the Stanton Friedman archive that they're putting in that college. The name escapes me of the actual college, but there's like 85 boxes of his papers that are in. You could go there and go through that all. And I believe Grant Cameron has so far been the only person in there. And he just, has been dripping stuff out.
Well, it's long been the thing in UFOs to want to harass the government I shouldn't say that, to want the government to come up with the answers. And that's always been like a top part of the, UFO attention always goes to, they've got to tell us what they know about UFOs. It's always a big,
Yeah.
But there's plenty of stuff there that people could focus on, data that's available already, It's not as glamorous, of course. So
can you tell me about your educational background? What is your PhD in, and what are your degrees in? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no worries. I went my 4-year degree. I went in Pensacola, Florida, but my hometown, Gulf Breeze. Basically, that's how I got interested in UFOs. By the way, I grew up in Gulf Breeze when Ed Walters in the '90s was photographing all his nonsense, right? So anyway, I went to high school, college in Pensacola there at the West Florida University, and then got my master's degree and my PhD at University of Georgia in Athens in cognitive experimental psychology generally. So a little bit of neuroscience, a little bit of judgment and decision making, a little bit of threat assessment. I worked in a flight sim lab for a while, and But from there, directly, mostly teaching, right? So, what they say, those who can't do, teach, right? So I've been a professor. I've worked a little bit for biomed, trying to make some money, private industry, and trying to go back into teaching. But yeah, so University of Georgia. One of my mentors had a flight simulation lab there that I, like I said, I worked in for very briefly, but that would have been the perfect kind of thing you could apply, to UFOs, right? And if there was some interest or some funding, this was something I'd, send it up the chain to somebody, right? If we could do some like 3D modeling or have some simulations done and have these guys that witness this, Fravor or whoever wants to volunteer, right, come in and do some perceptual testing, stuff like that, that'd be a route to go. Whether any of that'll happen or not, I don't know, but be interesting.
Yeah, I would like to see more research into this field from, more credible scientific sources and not so many crackpots running around accepting whatever,
Yeah. And I'll give Lou Elizondo credit. I saw him calling out the thing about Greer with the flares and all that nonsense, and
yeah, but don't you think that there seems to be this competitive backbiting between the top tier, like the UFO celebrities are always like, that guy's full of crap, but I have the truth,
Yeah, I was going to say there's always some, I'm going to, kiss you in the face and punch you in the balls at the same time kind of thing going on.
That's a good way to put it. That's a perfect analogy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they always do. Yeah. Some of them do it like with
you got to feed somebody. You got to feed somebody to the wolves, right? And I guess really, if you do, the people that we're going to agree upon are going to be, some of it's so obvious, but it's like any kind of what you might want to, I hate to use the term fake news, but misinformation or just displaying one side of any kind of, it can have obvious negative results, but I don't know. Again, the request that we sent it's a FOIA request. Just please, people are arguing about what the hell this thing is, and you've said you don't know, so let people try to figure it out in the public realm. And again, when there's specific, you read I think on the SCU website, there's actual specifics about, there is this law against overclassifying something. So if it's pertinent to that, you can't argue that, right? If it's because it reveals methods, well, you've already stated that it doesn't reveal blah, blah, blah. So again, Chris was helpful in putting some of that language together. So there's no good argument for them not doing it. They probably won't. Having said that, but the only thing that I do again find it interesting that we didn't even get a form letter, right? I would think, because I know people that have sent letters to their representatives and they get a thank you letter or whatever, and I've gotten them myself, but not even nothing. So it made me think maybe they were actually considering it, but I don't know,
Yeah. I'd be interested to see, though. I would think that by law they should have to respond. This whole system is a joke.
Oh yeah. Yeah, of course, that's the thing. If they say no records, there's no mechanism really by which, and this is where like John Greenwald and Robert, again, they know this stuff, right? That if they respond no records, you almost have to have something that already references the record that you need, if that makes sense, to display that it exists, right? So to show that you need this letter from this guy to this guy, you need to have something showing that he wrote the letter in the first place to prove that it's there. I don't know. I think FOIA requests are more patience than I have, but
yeah, I've only filed a few, and I waited for I don't know, over a year to get nothing.
Yeah.
To get them to say, we have no records, pertinent to your request. And I had several sources that said, oh no, they have the records. But what do you do? Right. You say,
exactly. Yeah. That's what I was going to say. You don't go.
That worked right. in or around this incident that said they seen the records and I want to see them. It's just a cat and mouse game at some point. Okay.
And going back to even the thing in June, right? So one of the issues we have with the stuff that is available is people have signed NDA agreements that the people that developed the gimbal and the camera and all that shit, they signed that because Lockheed Raytheon, right, paid them all this money for their trade secrets, right? I mean, they can't just go out and say, here's how the FLIR does this, because whoever else is going to steal, but if there was some mechanism, my point being, by which you could release people of NDAs for things that were not only, I don't know how you word it, right, but only related to UFOs, not our personal commercial shit. I don't know, but same thing with government witnesses. If you could actually convey to people that you're not going to prosecute them for. And having said that, there are a lot of people that for years have told stories about bullshit. Well, we just talked about the guy that went to Area 51, right, with a script, and so he never got prosecuted, as far as I know. I guess we're in the golden, I don't know, man. I never threw him in jail. I don't know. So I guess but if I worked for Raytheon and I built the camera, I'd probably be hesitant about answering questions that somebody was asking about how it worked because of UFO stuff. So understandable,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, time moves quickly when we're talking. I could talk about stuff for hours. So we're just past an hour. I have a musical guest to play tonight, so we could both take a very short break and come back, try to wrap up our discussion.
Cool. All right, man.
Let me see about doing that. I'm a little out of sorts today because I totally cleaned my studio and office room here today.
Saw you were.
And I'm on a different computer than I usually am, and everything is
no worries. I'm gonna go check in here in the house real quick, so I'll be right back.
Sure, I'm gonna drop you out as well. So, friends, we're continuing in this playing a musical guest, and tonight's musical guest is once again Jason Paul Elder. With his excellent song "We Are One" that I actually recorded in my studio in Philadelphia quite some time now. I think this song is from, got to be 2004, maybe even 2006. So, and we're going to take a short break and bring you our musical guest, Jason Paul Elder, and we'll be right back to wrap up the discussion. Thanks for being here, friends.
Professing about
Hey, friends. So it would appear that I was wrong. That song is from 2010. Um, I may have been mistaking another song that he recorded with me earlier. I think that was on his from his third album, actually. Um, so we're gonna bring our guest back here. There we go.
Man, hey, that was good stuff, by the way. That was good music. I like that.
Yeah, it's funny. I just reconnected with him. I used to record him at my studio in Philadelphia, and I needed musical guests, and he's got a huge catalog. So, nice guy
Nice.
said, "You could use any song you want as long as you spell my name right and let everybody know what song that is."
Right,
I'm more
right,
than happy
right.
to do that. I think it's nice to be able to take a break too, for sure.
Right on. Yeah, man.
And to do the pee
Yeah.
break,
So yeah, my wife's making tacos, so I'm like watching the tacos, thinking about food.
Well,
But yeah,
we got to wrap things up pretty soon.
but yeah, I mean, I've
Man.
certainly, yeah,
I want
it's
to ask
very
you.
interesting. But
I want to ask
yeah, go
you
ahead.
for your. I always ask people this for their bottom line. You've been looking into this for quite some time. I'm of the opinion that a very, 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 very few, underline that 85 times, of these things may in fact be alien spacecraft or interdimensional or something truly paranormal or
Right.
not earthly, but that's few and far between, and that most of it, I believe, is man-made objects, hoaxes, misidentified craft. What is your take on this thing, having studied it for so long?
Yeah, I'm pretty similar there where you're at, but as a going through watching UFOs for 30 years and meeting the people and seeing the evidence and it becoming educated in human psychology, and I'd say probably 80%, if I had to. I don't have a one and any singular answer, but most of it I think is David Halpern does a great job of discussing as UFOs are from inner space or something, right? It's a human phenomenon based on I don't know, right? That's one of the many theories. Doesn't explain, good sightings of physical craft, right? Then you've got the extraterrestrial explanation, which I don't know. I'm skeptical of it. I'd give it maybe 10% odds if I had to bet, right?
It's pretty
You
out there.
know,
It's pretty.
I'd go paranormal before I went ET. Just I don't know, just and cut more. I don't know, but it's
Yeah.
I certainly don't think we'll see any short-term answers. If we could get some promise to maybe keep getting some follow-up, to maybe have an annual report, or have an ongoing team of people. But then again, you go back to having what, Project Blue Book, or I mean, how do it's like George Carlin said about the weather, right? It'll continue to change for a long time, right? And so UFOs will continue to be sighted for a long time. And that's, I don't know, that's my psychology angle. At least I'm
Yeah,
interested in it from that
definitely.
perspective, right?
Well, listen, I really appreciate you taking the time to just have a talk with me.
Yeah, man, keep doing what you're doing, man. And people, there's no. I like how you'll call people out, and people like Halpin will get on. I'll get on. It's not, you don't have to have this elitism attitude within fucking UFOs or whatever else. Just get on and shoot the shit and be honest, man. I'll spread the word. So talk to Jeremy McGowan too. He's does the Osiris thing.
Yeah, I'd like to get
The
some other
vehicle.
guests, and I was going to
Yeah,
ask you
yeah.
if you could send some of your
Oh
friends.
yeah, sure, man.
I'd
But
like
yeah,
to.
thanks for the time, brother. Yeah, I'll keep. As Jim Mosley used to say, keep your eye on the sky, right? Keep watching the
Yeah,
skies, right?
keep watching the skies. We might just get some answers, right? I sure
Yeah.
would like to. Yeah.
But all right, man. I'm gonna
All
sign
right,
off
I'm
and go
going to
eat
throw
some
you out of here
tacos.
so you can go eat some tacos. Sounds good to
Yeah.
me,
Take
brother.
care, man.
Good night. All right, friends. So there we are. Yeah, I just wanted to do sort of an informal talk with Tim and see where he's at on some of this stuff and what some of his experience has been studying it, and what his take on it was. And I wanted to bring you guys with me, and I got to do that today, which is it's always a good thing to allow to bring you guys with me, not allow. You're more than allowed. Okay, so I'm going to dedicate my full and total attention to the live chat now. So if you have comments or questions for me, please do put them in all caps. Let me see. Matthew says, yeah, but if random people on the internet can spot problems with their narrative, there's got to be trained spooks that can diagnose it. Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. I would tend to agree with you. It's kind of one of those things, right? Like, it's interesting. I would think that the government, I don't know, part of me thinks the government knows more than they're telling us. And then part of me realizing how badly the government is run, how inefficient, right? And how, like, I mean, look how well the DMV is run, right? Do you really think that the military is run better? I would hope so, but or these UIP programs, right? The government people, I don't know, government jobs. It's like they're not really on the ball, if you ask me, because it's kind of like a guaranteed job and paycheck, and there is definitely a lot of incompetence in government, which makes me think maybe they don't know any more than they're telling us, right? Because they haven't done the work that they need to do in order to, come up with some real answers, right? I would like to see real answers. But it appears to me that, like I said, they either don't know or they're not telling us. either of those, and there's probably more possibilities, of course, but these are some of the things that I think about. Like, what if they really don't know anything and there is no cover up? But I've seen enough myself to say that sometimes they just don't want to release the records, and there's nothing that you could do. If they tell you you can have it, then you can have it. If they don't want you to have it, they're not going to give it to us. And we should have laws in this country, and they should be required. They should. 1 second. Check. Well, that's not good. Okay. Check. Okay. There we go. Now I think I got it. There we go. Sorry, friends. I'm really trying to do to fix some of these audio issues. So I apologize. It's not always going as planned. What can I say? Let me try this one more time. Sorry, friends. I'm trying to get I was going to see if we can't do a quick test of the multicam setup while I'm here and have some people in the audience. I've done some recordings of this and it seems to be working without a guest. I didn't realize, but if I use this setup with a guest, there's going to be 6 of me on the screen with the guest, and that that's really not the point of the multicam setup. Okay. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, so I spent all day today, actually, honestly, all day. All day. No, this is not going to work. Check 1. There we go. I think I got it. Okay, let me just check one more thing, friends, and please bear with me. I spent all day trying to get this multicam setup working, and I kind of wanted to check if it's working. Let's see. Sixth Design says, I don't doubt that there is a lot of people having given up on the government giving us answers, especially given the insane technology we have currently at Melissa. Yeah. All right. So what can I say, friends? I'm going to solo. Oop. Try to get this going. All right. So, I've been working on this multi-camera setup. I'm not quite sure that it's working and going to be synchronized, but I think Twitch TV is 20 seconds ahead of YouTube for some reason. Well, that's really is weird, right? It's definitely weird. But yeah, so here we go with this multi-camera setup, and I think it is definitely going to work. It's going to take a little bit more bugs to work out and make sure that we got everything synchronized and working. I'm kind of hesitant to make things more complicated like this, but I definitely think it looks pretty cool to be able to have the multiple cameras, maybe be playing musical bumpers, waiting for a guest or going back in, and it definitely seems like it's working. Different cameras though, and some of these cameras are kind of crappy, but I wanted to try a multi-camera setup and see how it is that everybody likes it. If you guys like this, you do a portion of an interview this way. I've got this angle over here, and sort of a closer angle. Definitely would really like to have better webcams though. Look at that. There's definitely a difference in quality, as you can see. We'll stick with the good camera. Excuse me, pardon me. So, got a couple of more shows for you coming up this week, but I did spend the entire day today just cleaning my office and studio here so that I could try to organize things and get a little more organized. And that's certainly, it was terrible doing this all day. Honestly, I don't like cleaning and organizing things, but I'm glad that I did it because I feel better in here now. Like everything is cleaned out and organized. It's organized. That's a 50-inch TV back there. I'm going to be playing like animations on that. I think if we can get this working, right? So I guess I can have multiple camera angles like others, and I'm not sure if it's worth complicating things though. I mean, one camera is enough, I would assume, especially if I'm just talking, but there you go. So the first live test of the multi-camera setup, and I'm not sure about the angles and this and that yet, and I may just get a couple more of these good webcams and just do 3. Like one far away, one in front of me, and one on the side. Uh, Honestly, it's driving me a little crazy because although it does appear that this works, some of the cameras look good, and some of the cameras actually look terrible. And it's so funny because these two are the exact same camera, but dead on, it looks terrible. Not sure why that is, but I think I'm going to continue to work on this for a little while, and we'll see if it is something indeed that we feel we need to use. It is. I kind of like it, but then I don't want to complicate things and be worried about switching cameras, But it's nice to have the capability. So, friends, I've got a bunch more shows for you. I feel like I'm way behind, and I'm going to do a show on this Jimmy Church and Sarah R. Adams interview because it's comedy gold. She got new superpowers, friends. She got new superpowers, and we're going to cover the new superpowers she claims she got. And yeah, thanks, Sixth Design. It pixelates a little on cam, transitions for a short time, clears up a few seconds later. Yeah, and I have a feeling that if I had good webcams like this Logitech that you're viewing me from now, that wouldn't be such an issue. At least I'm told use all the same cameras. But unfortunately, that's kind of, well, to me, it's expensive. It's like $100 webcam. And I don't, I was like, I don't know if I got $200 to buy 2 more, but I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm definitely going to do that because I like the other angles, right? And this one's funny because this one is not even a webcam. It's an old all-in-one computer that I threw over there so that I could get an extra angle. But it works, and I guess you get to see a little bit more of the studio. But this webcam is kind of crappy, so it works. That's another thing. I'm gonna have to adjust. Oh, you did it again, Melissa. I saw $100 and I was like, woohoo! That's 100 pesos. But we still absolutely appreciate and thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. It's really great to see, even though it's a little disappointing seeing 100 and then realizing that's 5 US. I think, what was it last time, right? 5 US. Yeah, you got me again. I was like, $100? Oh, 100 pesos. But I'll take 100 pesos, Melissa. And thank you for your kindness, your generosity, your support of the show. Every dollar helps. Every dollar definitely helps, friends. And you'll also notice, look at this. I got that big honking microphone. I didn't want it right in the frame with me, but now that I went to a different workstation just so I can improve the audio because that iMac had problems with this microphone for God knows why. I don't know. Melissa says, I laugh my ass off. Love you much, Stephen. Thanks for the great effort. You're welcome. I'm glad somebody supports it. I'm here every day working really hard trying to improve the show. I mean, look, now we're going to have these multiple camera angles. You'll be able to see a little more of the studio, a little more of me. That might be a bad thing, right? Maybe I should have some camera angles that aren't on me, right? I'm not sure that anybody wants to see more of me, right? And there's the grainy one. And no idea why that one's grainy. Look, well, maybe that's better. Maybe it's better in the dark. I don't know. I've got a fader here. No, that's terrible. Terrible quality. No matter where I show it. Yeah. So there you go. Jonaside with a kind and generous offering of $1 US. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, your support of the show, and continued support of the show. It really does make a difference. It really does help. And we appreciate all of you guys throwing a couple of bucks in the hat so that I can maybe buy a couple more webcams and it'll look like these angles, but like not all shitty and, pixelated, or this one's way too dark. Look at that with the light off. It's like you can barely see me. And it's so funny because over here, it's still plenty bright. I don't know. You know, maybe I should work on the lights, and that's another thing. If I complicate this setup with these multi-camera angles, I'm going to have to be riding the faders to get it to not, look quite so dark. Yeah. Yeah, friends, I think maybe, that old rule, like keep it simple, stupid. Keep it simple, stupid. Why do I gotta? It's one more thing to worry about for sure. But maybe we'll just use the main shot, and once in a while, like when we go to break, show another shot, right? Oh, you just made my day, Genocide. For slides, we need slides. DW has slides. I don't think I have PowerPoint, but Killboy says show more strippers. Those super chat donations could get me some new strippers. You never know, right? Maybe I'll blow the super chat load this month on like custom strippers. Like we could get girls dressed like aliens, like maybe alien masks, and they could dance and strip but be aliens, or like like that Jabba the Hutt alien girl. Maybe we could get one of those, right? Definitely need more strippers. That's what everybody needs. Need more strippers in my life for sure. Well, I want to thank you guys for being here and for indulging me and letting me at least give you a preview and show you this multi-camera setup. Like I said, I'm still working on it, and there's a lot of bugs to work out before I put it into every show, right? But I mean, the other thing that's funny is we could do this, and then if one of me is not enough, we'll have 4 or more of me. But I think that's a little overkill. So any other, AJ says, just get Sarah to show us the Stargate. Now she's going to have to show, she's not only going to have to show us a Stargate, AJ, she's going to have to show us her going through a black hole, because that's her new superpower. She goes through black holes and talks to the aliens on the other side of the black hole, right? CW needs money because he's being sued. He'll do it. If I could get him over here on a green screen stripping, I would. I'd get him to do a striptease. I would do it, and I would play it too, because I'm that kind of it. I'm that kind of a guy. Yes. Yeah. So, friends, I listen. It's been a real long day for me. I was cleaning this place all day. Then I was testing these stupid cameras all day. And I got up to 7, believe it or not. I got up to 7 cameras working, kind of working. One of them is all glitchy, and I don't know why. But I try to get one like wide over there, all the way on the wall, so they could see like most of the whole office. I don't know. Still going to keep working on this. I'm still going to keep working on it. And before I go, though, I am going to remind you all to do something for me, right? That would really help the show. And that is to like, comment, and subscribe. Yes, friends. So please like, comment, and subscribe, and send some of our video links to friends. Please share our channel link on your social media, and thank you for helping us grow. We're about to hit 100,000 views, and we've passed 1,500 subscribers. So thank you for your continued support. Thank you for liking, commenting, and sharing. It really does. I saw some YouTube statistics, and 20% of our views is coming from YouTube searches, which means every time you like, comment, and subscribe on one of my videos, or comment on one of my videos, or share it on your social media, it really does help rise us in the YouTube AI algorithm search engines. Praise the AI Google algorithm gods. Please keep us in favor. Please help us rise in the search engines. That's my daily prayer to the YouTube AI algorithm gods who hold my fate in their hands and the fate of our show. They really could. More engagement really does help to have more people find us when they search for, let's say, for example, UFOs or whatever. It really does help. Every time you like, comment, subscribe, or even dislike, it really does help. Please send our channel address to some friends that you know that may enjoy this content and ask them to subscribe. Oh, yeah, Steph, I forgot to talk about that. So tomorrow night, we're going to have Tarot Card Tuesday. Yeah, and Steph, according to some people, I'm selling out because I have you doing tarot cards, and I'm a sellout, but, so be it. Yeah. And Melissa says, praise the cash. Yes, I want to thank all the Super Chat donators tonight, all the people who support me on Patreon, and all the people who send a PayPal donation. Because we are building this show based off of viewer support, and it feels great. And I gotta say, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, your support. Praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank God Almighty, people are sending me money. Praise the cash, Melissa. Absolutely, praise the cash. Uh-oh. You better be here tomorrow night. Killboy says, need another reading. Steph, I got fired. Well, sorry to hear that, bro. That's rough. But I hope that you get a better job, that you enjoy more, where you make more money, right? Try to think positively and win. That's how you win when you get fired. Every time I got fired, I got a better job that I liked. Usually, I got a better job that I liked more, that I made more money at. Because to me, okay, you don't want me, somebody else is going to want me because I'm worth something, and I'm, smart and driven, and I get things done, and I'm talented. Hope you keep those things in mind, Killboy. It's a tough pill to swallow sometimes, and it's easy to get a little, to get a little discouraged when life kicks you in the teeth like that. But don't do it, bro. You're talented, you're passionate, you're intelligent. You get things done, and you're worthy of a new, better job. And I hope you find it, right? Killboy says, amen. Yes, amen. I believe Killboy will get a better job. I believe. I believe in you, Killboy. Yeah, so, friends, it's been a long day. I got to bounce out of here. I got some other things. I'm still doing some other things tonight. I cleaned this place all day, and I worked on this stupid multi-cameras, and I moved all these computers around. Now we're running the show from 2 IBM ThinkPads, which I'm having a little bit of trouble reading stuff, so I got to make some adjustments. But I think this is going to run the show much better because we have these two laptops working together to run the show. One is really not enough for me anyway. And it helps to have that extra CPU horsepower to do some other things. So you're not just, blowing this whole thing on one computer. Because sometimes StreamYard doesn't like that and things get a little nutty. So, friends, once again, thank all of you guys for being here. I'm always happy when there's an audience. Thank you for coming here tonight. Thanks for indulging me and helping me at least give an example of what this multi-camera setup could be like for us. If you guys like it, let me know. If you don't like it and you think it's stupid, let me know too, right? I don't know. I think what we're going to do is use it, but use it very sparingly. Like when we go to break, I'll switch the camera view or something. It's not going to be like switch, unless I get some better cameras. That's another possibility. So I'm always happy when there's an audience, friends. Thanks so much for coming here tonight, spending some quality time with me. I'm always happy to see each and every one of you. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you.
eventually you might agree.
Matt says.
People who might not buy everything you're saying, who are skeptics, has said over and over again, he has no first-hand knowledge. He has no first-hand knowledge. Maybe we shouldn't believe you. When you say you have first-hand knowledge, maybe we shouldn't believe you.
Legally, the fact that we're not alone. We've recovered material and we've recovered documents. And beyond that, the fact that we're not alone. We've recovered material and we've recovered documents. And beyond that, ontologically shocking but also uniting. Any evidence. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Any evidence. I'm an intel guy. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Any evidence. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Any evidence. I'm an intel guy. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Crash retrieval operation. Psychological phenomena. Crash retrieval operation. Psychological phenomena.
The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency.
Matt says. Matt says. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Ontologically shocking but also uniting. Ontologically shocking but also uniting.
The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency.
They're lurking in the shadows, preying on the curious. UFO grifters and scammers, making us delirious. They're taking over the community, spreading lies and deceit. But we won't let them win. We won't admit defeat. UFO grifters, UFO scammers, trying to take over the world like a bad dream. Every balloon in the sky, every light in the night. The media runs with it like aliens in flight. Don't get me started on those ancient aliens. Frauds, spreading misinformation like it's sent from the gods. They twist the truth, they bend the facts, but we see through their lies. We're not buying their acts. Take over the world like a bad dream. Every balloon in the sky, every light in the night. The media runs with it like aliens fooled, we won't be swayed. We'll keep searching for the truth, we won't be afraid. We'll dance to the rhythm of our own beat and kick those grifters right off their feet. So let's keep our eyes on the sky and our minds open wide. We'll uncover the mysteries with truth on our side. No more grifters. No more scams. We'll dance to the beat of our own UFO jam.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight we're going to be doing an interesting conversation with Art Levine, who is one of the few mainstream journalists that is actually covering the UFO and alien topic from a critical perspective. Most of you are aware of my stance on the media landscape as it is right now, which is a complete and total mess, if you ask me. In this fast-paced internet age that we now live in, everybody is racing to just put out as many stories as possible, hoping that some will get the clicks and views to make those people pushing the stories some money. And this media landscape is the absolute enemy of good journalism, especially good investigative journalism. I'm sort of a fan of investigative journalism myself, completely self-taught, of course, but I can tell you that in order to do a good job doing any investigative journalism, it requires a great deal of time, research, phone calls, sometimes boots on the ground, visits to places. It's very time consuming. And in this media landscape that we are currently in, no one has time to do that anymore. So what we get across the entire media landscape is hundreds, thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of media outlets that do what I call copy and paste clickbait sensationalism journalism. Which really shouldn't be called journalism, but it is what it is. So because of the race to create content, many people are just copying and pasting. And you'll see, if you really start to pay attention, as I have, you will begin to see things like, according to this other media outlet. This is also problematic because essentially these people are absolving themselves of any of the normal journalism, tools like fact checking, vetting sources. They don't have to do any of that. They simply say, according to this other media outlet, this happened. And if the story is fake, it's not their fault. It was according to the other media outlet. So very few people in this super fast race to produce content media landscape that we now find ourselves in, very few people are doing actual real investigative journalism. But Art Levine is one of those people. I have also noticed that there's really only him. There's only two people in all of the mainstream media that are critically covering the UFO topic. There may be a few more, but then maybe they're not on my radar. They don't really come to mind. And certainly the two that I think of are Stephen Greenstreet from the New York Post and tonight's guest, Art Levine of the Washington Spectator. But Art has had a pretty prestigious career working for some very important media organizations. To tell you a little bit about him, Art Levine is a prize-winning investigative reporter and also a contributing editor of the Washington Monthly. He is the author of Spaceship of Fools and his investigation for the Washington Spectator last summer on unproven claims of alien visitations, the dissemination of false information to government agencies, and the eagerness of mainstream media to embrace it. He has written for Newsweek, The American Prospect, The Salon, The Atlantic, The Daily Beast, Mother Jones, and numerous other publications. He's also a published author. I actually have his book. He's the author of Mental Health, How Corruption, Oversight, and Failed Reforms Endanger Our Vulnerable Citizens. He's also an advocate for those suffering from opiate addiction, and he has covered the subject of opiate addiction very, very extensively. So you may recall that he published this Spaceship of Fools article, which was really like a book. I think it was like, that was so long and covered so many topics about the fraud and fakery and abuse taking place in the UFO and sort of alien and conspiracy land communities. That was last summer, which was a pretty incredible expose, a lengthy and exhaustive look into fraud and fakery. It was an excellent piece called Spaceship of Fools, which we had him here as a guest when he wrote that. But now he's back with a new article. I'm just going to share my screen here, share that article with you. And the article is, and by the way, this is in the description of our video or podcast. I highly encourage you to read this entire thing. Pentagon strikes back against claims of alien invaders. I'm just going to read a little bit of this while we wait for our guests to be here and ready. For nearly a century, there has been a never-ending narrative about UFOs crashing to Earth. The public has been bombarded with ever more lurid tales of how the Pentagon and military contractors have been reverse engineering alien spacecraft they were secretly keeping hidden from public view, along with the remains of aliens they allegedly retrieved. But these legends remained largely a staple of pop culture and fringe conspiracy theories until a since discredited 2017 scoop in the New York Times sparked UFO mania that ensnared Congress and finally the federal government. The resulting hysteria provoked the enactment of new laws in recent congressional hearings, which featured repeated and unsubstantiated claims, led largely by right-wing House members, that the federal government was lying to the American people, together with demands to come clean. These sorts of attacks led the Pentagon to create a series of panels and offices to study the unproven claims. And here we see Mellon admits the 2017 New York Times UFO article was not journalism, but it was part of a plan to sell UFOs to Congress. A few skeptical journalists reporting for outlets as varied as the Washington Spectator and the New York Post pointed out that the wild stories emerged from a small group of influential UFO true believers and promoters prone to hoaxes, deception, and cashing in on the gullible public's near limitless susceptibility to cons. For years, the government has done relatively little to push back on all this until now. In March, the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, released a harshly skeptical new report that has infuriated the believers and inflamed the online UFO community. The report was augmented by scathing criticism from Sean Kirkpatrick, AARO's former director of UFO conspiracists, whom he accused of angling for more federal spending for their pet causes. He also noted that one mentally disturbed UFO zealot stalked him outside of his house, alarming his wife, and was later arrested by the FBI. Kirkpatrick said, "Whenever I lay out, hey, the data says that's not an alien, it's not a cover-up, they get violent," Kirkpatrick said in an interview a few weeks ago with the New York Post's Stephen Greenstreet. "I find that beyond reprehensible when you start coming after my daughter and my wife because I'm telling you that you're wrong." In a series of op-eds and interviews, Kirkpatrick also denounced lawmakers for bowing to conspiracy-driven decision-makings. The report's findings have been greeted with predictable outrage by UFO proponents such as filmmaker Jeremy Corbell. That's pretty interesting. So the article is another long look into what's really been going on here in UFO land from a critical perspective, which I think is very sorely needed. Unfortunately, as I was saying about the clickbait, sensationalized copy-paste journalism, most media outlets are just copying and pasting. Hey, this former military official said that the government has aliens, so they just copy and paste it, and we're on to this insanity, this entire circus around UFOs and aliens, and nobody's doing any fact checking. Nobody's vetting sources. It's really insane to see this. But we're going to get into this now with the author himself, Mr. Art Levine. 1 second, friends. Let me bring him in here. We want to take a moment to welcome in the live chat. Welcome one and all. I see that we've already had a super chat. I don't know what AED is. Is that Australian? Megacity Media is here and sent a nice, kind super chat. Says, you are an absolute legend, and I appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. For everybody, for anybody unaware, we read every single super chat, and we thank every single person sending support our way. We're a viewer-supported show, quite like the PBS model. Thank you, Megacity Media, for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Okay, so just want to make a note. I appreciate the super chats, but I always feel uncomfortable when we have a prestigious guest like Mr. Levine here, and I don't want to interrupt the conversation every few minutes or however, to read the super chats. So I appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support. I promise you we will read them all at the conclusion of our talk with Mr. Levine. So without further ado, we'll bring him in here. Welcome, Mr. Art Levine. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, and keep up the great work. And as your readers will learn, I quote you several times.
I saw that. Yeah. I'm famous in Washington, D.C. That's awesome. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Every little bit helps, and you gave link backs to some of our previous coverage, and I can see how busy you have been by the depth of this article.
Yes, basically, I thought the Arrow report, when it came out in March, was a very important event, even though there's a lot of nitpicking that might be expected from the critics. I thought one of its significant elements was that it was putting a definitive government say-so. Hey, excuse me, this narrative not true, and here's why it isn't true.
I thought it was historic. Yeah. I thought it was historic. They've never been so. I've never seen the government. Maybe in one other case, in the Roswell case closed, they were very forceful in their denial of anything alien.
Yeah, but by the time the Roswell Air Force reports came out, and also I think there was an Inspector General report as well, when they came out saying, "Hey, it was Mogul. We lied earlier," so. We lied back in 47 and said it was a weather balloon. We were lying because of the classified spy balloon program, Mogul. The culture was already so skeptical and conspiracy minded. It didn't really land like it should. And the Arrow report, I happen to think, is having some impact. In other words, it's led to a certain cooling about certainly like views about Elizondo have been hurt even among some true believers. I believe Jay Anderson of Project Unity, for instance, raised questions about whether Elizondo actually held the position he claimed that's going to be in his forthcoming book. And one of the points in the article is the book itself is, and this will be, a court test, is essentially there's been a whistleblower complaint filed by Cal Korff, who's a skeptic and an author, both to the SEC and to Scotland Yard, where his British publisher is, alleging consumer fraud by making these extravagant, unproven, and thoroughly debunked claims that he headed a $22 million program of the Pentagon for mostly, for about 10 years and just rode with it. And what keeps happening, and I incorporating it, is how both for him and the inside intelligence whistleblower David Grush, their stories keep unraveling in remarkable ways.
Yeah,
they're punctured and and I have been following it since last, when my article came out. I'd been following it for some months earlier, the Elizondo's original claim, and then Grush came forward. And just what is so striking is no matter how many different ways the skeptics and now government agencies explain why it's not true, the true believers, they simply
the mental gymnastics. Yeah, they make excuses for it. Yeah. And what I did want to ask you though, because I'm sure I'm sure I've already gotten a message about this. Do you think that anything will really come from these criminal complaints? Because I heard Daniel Sheehan basically say, anybody can file a complaint. It doesn't mean anything. Do you think they actually will be some action there?
I think there's,
Korff is a very controversial figure, and he's kind of equally hated by skeptics and true believers.
No, I don't think he's hated by skeptics and true believers but there's definitely people on the skeptic side who kind of are critical of him.
Yeah, he's a controversial figure. Let's leave it at that.
Yeah, but here's the point, though. You got to read. Here's the thing: is I go by the actual product, not by personality disputes. So I find his work highly credible, extremely well researched, and he's a pioneer in this field. And a lot of the criticisms that have that have been hurled his way over the years have their origins through spreading through more mainstream UFO community in a Billy Meyer cult group that he brilliantly exposed in his book Spaceship of the Pleiades. But back to the point you're asking, if what is impressive to me is I think that the brazenness of the lies that, we'll call it for politeness sake, alleged lies. But I think it's fair to say, given that he's a public figure and the degree to which the evidence that he never actually held a funded government position
around UFOs anyway, yeah,
as opposed to an unfunded hobby on the side that he probably did do. But
I just thought it was crazy to read your article, because just a few weeks ago or a week ago on Twitter, when Greenstreet got another scathing denial of Elizondo's claims from the Pentagon, I tweeted that and said, will Elizondo actually be, facing some kind of consumer fraud problems if he markets his book on the lies? And then your article comes out, and apparently, there's people filing complaints about it.
Let me rebut one claim that is common across both the skeptic, some of the skeptic community, and certainly in the true believer community, which is, anybody can file a complaint. It doesn't mean anything. Here's the thing: is in the nearly 80 years of UFO hoaxes, lies, and myths, the skeptic community hasn't gotten itself together to try to hold anybody legally through civil or criminal action accountable for making money off of transparent lies and fabrication.
Yeah, isn't he filing complaints against what is the British guy? God, is
Nick Pope.
Yeah, I think he's filing fraud complaints against Nick Pope as well.
He has something that he has called Operation Pandora's Box, which is kind of unfolding different activities to hold people accountable. And he has a court.
Well, in the case of Nick Pope, he says, I ran a British government UFO program. And the British government says, no, he didn't. And he's taking money from people at conferences on that lie. So to me, it is consumer fraud. And I think these people should be held accountable. This is the
point I wanted to make that's quite important. Please, I urge the readers to actually click on the links to both the complaint, the new complaint against Elizondo and the publishers that he filed, because it details all the statutory violations that are in play. It's not simple that, so, and then when you go to the Scotland Yard, where he might have a better shot, because those, first of all, it's going to Scotland Yard, which is a very agile police force. And he's outlining these very specific fraud statutes in London, in England. So this is not just some guy writing a note, hey, I think he's lying, look into it. You have to actually look at it and go, if either in the SEC or Scotland Yard, someone takes this stuff seriously, as they might. Now, what is
yeah. And I was in that Art. I was in that Spaces with Danny Sheehan where he said some crank filed some complaint, and I knew right away that it was Morph. I knew right away. I'm like, who else would do that? Right. But Sheehan discounted it, as he said in your article. He just, this is not a big deal.
The other attorney was sort of, and the other attorney was saying it, and I'm not really concerned about any blowback legally, because we're on such solid ground, and Elizondo is a public figure, and
you're just reporting that you're accurately reporting that somebody filed criminal complaints. That's accurate, I guess.
And I saw comment and so on from all the people who are being accused, and so on. So at this point, these are simply allegations presented to the SEC and presented to Scotland Yard. We're not saying that the SEC is investigating Elizondo or the publishers, or that.
Yeah. By the way, they won't confirm or deny if any investigation against any individual or company is taking place. I tried to get them to.
Right
now, it's against their policy to comment on whether somebody's under investigation or not.
And what I reported back in July was that in late 2022, he had updated an earlier filing against To the Stars Academy of Arts and Sciences, TTSA, where Mellon, DeLong, and Tom DeLong, the rock star, Christopher Mellon, the ex-DOD official, and Elizondo were all, leading this group in various positions. And and we're promising, they're promising this spaceship.
Yeah, they promised investors a space. Well, there's two real big problems with TTSA. I think, I'm not a lawyer, but from a legal perspective, they lied. Elizondo lied about his running a Pentagon UFO program while they were soliciting public investment.
Right.
That's against SEC guidelines. You can't lie to the investors you're asking for money. And then they promised everybody a spaceship, and that they had they might have alien parts. Right. They might have parts of alien space
material was Linda House.
Yeah, and that material turned out to be part of a missile casing, ordinary earthly object.
In the new Arrow report, I apparently was looking at Art's parts and had new findings that this was just, as was said back in the 90s, standard terrestrial, chemical slag or industrial waste and so on. So what is really remarkable, the more you look at it, and I try to pull it together and give credit to the very good work done by a host of people from a skeptical point of view that includes you, and I mentioned Street, and I linked to the work of Charlie Weiser in Australia, who's excellent on Rose Coulthard. So the three main targets of my article all significant public figures are primarily Elizondo, David Grush, because of the new revelations that came out, how much he evaded speaking to Arrow. The office set up to take incoming reports from military observers, and his endless excuses.
Yeah, and I think that's because it got back to him that they're really investigating these claims hard, and they're going to want real and verifiable evidence. He's not going to be able to, I think he knew he wasn't going to be able to bluff them because they were really aggressively investigating the claims.
But what the thing that is so striking about all of them is the sheer brazenness. So, in other words, like if I happen to be David Grush, I would not say under oath, "Oh, I really want to talk under oath to the." Back in when he gave his testimony, I think it was later in July. Whenever he gave his testimony, he basically said, asked, well, I've briefly been in touch with him, but we'd want to go. I'm eager to give him my sage understanding when Kirkpatrick becomes head of Arrow, and then when in November. Kirkpatrick complains to Politico, the guy hasn't come into the office. What's going on? And he issues this totally blanket denial, which is, we have gotten no emails, no phone calls from them.
Yeah, and I mean, technically, he did a weasel thing. He's like, "Oh, I haven't gotten any emails or phone calls
officially."
And officially, yeah, but he knew they were trying to reach him and contact him, so that's a weasel move.
When you look at the memo that that I think it was Greenwald got a hold of, it was really explosive, where they have these 9 separate times where they're trying to contact him. And in some cases, I think they may have actually spoken to them. And then in November, prodded by congressional investigators and staffers who believe in his tales, were urging him to just meet with him. So they were true believers, taking Grush at face value, and they are going, "Why don't you just meet with?" Go
show him your evidence.
All the excuses were, "Oh, well, it's so," and then he kept coming up with all these excuses, and the DOD is bending over backwards, sending him written authorizations about the scope of their ability.
That you can tell us. They sent him paperwork that basically assured him he could tell them anything, classified, SAP, whatever, and he would face no consequences, and he still refused to go in and present any evidence.
What I really find fascinating is like the True Believer podcasts and amplifiers, like the Good Trouble Show. They kind of ignore the issue of. They go, well, he had good reason not to speak to Arrow, but they kind of
he didn't trust Arrow. Yeah, he didn't trust them. They're part of the cover up. Yeah.
However, they ignore. Well, okay, that's a stance that you could make a plausible argument, but you don't lie under oath, and you don't repeatedly lie that I am eager to speak to Arrow, and they ignore that completely.
Yeah. Well, it's part of the
and part of it is, the whole cognitive dissonance issue, which is worth studying in this community, because if incoming facts challenge your beliefs, what happens is you reorder your beliefs and you create new rationalizations. It's just an endless process. And I pride myself as a journalist on someone, I might have a hypothesis, or then I will change my point of view if new evidence comes about, or if I come out of it, like in my book on mental health, most liberals believe that the VA is a role model of superb government-run medicine, and this is.
I ask anybody that has ever had medical treatment from the VA, it's a mess.
Right, but a lot of liberal publications promote it as best care anywhere, and so on. And I'm not kidding. So the point of it is, in my reporting, regardless of liberal democratic ideology, I go, hey, wait a minute, here's the facts of the ground, totally different. And I think one should be open to new developments. And that's what the UFO community, I think this is the point. And near the end of the piece, I get into Jason Sands.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting.
And what my view on the Jason Sands, for those who aren't that familiar with it, is so Jason Sands on April 21st stepped forward, is a former military officer who then claimed all these bizarre tales of seeing blue avians and
tall white aliens, 20 and back,
super space program, and going to Mars and being part of the 20 and back program. And as I point out, all that mythology came from Corey Goode, who's been discredited on your show, this UFO celebrity, because when he was put under oath in a deposition, he said, "No, I actually haven't."
I've actually never been to space. Yes. Yeah, and I like the line that you wrote. Like, what did you say? Like a disgraced televangelist who goes back.
Oh yeah, right. He comes
That's
back.
what Corey Goode is, right back to grifting. It's spectacular that anybody would pay money to see him speak after that.
Some people watching it is, so he basically did a walk and talk video in the forest in which he basically was saying, well, look, I had to say this.
Yeah, so he basically admits to lying under oath in a public YouTube video.
Right.
You can't make this stuff up. Like, how dumb are you? And by the way, I kind of found out that let's just say that some of the people involved in his legal cases found out some of the stuff that he was saying on the internet, and that may have affected the case, the disposition of the cases. If you're a judge and your court clerk shows you a video of somebody saying, "Yeah, I lied under oath," you might not, sanction them, but you will become very biased against them.
So essentially, he was suing his media partners and others for not.
Yeah, and that was spectacular, because what you have to remember is that Corey Goode brought all of this on himself. He sued everybody, his former business partners. He sued a bunch of online critics in some bizarre claims of a RICO, like that there was a bizarre, like a whole criminal enterprise trying to stop him from making UFO dollars.
Right.
And so they and what was most telling is that he was accusing his business partners of stealing money from him somehow. But in the depositions, he admitted that he took hundreds of thousands of dollars from those accounts that belonged to his business partners. So he's accusing them of embezzlement, and then he admits to embezzlement in the things, and now they're all. Yeah,
did you raise the issue that they're stealing my intellectual property as well? Was that part of this?
I think that was part of it. Yeah, and what was interesting is all the cases pretty much, he lost everything. He lost every case, but he tries to spin it. We've reached settlements with our previous business partners. Like,
so what? So the outcome
dumb as shit, because he started all this stuff. All he had to do was keep his mouth. His problem was greed. Like, he makes a documentary with 5 or 6 business partners, but then he decided that he should keep all the money and nobody else should get any money. So he takes.
What is the name of that documentary?
That's Above Majestic. It was one. Okay. It was 2 of them.
So the upshot of his different cases is: did he have formal court judgments, or he reached out of court settlements with?
I believe he reached out of court. They settled with his business partners, and the cases against his online critics, I believe, were all dismissed by the judge. One for lack of jurisdiction. Like, he sued a lawyer from New Jersey in Colorado, and the lawyer's point was, I've never even been to Colorado. Like, you can't sue me in Colorado. But now he's claiming he's going to sue that guy in New Jersey next. So he's dumb enough to keep this going. As detrimental as all these court cases have been to his grifting career, he still wants to sue more people. He's a vicious.
Really?
He's a vicious. In my opinion, he's a very vicious, narcissistic sociopath. And he can't take the criticism of online critics, So, he decided to sue everybody. I know, that Jay Widener's case was dismissed. This lawyer from New Jersey's case was dismissed. And then the one girl he sued countersued him. So they settled that case. So his legal cases are over, except everybody's stealing my intellectual property. That's his thing. Everybody's stealing from me. He got sued for stealing somebody's artwork in one of those documentaries they make. He's being sued, I think, in Colorado right now. And he can't afford, according to the court filings, he can't afford a lawyer. He wanted the court to appoint a lawyer for him because he can't afford a lawyer to defend his case. It's crazy.
So you'd think, in other words, he, like Jimmy and Tammy Faye Baker, he's back. He's back grifting them. What is really remarkable, your leader has been caught on film saying, in a deposition that everything he had claimed for years on Gaia TV was not true. He had made it all up, and you would think that would have a deterrent effect. No.
Well, I'm sure that it did, because they try to run a disclosure conference, which is so stupid. Him and David Wilcock are going to give you disclosure. The people that got caught lying to you for like 8 years about the secret space program, they got something new to disclose. But there was only like 125 people at this disclosure conference that they ran, which is probably not even 10% of what they used to draw. So I think it has had an incredibly detrimental effect. He's going to keep grifting forever, in my opinion, but he's never going to get the big money that he used to get. He's never going to get the big money anymore.
Here's what I think would be productive for this whole debate. If through some legal mechanism or another, possibly Scotland Yard or maybe SEC, or maybe a private action, Elizondo would be put under oath in a deposition. And if he is put under oath in a deposition, I think it's possible he could fold like Corey Goode did.
Oh, absolutely. Because what people don't realize about depositions is they can have you in that chair for like 8 hours. You have to answer all the questions for like 8 hours. And
I think I don't know whether you can, I think you may be permitted to take the fifth or something like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's a constitutional right. They can't force you to answer questions.
Right, but here's the thing: is if he's, do you imagine if Elizondo is saying, well, I headed the program, and here's this letter written in 2021
from Senator Harry Reid, who
supported the original
scam. Program. I love it when people post that letter. Like, okay, so your proof is that the guy who started the whole scam is co-signing the most recent part of the scam. Like, it's so stupid.
Spin-off. And what I loved is I really want to know who I talk about it as a jerry-rigged email chain that he created.
Oh, that one was great. Yeah. What are you talking about, Lou?
Before Elizondo is going to leave. And again, I really want to thank John Greenwald's work on this and getting all
he does great work.
He's invaluable.
He's awesome.
So he creates this note that is filled with bureaucratic mumbo jumbo and is never, ever referring to UFOs or aviation or nothing. And he blows it up and, hey, we've been talking to the front office. We're going to get you. We're going to get you involved. And he writes to his colleague, and his colleague goes, "Thanks, Lou.
I need to. Yeah.
Can you tell me what this is?"
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
Well, because here's the thing too. Like, one of the things that bothers me about the True Believers not putting 2 and 2 together is if you look at that email exchange. If this ATIP was a real program, wouldn't that guy who was being told he's going to take it over know what it was? You know what I mean? Like, he didn't even know what he was talking about. Like, what are you talking about? I'm taking over a portfolio.
But, he couldn't, like the The memo could have had even one word related to anything, to OSAP, aviation,
ATIP, UFOs, yeah.
technology.
Not one word.
Could have
Yeah.
had, it didn't have literally one word. So it could
I
be
think you're right. I think he sent that to provide a paper trail of proof for himself later.
Yes. And, but this is the thing is, and I had dealings with Danny Sheehan before my first article, and I don't go into great detail on it, just, and, I have a lot of respect for Sheehan's earlier work as an important attorney on Native American rights. Daniel Ellsberg.
He's done. That's what fascinates me. He's done some great work in his past, but then he went full wackadoo.
Something happened, It's hard to figure out. But what was remarkable, I have these email exchanges in which he then representing, on a bunch of issues, because he also filed the defamation claim to the Inspector General. Sheehan was the one preparing it, where so basically Sheehan said, we're going to have proof of internal documentation from Elizondo about he ran ATIP. And he kept promising me for months that I'd be getting some kind of email exchange.
Yeah, something, anything
that would give even circumstantial substantiation to what he was saying. I never got it. And then what really struck me as remarkable was, given the nonstop criticism since Keith Clore's article in The Intercept in 2019 going, hey, I don't think he really had, a very well done article by Clore, poking holes at.
And by the way, I should have mentioned him as one of the people that are covering this subject critically. He does a good job as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And so what is striking is this email, which is in theory, nothing classified in that email chain, which is transparently a put-up job, could have been leaked 5 years ago. In other words, I don't know how the email chain, which appeared on Reddit,
Yeah. Why didn't they pull that out years ago? Yeah. Well, they needed to hold on to it in case his story started unraveling, probably.
Yeah, but they could have released this early. I think they might have released how I'm assuming. I can't assume that he played a direct role in the leak, but he was certainly approving of the leak as another sign that he actually ran a multi-million-dollar program. Here's this letter. I'm passing my duties on. What more proof do you need? If he had released that in 2019, people might have bought it in his community, but other journalists would go, hey, wait a minute. This
doesn't make sense. What is that person's name? Neil Tipton. I know several people. Yeah, that he claimed that he was handing the responsibility off to. If anybody has his contact information, I'm aware of a few journalists that try to get comment from him about that, but I don't think anybody has gotten to him yet. Because it would be interesting to hear from him. Like, did you take over this program? And he would, if he says there was no program, then Elizondo's fried. He's fried.
But you get
if he does not confirm that he took over the program from Elizondo, then Elizondo's whole story is that would be another way to fry his whole story.
The article I did, I think in September, I quoted, I think it was in September, or may have actually been the first article in July, when Greenwald got that memo of it was hilarious reading, which is when the staff of the DOD and his superiors in different agencies and intelligence agencies, so their internal discussions about Elizondo coming out to the New York Times. And then his immediate supervisor goes to him and says, what is this about? And he goes, I've been working on a secret program for Secretary James Mattis, and you don't have the authority to be read into it.
Yeah, and you're my boss.
And then this guy, right? It's this kind of dry comedy of the bureaucratic memos. The guy writes, "I checked with those up the chain. This does not appear to be true." In other words, you have just announced you're leaving, and he gave different excuses publicly and so on. But to actually have the sheer chutzpah to tell your immediate boss, "I'm working on a secret program,"
and you don't have the clearance. Yes, yeah, and that's another prover to me that this was all a construct of his, because he comes out in the media and says, "I resigned because they're not taking UFOs seriously." Well, why didn't you put that in the first reasons that you gave? You're right. He's got multiple reasons for why he's leaving. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. That's the other thing that came out. So the one that was made public was not necessarily the actual much blander note that in other words, what he made public, I don't think was what was actually forwarded up the chain. The one that is, "I want to tell the truth about this."
I'm the UFO hero email.
The actual email that went up the chain was much blander, I believe. In either case, he had two different type of emails, and of course, there was never any evidence for any of it. What I'm fascinated by, even now, because even assuming Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal are totally in the tag for UFO myths and stories, that the two of them and staff writer Helene Cooper, when the article came out in December 2017, couldn't figure out that this guy was not running
a real program. Yeah.
Now, part of the reason could be, here's my theory, which I think is, I would love to know the real story. We know that in interviews that Leslie gave me and Leslie gave documentary filmmakers, she didn't want to mention anything about Skinwalker Ranch, where so much of the research into,
ghosts and goblins
and jackal-like wolf characters smoking cigarettes and
the smoking dogs is my favorite. They turned around and they were dogs.
In trench coats, whatever, and that because she wanted to make it all look credible, and the thing that is mind blowing to me is, it's my guess that because OSAP was such an embarrassing failure, and had been, the 2 years of funding had ended by 2010. And then it was officially completely closed down 2012. So by the time Leslie Kean and Blumenthal are poking around, this is this complete waste and embarrassment. And the Pentagon isn't even willing to use the term OSAP. And so when they approach them, or Helene Cooper, a legitimate staff reporter, goes to the Pentagon and says, "What can you tell us about this program, HIP?" "Well, we have not heard of it." And then they might have, but what they were doing is they never wanted anyone to look at OSAP. And so by hiding and deflecting away from OSAP throughout, it comes across as, "Oh, this is another typical cover-up by the Pentagon." So we since the Pentagon isn't confirming HIP as described by Lou Elizondo, he must be telling the truth because the Pentagon always lies. So we'll just go with Elizondo. Now, they claim in subsequent interviews, "Oh, this was heavily vetted by our editors, and this was triple checked."
And that's what I don't understand, Art, because I would think that the New York Times would have a better vetting and source checking sort of editors and process, because it's the New York Times, It is the New York Times. This is all like basically a single source story. This guy came to us and told us this stuff, and we're going to print it.
Right, and they might have. I know in subsequent stories they quoted Eric Davis as bragging about giving briefings to DoD officials about off-world technology and so on. I mean, and they did get Harry Reid to admit his role somehow. I mean, so the point is, it had the patina of a normal news article, but there were so many things that were unusual. First of all, the two of the three authors were freelancers, and who were, they could have done a simple Google search
of and see what kind of stuff they covered in the past. Yeah,
and Ralph Blumenthal.
She's covering mediums and ectoplasm
and she's been writing about, and she was in an actual lobbying disclosure group. So to me, Leslie Kean covering UFO disclosure is like a pro-life, devout Catholic anti-abortion activist covering the Dobbs decision for the New York Times about abortion. You're not going to get the full honest story here because they're so invested in it. And so she was so invested. What I think happened is the Times, like other media outlets, were hit so hard by the internet and loss of advertising that they needed buzz and traction, and they were willing to throw out normal journalistic standards.
Yeah, so it's manipulative.
For
very manipulative.
And we're still
back to the. I wanted to ask your opinion. Back to the thing about holding some of these people accountable. A big part of your article sort of deals with that fact that for 80 years it's been like the Wild West. People can say anything, lie through their teeth, be caught lying. There's never any consequences. Do you think that if one of these UFO celebrities does face legal consequences, don't you think that would change this whole thing overnight? Because
I think it would have a very.
I think at the very least that everybody would have to slap for entertainment purposes only on everything they do, as a sort of disclaimer to get around any legal problems.
I think it's going to be very important. So, in other words, it does seem to me, because I think some of this will be made public in the next succeeding week, a number of high-profile. There's already been a police complaint filed against Nick Pope, I believe, in some of the localities in the U.S. because of his making money off of his claims.
False claims, yeah.
Now, what I point out is the actual test hasn't been brought. There isn't a strong precedent saying that if someone makes money from a completely transparent lie presented as true in book or conferences, is that person committing consumer fraud? That hasn't really been tested in court. Now,
it's a real gray area. That's why this works for people, because it's such a gray area.
Gray areas, yes, gray areas and ambiguity is perfect for everyone. It's
back to Corey Good. An argument could be made. That Corey Good going to a conference and still telling people he's talking to aliens after he's in a court deposition saying he made it all up and he's never been to space could be considered, in some people's view, I'm sure, a form of consumer fraud.
Right. The issue is that in this arena, as opposed to areas that you've covered in the past, like med beds, where people can be prosecuted for healthcare fraud, the issue of total lying for profit with made up stories about the paranormal and UFO hasn't been tested in court. And I think it deserves to be. I do think it's going to have a deterrent effect the first time someone is held civilly or criminally liable, even just an arrest or a very substantive lawsuit against a UFO huckster. Now,
I joked about buying Lou Elizondo's book and then suing him in small claims court. Because even that would be funny. It would be funny if he lost that case. That would be funny. Like,
right, but in some respects, the complaint that Korf is filing now with the SEC is a stockholder investor suit because he bought stock in
he bought
News
stock
Corp.
just to file the complaint.
Right, he bought
Oh,
stock,
man.
and now that gives him standing beyond just being a whistleblower. And it's important to remember that he had filed, as I said earlier, he had filed in late 2022 an updated complaint against TTSA DeLong for alleged fraud. And both of the SEC cases, they have pretty strong legal grounds because they particularly TTSA back in that case, it is seemingly a good case because they were making materially false claims to bring in investor money. Hi, we're being one of our top people is the former government head of the UFO program, Lou Elizondo. That was a false claim. Obviously, the spaceship that can travel instantaneously like in Star Trek, that also is a false claim. Now, the new case to the SEC has a certain grounding in that Korf is representing, it isn't a class action, but he's going to the SEC alleging as a stockholder investor, they're making fraudulent claims.
Which could be damaging to the shareholders.
Yeah, damaging to the shareholders. Now, what's happened in the past? What's happened in the past is when there have been fake articles, like there was a famous author who had a memoir and a title like a million little pieces, and then he went on Oprah, and then it was exposed as lying, and then he released it. What happened? And then there's another author who created a story that he was a Holocaust survivor, and he met his current wife through the fence, at Auschwitz or something like that. It was completely made up. One or the other might have been somewhere in a camp, but the notion that they met and married and both were in camps and both survived, heartwarming story, a total lie. So the publisher had to withdraw the book, withdraw the publicity, and then I guess seek their advance back. Now that is as far as has happened so far when someone publishes a phony memoir, or when that photographer, published the Howard Hughes diaries. Clifford Irving, I think, published the Howard Hughes diaries that he claimed to have. And then, no, he didn't have it. He made it up. So in all those cases, the publisher goes after the author and seeks their money back and withdraws the book. But that isn't the same. It might be that if there is sufficient mainstream news coverage in the reporters who cover the publishing industry about how scandalously untrue, or apparently scandalously untrue,
allegedly,
that might be a trigger, because they are out there. They're putting their necks out there, and they certainly got plenty of warning. When I went to the publisher to seek comment, both the British publisher, William Morrow.
Yeah, and they didn't comment, did they? They didn't comment
none of
back.
them commented. They didn't even, none of them commented, and they, that's where they left it. But if this story of mine and the loss and the legal complaints against him by Korf to SEC and to Scotland Yard generate mainstream news coverage, it might lead the publishers to think twice, or create some kind of distancing thing, or they might create a last minute thing where they go, a wonderful a fictional memoir of his time, to figure out some way to
make it a science fiction novel. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if anything comes out of that. I'm anxious to see if there is
I think
a
it's
action.
important because
Even if it's, you know what, even if the publisher just says we're going to cancel this book, to me that would be sufficient action to you know.
Oh, I think it would be very important. Now, here's the thing: is no matter what,
but they're already taken pre-orders though. So
yeah, no, that's the thing. I was actually kind of surprised. I thought, given the voluminous new evidence that was presenting, I thought they would come back with some weasel words like, "Well, we're looking into it," and you know, something giving them an open to not publish it. No, they're chips in on this, you know, seemingly fabricated claims. I'm sure after they got my letter that they contacted, you know, Elizondo and his agent, and I guess Elizondo's agent, I don't know what they get, you know, Elizondo is a great talker, probably convinced them, oh, don't worry about it. And I don't know what he told them. Hey,
that guy's a crank or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. And isn't it interesting? I don't know if you see, I happen to be in this space where Danny Sheehan was speaking. And, you know, that statement that Lou Elizondo made claiming that he was under threats, right?
Yeah.
What that actually was about is that somebody with knowledge of UAPs committed suicide. But conspiracy minded that all these people thought that he was murdered. But then the investigation.
Do you have any idea who that person is?
No, I don't. But essentially, Lou Elizondo and just assumed that he was under threat because somebody murdered that guy. When it turns out he just committed suicide. And the investigation concluded it was a suicide. There's no foul play involved. And Sheehan admitted that and then said, oh, Lou Elizondo may have jumped the gun. It just shows you how conspiratorial everybody is.
Well, what I found alarming about the Elizondo...
I think Elizondo's unraveling under the pressure of this lie that he's been telling for years. He may be unraveling. He may not be mentally well because of, you know, all these attacks.
We don't know.
Alleged attacks, perceived or imagined.
Right. Yeah, when he said, I have good reason if I disappear, you know, or my family gets attacked, you'll know why. Well, we don't really know why because you're not really naming who is your enemy plotting to get rid of you. But what alarmed me about the I am under threat is it had the echoes of cult leaders like Jim Jones or David Koresh. I'm not saying that Elizondo has done anything as remotely terrible as those individuals. Yeah,
it's similar tactics. And by the way, just so everybody's aware, so many of these people do it, and I think it's a psychological ploy. Like David Wilcock and Corey Good do it. They pretend that they're under all this tremendous threats. You know, the deep state is after them, and it makes people think, oh, their information must really be important if they're under threat. You know, it's a psychological prover maneuver tactic in my view.
That's why I had a special section about, which I thought was very important, but it wasn't get that much emphasis. The Arrow reports running down the claim of DNA disclosures. And I link to references to things we can't say or DNAs from Elizondo, Eric Davis, and I believe Grush as well. And then they're definitive. There's never been an NDA or anything like it remotely connected.
Yeah, so you know that all those people have been lying and just using that as an excuse for not providing evidence or details for years. All of them have been doing it. Yeah. And for those unaware, just to explain, people like Eric Davis, Dave Grush, and Elizondo always claimed that they can't violate their clearances or their NDAs, or they could be prosecuted. And Arrow said there is no NDAs. They made that up. They're just making that up.
But here's the wonderful element of circular reasoning is, so regardless of whatever lie they claim, and it's sort of relevant here, and it's also relevant to David Grush has all these classified information he gave to the.
By the way, 5 more days it'll be a year, no evidence.
Oh, really?
It's It's 360 days now.
I'm telling you, that would be. You should have a Dave Grush anniversary show.
I'm going to do that. We're going to have a panel show. You should come on it. We'll talk about all the evidence he released in the past year, right?
But here's the wonders. There's a very good Wired magazine video I post where they quote scientists and science writers explaining why you can't argue with conspiracy theorists. Is because they always have some reason to explain away whatever the contrary belief is. And so a central element of true believers in UFOs and the paranormal and true believers in conspiracies in general is their beliefs can't be falsified.
Yeah.
That is a critical intellectual concept that they're not willing to accept because they go, so, the most obvious one that you and I have both noted and Mick West early on, Greenwald, is, hey, he has all these secrets, David Grush, that he can't reveal but he's given them to the IGIC, he's given them to the Senate and the House, but he can't talk about it publicly. And then there's this broad sweeping statement. Everything he has discussed, he is allowed to talk about publicly. And you have the quote from Susan Gough, and then they all go, well, Defense Department is lying. But the whole point is...
So in other words, no matter what you tell them, they will create excuses for it.
And that's what people are saying now.
I always joke, I stole it from Stanton Friedman, but I always say when people are like that, I just say, I won't bother you with facts. Your mind is made up. Because no matter what you tell them, and you see some of the threads, and you've probably been involved in some of those Twitter threads where, people say, well, what's your source of that? And you give them the source, and then they argue with you about the source that you already gave them. Or my favorite is, where's the evidence of what you're saying? Or, I have said about Grush that people made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of
right.
him. Where's your proof of that? Anybody can look on YouTube and do first grade math and, come up with they've made hundreds of thousands of dollars in monetized views. There've been like millions and millions of views that his stories have gotten. That's a lot of money on YouTube,
So here's the thing. I do think that if a book is withdrawn or someone is put under a deposition, Corey Good style, that could bring down some portion of the true believer community that might, see the light and go, well, this is obviously,
obviously if somebody gets criminally charged with fraud, that might wake some people up like, oh, they're fraudster. They lied to us. You would think.
Right.
But like you said, there's always going to be that certain percentage component that no matter what, just like there's still people defend Corey Good. Oh no, he had to say that to save his intellectual property or whatever,
They're now mentioning for this Ashton Forbes character who I don't address, with his claims about the disappearing Malaysian thing for UFO orbs and so on, is someone had made a point that if they actually found the crash plane with, the remains, whatever remains after salt water of the people on the plane somewhere and most of the vehicle, he would figure out some way to explain that this is an elaborate false flag created by the deep state, and a significant portion of people would believe him. I mean,
somebody's talking about they're talking about Dobser in the live chat.
Yes, the whole Dobser thing is really
that's so stupid. Like, oh, it's classified. He can't give us the evidence. It's classified. But Dobster cleared him to talk about everything he said, so therefore none of that is classified.
That letter that in my second article about UFO witness tales, credibility falling apart after hearings, the second article that appeared in September in the Washington Spectator. I quote the Goff thing, and she gives all this jargon, but it's very clear that none of it, anything he's ever said or anything you've ever heard related to him, he's totally free to reveal all details. And people will go, well, he's still limited. No, he's not limited. But secondly, they are very clear that the Dobson review is very narrowly focused. Is anything he's saying sensitive, even sensitive, doesn't have to be classified. Is anything sensitive or classified in any way? And their answer is no. And they, under First Amendment rules, can't prevent him from saying anything he wants as long as it's not sensitive or classified. So I was actually surprised. I thought that, for instance, Elizondo's new book has a Dobson review, and they have concluded whatever's in the book, which is, I'm assuming, going to be a recap of everything he's ever said, isn't classified or sensitive. And I thought, hey, he's lying through his teeth about heading a multi-million-dollar program for nearly a decade. Can't you, say something? No, it turns out
they won't.
I was surprised. He has a First Amendment right as an author to make these claims, and they're not going to correct them. It's kind of like a very rigid free speech rule. It's kind of
Dobson won't correct him, but the Pentagon may issue a statement.
Oh yeah, the Pentagon.
But Dobson itself, Dobson is only checking if something is sensitive or classified. They are not. They're not. It's not like a rubber stamp that says this book is true, but just because it's been through Dobson, that's a misconception as well. Yeah.
What I was fascinated is it seems the Pentagon eventually admitted that there was a UFO program some months after the Times article appeared in December 2017. But as far as I know, they have never said that. For years, they've repeated Elizondo had no assigned responsibilities or no responsibility
around UFOs,
on ATIP or UFO research. And they've said that over and over again. But in some of his more recent posts in the last month, he said the Pentagon acknowledged I led the program and then they changed. I don't think they ever acknowledged.
No, yeah.
The program.
It's all wordplay to keep the grift going, I suppose,
But here's something I want to express some sympathy for the true believers and particularly the experiencers. One is, if you had an experience either of abduction or a sighting, it's very real to you. And
sure, yeah.
And there might be, even though there might be alternative explanations like sleep paralysis, or you see something that might have been a secret aviation project, it's a very real feeling that people have a reasonable right to have those feelings. Secondly, if all I read and all you read was the New York Times and everyone repeating it, and all of the pro-UFO people with large audiences and Fox News endlessly, and now then News Nation, endlessly repeating this is overwhelmingly likely a proof of alien invasion. There's reverse engineering. There's been dead aliens. Here's these prominent former military officials telling us this. I would believe it.
It's the New York Times. You would think it's credible. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember at the opening of that hearing?
I remember Art, when that article hit and we sort of got our first sort of look at Elizondo, something didn't sit right with me and I couldn't put my finger on it, but I said, I wonder, because, part of me, I would love to believe that a lot of this stuff is true. I certainly have interest, even though I'm so skeptical now. But at the time that he came out, I remember thinking, maybe he really is different and he's not going to be just another grifter.
Right.
And then slowly but surely, as soon as the TTSA thing started up, I went, oh, he is a grifter. But maybe he's a grifter that really does know something about UFOs and investigating for the government. And then it all just, unfortunately, with one thing I've noticed is with Elizondo, it took like years for his lies to unravel. It really took years for people to start digging in. But Grush, it seems like it's fallen apart in under a year. Know,
that was
the lack of
amazing
evidence.
to me about. See, part of my point is because of the Times and Elizondo and then Grush, the standards for rational thinking and evidence kept collapsing, lowering and lowering and lowering and lowering, so that no evidence was required. And it's, in other words, when it started in 2017, they had these videos that you could have back then plausibly made the case, well, these are so anomalous, and then it's been shown, well, no, actually they're not.
Those are nothing burgers. Yeah.
And but what happened is the standards kept falling. So then by
now all you need is somebody with good credentials saying stuff. And I don't know if you caught this, but I did. Somebody sent it to me right before broadcast. So Ross Coulthard is now saying that Tim Gallaudet confirms that everything that Carl Nell said is true. So what we have is two people with high-ranking military credentials. Carl Nell says the Earth is definitely being visited by extraterrestrials. I have no doubt. And Gallaudet says the Earth, we have definitely been in communication with aliens. I have no doubt. And this circular, I call it the circle jerk. I know that's not a good journalistic term, but they're just circle jerking each other off. And then Ross Coulthard is saying, well, this high-ranking admiral confirms that everything Carl Nell is saying is true. So you've got two guys with no evidence confirming each other. Like, don't you need evidence?
I think the better term, and one for general consumption, is wackadoo prover maneuver. Which is
the wackadoo prover maneuver, yes. That's when one wackadoo with no evidence backs up the claims of another wackadoo with no evidence. And I don't understand how people don't see through that. It seems so transparent.
I think anyone who's open-minded and sort of on the fence, and even maybe true believers who are probably not in large numbers watching this, but should read the, I quote and post regularly and link to it, the Open Culture wonderful literature website links to Carl Sagan's baloney detection kit, where he talks. It's a brilliant and also his book called the Demon Haunted World is also worth reading and is very valuable now about understanding supernatural and UFO claims. And he points out one of his central tenets: you can't accept based on authority of the person making the claim.
Well, that's all they have, yeah. You notice they talk about the credentials for a long they hammer the credentials of these people because they can't hammer the evidence. They don't have any. So, you're right, though. We've gone from 2017, you needed some kind. of evidence.
You're right, you needed a thing.
And now you just need a guy that says something and they all...
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. It goes from, plausible anomalous video and this guy who had self-proclaimed, until proven later not true, head of the UFO Pentagon program. Then Dave Grush comes forward, and he's had been on UAPTF. He had been attached to that government task force, and he had claimed to spoken to eyewitnesses. And he's well-spoken and presents his very extraordinary claims being very earnest. So there's still he probably did speak to people who were, as Arrow explains, retelling tales from others or misidentifying real classified programs. So then we got him. There's still this vague tie to rationality and plausibility. And then in comes Jason Sands.
I'm talking to blue aliens.
Right.
Yeah.
Jason Sands has seen, hey, look what these guys got away with. Now's my time. He comes forward and then goes on a Twitter space and makes all these bizarre claims. And one of the things that was remarkable to me, he reminds me of a wonderful aperçu from the writer Mary McCarthy talking about Lillian Hellman. Now, this is a little arcane for your audience, but Mary McCarthy said, every word out of Lillian Hellman's mouth is a lie, including and the. Okay.
Every word is a lie. Yeah, wasn't it interesting though that like Jason Sands was too wacky even for the wackadoos because they all started coming out. They started coming out in the woodwork to attack him and say he wasn't credible.
Their grift.
Yeah, because he's showing just how wacky these people are.
Right, and so
like Green Street with this Tim Gallaudet, he found that Tim Gallaudet's wife was on some television show talking about demons and their house was haunted and their daughter is a medium that sees spirits and she's got monsters in her closet.
Profit or organization is Gallaudet attached to now?
He's attached, I think, to the Soul Foundation and to Ryan Graves' Americans for Safe Aerospace. He's attached to multiple of them.
Right.
You know, but here's another guy that just he fell in with these people, and I truly believe I have to admit that it's speculation, but we've seen multiple examples of Lou Elizondo essentially recruiting people with military credentials. He did it with Jeremy McGowan. Right. He did it with this Rocky Swanson that I interviewed from Canada.
Right.
You know, because I think they know if we get a guy with good military credentials to repeat our bullshit, it will seem more credible than just Joe Blow off the street.
Think he is the recruiter of people like
people say it's People have told me it's Mellon. People have told me it's Mellon that does that.
I think
who knows? You know
what I love is very few people point out, and I haven't really gone into it as late as 2016. Mellon had joined the lobbying group that Leslie Kean was part of. And this is much closer in time to his actual service as a deputy secretary for intelligence under both Bush and Obama administrations, as I understand it. That's my memory. And he was asked, is there evidence of alien programs? And he tells Leslie Kean, no, if anybody would know, I would know. So he is given at length an interview in 2016 saying,
no aliens. No aliens.
I haven't seen it. And then by the next year, he's on a platform in front of the Mylar, the party balloon, proclaiming the UFOs
it's an alien spaceship. Yes. Yeah, that's bizarre. I wonder what caused him to make such a
I don't know.
180.
And I think your argument is very true. A lot of people go, well, he's so rich. Why would he make things up? He doesn't need the money. That's true, but people like fame and people like power. And
I've known a few wealthy people, and one of them even told me, like, once you've gotten more money than you could spend in 100 lifetimes, you want other things. You want fame or you want power, which is why a lot of rich guys get into politics, because the money's not doing it for him.
You gotta understand, he's really smart.
He is a smart guy, yeah.
And he's the central person in shaping all the new UFO legislation, because he had worked on a Senate committee. Before he went into the Pentagon, he had worked on intelligence or military committees and really knows the players, knows legislative language, knows how to frame things. And then, of course, that great quote we feature from him, where I guess he told Gawker Media, it was never journalism. We just gave it to them on a silver platter. And it was to promote the threat narrative, the military threat narrative. And one of these interviews, I think McGowan has posted text exchanges between himself and Elizondo.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. Elizondo says, we have to push the threat narrative.
You got to have the threat narrative, and then it makes it legitimate. It's kind of mind-boggling to me. This is the thing that I sort of end the piece on a hopeful note. And the hopeful note is how quickly so many began doubting Jason Sands so quickly. There was such a significant, both the influencers and then average people. And I talk about a self-proclaimed starseed who goes by the name Alien Girl 111, who I think is a very, could be controversial, but she had a informal poll where most of the people thought he
even
was right.
wackadoos.
Right.
What did the wackadoos think?
Yeah, that's when I was the one, and I was kicked out of the same Facebook group as you. I think I was the one who got the screenshot of Eric Davis dissing
Jason Sands,
Jason Sands, and I posted it. I think I was the one. Others may have gotten it from other reasons, and then Green Street, as often he does, did an excellent post about it where he goes, "You mean Eric, I communicate with demons telepathically?"
Yeah. How bad is it when a guy who thinks that poltergeists follow him home from Skinwalker Ranch and he communicates with demons and he believes that people can bend spoons with their brains, says this guy's a wackadoo? That's basically what happened,
You know the metaphor I use for all these examples, it's kind of far afield, but it's about some of my favorite musicians. Graham Parsons was a pioneer of country rock who pioneered it and was the inspiration for Wild Horses by the Rolling Stones. And then he was at Paris in France when the Rolling Stones were making Exiles in Main Street, and he was using heroin every day with Keith Richards, and he was supposed to go back on tour with the Byrds, and he was too stoned and gave various reasons not to. But here's the point. Keith Richards looked at him on the ground in the recording studio and went, "Hey man, you're doing too many drugs." So
when Keith Richards tells you you're doing too many drugs, you got a real problem. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Keith Richards says, that's to me like if Eric Davis says, "Hey man, this guy's a bullshit artist. We can't trust him. It's too wacky." Holy mackerel,
Yeah, and it's so funny too, like some of the politics, because I'm sure that James Fox was pissed off that he came out, because that kind of throws a lot of shade on him for even interviewing a guy like that,
Well, that's why you were the one, and I quote from your analysis of his what is the name of his Brazilian Roswell movie?
Oh, I can't remember.
Whatever. The one
I call it the Vagina Aliens movie, even though it's called Jinha.
Right.
But I say the Vagina Aliens.
And it's these stupid Brazilian natives come out and draw aliens that they saw, and it's very thoroughly debunked. And you did a good job. And so I was trying to make the point that his last movie was very slickly done. And in terms of production quality, he's the very best pro UFO filmmaker. I mean, he's really skilled. He does a good job. He makes it look credible. But when you look underneath the engine, you see it's built on this sand of like self-proclaimed witnesses with no real evidence. But again, great stories.
Yeah. I didn't know how anybody didn't see right through that last one, though, because you've had years to work on this, and all you got is an anonymous army guy. It sounded like to me like the guy was just handed a script and like,
now,
here.
Which one are you talking? Which film are you talking about? The one called Phenomena?
No, the Vagina Alien one. I'm going to look it up so we know. Yeah.
Right.
I'll just put James Fox's last movie. I think that was his last one.
I think his last one was on Showtime, and it was called Phenomena. And that's the one where Leslie Keane explained. No, that was for another movie called UFO. So I think his last movie,
Moment of Contact. That's what it was called. Moment of Contact.
Right.
Yeah, about the Vagina Aliens.
Right. That's the Moment of Contact. Well, yes. The actual spelling isn't Vagina. But
I know it's Virginha, but I always joke because it's just stupid. The whole story is stupid, and I don't know, but we'll see. He's going to have another movie. They always have another movie coming out. Stephen Greer, of course, every year or so, there's another movie, never any proof. You know, I always think like, would anybody want to wait until you have some real proof?
Well, they know their audience, and there's also a wonderful quote from the great H.L. Mencken, who I urge everyone who wants to see critical thinking at work. There's the Mencken anthology. He said, "No one ever went broke underestimating the intelligence of the American public."
That's true.
And what's happened is, because evidence-free claims have been going on for years, the standards keep lowering and people keep coming forward, and there's this true believer community that wants to believe, and as long as it's dressed up in reasonably polished way, you know, then it can be believed. So that, you know, I do think they're kind of the first. It's sort of like, you know, I think of these UFO hucksters as a little similar to patent medicine sellers before the FDA came along. And
like a snake oil salesman. It's exactly what they're doing. Yeah.
And they travel.
Yeah, I got a cure for whatever. We got a cure for everything. Yeah, see? Step right up.
And they have voters on and striped shirts, and they're in front of a caravan, and they're giving a spiel before the tent.
I always relate them, or you probably don't know this, but I do. You know, in a lot of touristy hotspots, there's these strip clubs. And there's a guy out front called the Parker, right? And he's like, live nude women, come on inside, live nude girls. These guys, these UFO celebrities are basically like, we got the alien truth. Come on inside, buy my shit. They remind me of the guys that stand outside of the strip club, you know, convincing you that you might get some sex in there. You never get to the sex part. They just take your money and rip you off.
Well, I just finished reading Huckleberry Finn again, and there's, you know, the
Jeez, I haven't read that since I was maybe 12 or 14.
Well, I was rereading it because a new book is out called James by Everett Percival, that's from the point of view of Jim, the runaway slave. But I reread Huckleberry Finn, and two of the central characters are hucksters who go town to town luring people in for like what's going to be Shakespeare, and then they just do nonsense on stage, and then they do it for 2 to 3 days, and they know that people are so embarrassed about being rooked, they're not going to go after them, okay? And they're going to tell everybody how great and true it is. And by the third day, everybody's been burnt, and so they go, you know, basically
on to the next town, right?
And then they abscond from the town. What we haven't gotten to in the UFO community is enough people realizing they've been conned so that the hucksters will, you know, escape to the.
Well, you know, one of the things that I have noticed and sort of observed is that sometimes a lot of people do wake up, but the problem is that there's always a new batch of interested people. So it's kind of like, you know, I see this as cyclical. Like sometimes somebody will come into this, and after, I just said this last night on my show, and I think it's really right. The first couple of years, you just believe it all. When you're consuming this all, it takes a while, and something will trigger your skepticism, and you go, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. You start digging in. By about the third, fourth, fifth year, you've pretty much figured out, oh, there's no evidence, or these people are hucksters or scammers, you know. It takes a while to start unraveling for many people, including me. People don't believe me when I tell them I was all chips in on a lot of this stuff for years. Right. It was all true. Roswell, you know, Bob Lazar confirmed that Roswell happened to me, and you know, it was like one story confirmed that the other one was true. It wasn't until we started taking each one as a separate thing and really dig into each one that I started noticing these layers of deception and they use similar tactics to sell these stories, you know?
Yeah, I think that, and by the way, I hope you repost maybe on the weekend military whistleblowers or fake whistleblowers video again and make it a two-part and have real clear headers. So it's a brilliant exploration of how, Philip Corso and all these other people who have made these claims over the years that had great credentials, and then they all fall apart and or don't deliver evidence. And I think that's a great public service.
It's one of the things we want to do here.
I think that should be somewhere in your pinned tweet. In other words, if you could figure out a way to get a link to that show.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I should pin that on my Twitter. I really enjoyed that series and the series on UFO crashes because when you're just going on a case-by-case basis, it's one thing when you investigate these things. But if you pull back and sort of look at this whole thing with a wider angle lens, that's the only analogy I could think of. Like the UFO crashes, the same thing. You start to see like, oh, these stories are all very, very similar. How they're sold is similar, anonymous sources and this and that, So I really enjoyed that longer, sort of, I should say, broader look at these.
Well, I thought it was very helpful. By the way, I noticed I forgot to turn off my light in the back, and I want to just say that is a UFO paranormal orb inside my home.
Yeah, somebody said earlier in the live chat, or they said you could tell a journalist because they always have a tinder box around them. A tinder box. You got all these boxes. Your set looks like George Knapp has the same thing. He sits there and he's got all these boxes of shit behind him, paperwork.
This is my actual home office, and
I don't feel so bad about mine now.
Unfortunately, they don't have the blurring effect that you do with Zoom here, apparently.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry about that, but it's fine.
But it's clear I do my work because I have real stuff that I work from.
Yeah, and you're an old school guy, so you still probably have all papers. You do everything with paper.
I have a lot of documents, file folders, and all sorts. But one of the things that's important, in terms of the degradation of evidence, so we've seen how, in the earlier years, they would at least try to fake the evidence. And then we get to Elizondo, they'd have fake evidence, Billy Meyer, which we talk about in the sidebar in Corf, in which he exposed this cult that, I think it's fair to call it a cult, even though they won't agree with being called that. It's identified as a UFO religion. They had faked pre-Photoshop, pre-internet. They had faked UFOs by having inverted dinner plates with strings on them.
Yeah, garbage cans, can lids, and I liked it better when they had to fake something because
that's the whole point. It goes from at least they tried to fake it, and they would have fake documents like MJ12. They'd have fake documents, fake videos.
You know who I think really opened up the world to you don't need any evidence? Corey Good. Because for 5 years, he just told stories and he had zero evidence. And what was interesting about Corey Good is occasionally he would slip up and he would say something that you could verify, an earthly claim, like, well, I was identified as an intuitive empath by standardized testing. So I looked up in Texas and found out that there was no standardized testing when he was in school. And more things like that. He would screw up and say stupid things like he said that the spacecraft would land in his backyard and take him to the moon base. So asshole that I am, you know what I did, Art? I found all of the neighbors, the backyard neighbor, the side neighbors, and I called them all up and asked them if anybody saw a spaceship, and they were like, what? Nobody saw the spaceship. And it's so, when you get to the point of ridiculous claims, like, and by the way, he had a tiny backyard that you could barely fit like a van in. That's how small his yard was. But and the neighbors are backed right up against him. Like nobody saw this spaceship with Corey Good. It's so stupid, But I think that Corey Good really opened the door. and people figured out from him, like, oh, you don't need any evidence, you just need a compelling story, and you gotta be believable.
This is why the propaganda campaign involving Mellon and Elizondo was so brilliant. And by the way, the New Yorker article, which is very pro Leslie Keene and predisposed to believe that she's on the truth most of the time, they break down precisely how Mellon figured out to get the material from Elizondo and put together. Mellon put together Keene with Elizondo and I believe Puthoff for a briefing, and that briefing in turn was then served as the basis for the later reporting that she first did it. She apparently, as Stephen Green pointed out, she first ran with some of it in the Huffington Post, but it didn't take. And then she reached out to Blumenthal, and they made the connection to the Times, and then went up the chain and ran. I mean, it's one of the biggest embarrassments, and to this date, there's been not a single retraction or apology or correction of any element.
And that's surprising. That's surprising because it's the New York Times. It's the New York Times.
So my hope
they're probably embarrassed, and they hope everybody will just forget.
I'm going to be sending my material, or maybe doing my material to like the Columbia Journalism Review or others, so I or others can like ask questions about the media, as they now should be asking about the publishing industry, with printing the new book that he's gonna be printing. And you know what's gonna happen is when it comes out and it's gonna have all of his unproven and debunked claims. The one of the claims to defense is it was cleared by Dopser, so it must be true.
Yeah, and that's a false statement. Yeah.
So the degradation went from you had to fake the evidence, then you had ambiguous stuff with Elizondo and the Navy videos, which later were shown very early by Mick West to have prosaic explanations like camera artifacts and gimbal and all that very early on. And it took years for the rest of even the Pentagon and NASA to be able to explain, well, actually, here's the real things going on here. And then I do think some of these people might have been, it's very possible that Elizondo and Mellon and others were inspired by people like Corey Goode, but I don't know if that's really the case, because Corey Goode was still a fringe figure in the world, but a popular. But
and people don't realize this, but Corey Goode was the big guy before Elizondo. Elizondo sort of knocked him off his thing,
but he wasn't on the front page of the New York Times.
Yeah, exactly. So Elizondo hit more mainstream. Right. Elizondo had this perceived credibility because
and then
New York Times,
and then Grush, who does come off as sincere. And this is the thing, in trying to figure out Grush and why he said the things he did, is I do feel, even though it sounds like a smear, it's possible, as others have said of him who are in his corner, that he may have some version of being on the spectrum, and that might make him more gullible. Now my earlier view was that everything he said, he honestly believed.
Oh, I believe that he believed.
Right. But
I think he was manipulated.
My view, that he was manipulated. And that was my view until the disclosure of the 9 times Arrow tried to reach him and his lies, how much he wanted to talk to Arrow. Those are not things related to gullibility. That is someone consciously
deceptive, yes,
being deceptive, and that's set apart. So here's the thing that's so remarkable: Grush has only had 2 statements that are checkable. Okay, one is proven a hoax, obviously, which is UFO Mussolini captured
It was a
thing,
completely
and the
totally
Vatican
hoax.
got it
Yeah.
and shipped it to the U.S. So he made that, and that came from Elizondo, who was an early champion of that, nonsense story, championed by Italian researchers. He met with them. That is in my first article back in last July. I quote a guy named Alex Giannetti, actual Italian UFO researcher who knows the landscape, knows these researchers, and in fact talked up their bogus findings when he sort of believed it possible in the early 2000s. So we know one thing is a complete hoax, as Jeff Knox has also analyzed it. So that's one public statement that he's made. The second public statement that is checkable is, I wanted to talk to Arrow and they weren't interested.
Yeah, and that's a complete and total lie. Yeah.
Those are the two specifics.
I also, just to, I guess to close out, we're running out of time here, but I thought an important thing that I wanted to ask you about, since you're a Washington, D.C. based reporter, I'm assuming that you have sources within government, and I have a few, and one of them told me something very interesting, that essentially there are people within the government that are sick of these grifters, that are tired of this. They're tired of being, people claiming they're involved in a cover-up or whatever. Do you think that the government, because I thought that Arrow report was very forceful and purposeful to kind of quell all of this conspiracy land nonsense. Do you think that there are people in government that kind of are aware that it's the same group of grifters and they're sick of it, and they're actively, aggressively trying to, stop the scam?
Well, that's the point. The Arrow was such a departure because it was the strongest effort yet. I do think there's a subset. I think there's actually, like Kirkpatrick pointed out forcefully in interviews, and is mentioned more obliquely in the Arrow report, there are definitely large legions of true believers inside the military. And he tells these horrifying stories of people he had worked with on highly classified information coming into him and telling him, I can't talk to you because you're part of the cover-up of alien technology. And he says this should be a red flag for national security. But on the other hand, I do think there's a subset of people, and my guess is a majority of people in the military and are skeptical. I mean, I have interviewed people in the military, former and current military, and intelligence officials, and there's a significant portion of people there who don't believe it and think it's untrue. On the other hand, since this was the dominant narrative coming out of Congress, there are very few were standing up to be active. In other words, the things that were in the Arrow report could have been said, 7 years ago, pretty much.
Yeah, they're a little behind they're a little behind on.
Yeah, they're so slow, and they allowed it. And then so I think there's kind of three different driving factors, and none of them are dominant. And here's what this is my read of it, is you have the true believers who, read like the James Lukotsky types who believe it. You go to Skinwalker, see floating orbs, read the books, believe it, or listen to it so they can be open like other people. And very educated people can fall for conspiracy thinking. Then you have a broader group that is, it could be the majority think it's nonsense, and only a handful want to speak out actively. So those people who were willing to speak out were those who killed the proposed Kona Blue thing. That was an effort to repurpose OSAP, ATIP.
Yeah, they basically said we can't let these wackadoos waste any more money or time or resources.
Right, and there was really good reporting. Even if McMillan is a Grush proponent, McMillan's Popper Mechanics article is very much worth going to. because he had a look at the 10-month report that OSAP did, which that set off alarms. OSAP thought, hey, look at all the great stuff. And they were pretty open about their supernatural explorations and stuff in their 10-month report. And everybody, and the New Yorker has someone anonymously quoted, that 10-month report set off enormous bombshells. And then the bombshells about what the hell's going on here, because they were sort of kept in the dark by Lukatsky, then that the further doubts were sowed when Harry Reid wrote his letter, I think in 2009, asking for higher secrecy elevation for OSAP.
Yeah, but really he was just trying to stop them from knowing what they were doing.
Right. And he coined the term ATAP, but his purpose was to keep them secretive. And then people, what is he trying to keep secret? And then others learned, holy God, there's all sorts of craziness with tax dollars. So he had the opposite effect. Now, what I'm saying is there's the group, I think, who are quietly think this is nonsense, but we got to go along with Congress. And then a handful of people, some in leadership positions, who are actively, but then there's the third group, which is sort of led by the extremely, I think she's accurate but wily Susan Goff and others who really love the ambiguity about UFOs because they don't want to give up the value of UFO mythology in true believers, because it's very
useful to them.
Cover for our secret technology and research we're doing on our enemies' secret aviation technology. So they don't, the Arrow report, this is what's so remarkably, for years they allowed the ambiguity and ambivalence to continue. And because that served their interest. They want to keep all their options open.
Yeah, I've talked about it here. There is verified cases where they used aliens and UFOs to cover black projects.
Absolutely. The CIA did its own report. I mean, that was so remarkable. One of the things that was so remarkable in this 16,000 word exegesis by nitpicking by Mellon, about the Arrow report. He says, there never has U-2 claims been used to, claims about the early U-2 stealth spy plane. Never has that been used as an excuse for UFO mythology. And the CIA itself
admitted that, yes.
Very report saying, hey, for about 20 years, we've been lying to the public about aviation technology and promoting UFO myths. They actually admitted it. And then, of course, Richard Doty was exposed. So this ambivalence and ambiguity has really served the military well. And then, when you get underneath the hood, like the original UAP task force that found 143 of the 144 having no explanation, so hinting it must be anomalous, and that was led by Travis Taylor as their chief.
He was a nutter, yeah. He can't tell the difference between a bug and a spaceship doing 30,000 miles an hour.
Jay Stratton and Travis Taylor were in charge of that, and the notion.
I don't know if you heard. I heard Greenstreet in a Spaces say someday he's going to do a piece about some of the analysts that were on that original UAP task force with Taylor. Because, for example, one of them believed that there was a ghost living in his house that was a young girl that would tickle his feet when he was sleeping. And there was another one that was psychic. Like that whole UAPTF was basically run by wackadoos. But what's fascinating is that nobody in the government realized, these are the same wackadoos that wasted that $22 million. Let's bring them in again for this new effort.
Well, they were indirectly connected, but Lukatsky, Putoff, Davis, and certainly Combe Kelleher, who remained in the private sector, none of the top researchers with OSAP and some of these people may not be directly on staff, but did consult.
They were consulting, yeah.
Like Davis he wrote the wormhole papers.
Oh, I love that. There's a picture of Einstein talking to Barney the dinosaur through a wormhole. Yeah, and I have that article still where the Air Force called his research crackpot research.
Right.
And there was big blowback that they wasted money on that stuff.
Yeah, so if you could repost that.
I'll have to dig it up. Great. Yeah.
But so what I'm trying to say is there's different factions and none of them are dominant. So what was significant about the Arrow report is they, put out a forceful thing. They got a variety of nitpicking things. I reviewed some of it with.
You know what I found shocking is that they nitpicked about all this stuff, but they didn't address the core claims, which is you, Christopher Mellon, and Elizondo, and all your buddies are all a bunch of evidence-free storytellers. Why not address that? And you know what I thought was great is, they can all shut Arrow down immediately. They can all show that the government is lying, and here's a cover-up, and all they have to do is produce real and verifiable evidence that they all claim they have. But nobody will. Nobody will show any of. They won't show their cards. It's like when you're playing poker. And somebody's bluffing, and you call their bluff, and they don't want to show you their cards. Still,
philosophical. The philosophical premise of Occam's razor, the simplest, most rational explanation, is often the true one. So the Occam's razor on this is. Is for Ross Coulthard to say, okay, it's so important.
Yeah, here's where the giant spaceship is.
The other thing is journalists never get punished ever, almost ever, for taking information that is classified. I'm assuming he's lying. That's reasonable speculation. But if, in fact, there's classified information, but the UFO is so big they had to build a building on top of it.
I would assume that would be classified. I would assume that would be classified.
Let's assume it's classified. In reality, the only people who get punished for revealing classified information are the leakers, not the journalists. You're not seeing Bob Woodward never went to jail. Seymour Hersh never went to jail. No investigative reporter who reported on so many elements, Daniel Shore or the modern day people looking at none of the people who worked with Julian Assange's material and Snowden's material and won Pulitzer's, none of them went to jail. So Ross Coulthard is a functioning journalist. He would have no problem. And his I love his claim that he can't tell where it is. He can't even tell where it is, assuming hundreds and hundreds of people worked on the building.
And by the way, that story actually originally came from Stephen Greer. Stephen Greer told the same story a few months before Coulthard told that story.
Oh, I see.
So, like I always say, it's one big circle jerk, and they're all just repeating each other's bullshittery. It's just.
As the Arrow report calls it, circular reporting,
or self-licking ice cream cone.
There's different terms. This is the thing is, like you have pointed out, you go, here it is, 115, bitches, and throw it on.
Here's the proof, bitches. They could have done that when they were sitting there in Congress. Here's the proof of alien visitation, bitches.
And you notice what's happening now? Even people, I think, like Mike Colangendo and or Jay Anderson, who both are believers but are very important.
Yeah, I want to get them both on my show.
I think that would be great because they are really founts of information. And even though you kind of know their belief system, they present things from all sides.
Yeah, I was shocked to see that guy Jay. He's posting a lot of critical stuff, but I think it's a bit hypocritical because doesn't he give Coulthard a pass because he got a free laptop from Coulthard? So he gives Coulthard a pass while saying this Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, they're lying to us, and we need to hold these people to standards. You know, I think that's the case. I don't know. I have to check into it a little more. But it's nice to see. Yeah, he's posting real critical stuff.
People who are in the believer community beginning to ask questions, and I think that is also a hopeful sign that there's some, rationality raising some questions about the key figures. I think that's a very important sign, even if the majority of UFO believers are not really raising doubts and are rallying around them. Now, one of the things I made sure to mention in my tweets and in my sidebar was how when Korf has faced harassment and vicious threats, he's gone after them via law enforcement, and new ones are being prepared. So anyone who's going after him or me in vicious,
they're put on notice.
They're going to be held accountable in a way that hasn't happened yet, and so I hope they exercise caution. But I'm certainly open to, reasonable, civil-minded questions and debate. But anyway,
sure. And we're going to ask you to close then.
Yeah.
Do you have another article play? I know you're always working on something. So what's next for you and Washington Spectator?
There's going to be a piece, an essay that I'm going to be contributing reporting on to my editor. Is going to be sending out an email and maybe publishing online, in which it's going to be an editor's note looking at the parallels of conspiracy thinking in the UFO world as the destabilizing conspiracy thinking that's shaping so much, and we're a progressive magazine, so you may not agree, that's shaping so much.
I don't even get into politics. I don't care about. You know what I care about? Accurate reporting.
Right.
What I do for news? I listen to both sides because I figure the truth is somewhere in the middle.
I do. Let me just finish my statement. So my editor is going to draw some analogies to the deleterious effect of conspiracy thinking and evidence-free and lack of rational critical thinking in the UFO community, to the broad accepting of conspiracy theories, mostly on the right wing, about stop the steal and vaccines are a hoax and COVID didn't happen, and believing a lot of mythologies around MAGA and Trump, and drawing some analogies. And this is where I may be mentioning, I haven't done the reporting, a kind of summary paragraph on Ashton Forbes, who I think is the newest iteration of apparent would-be grifters.
You gotta respect a guy that has 10 VFX artists all come out and say these videos are fake and here's why. Some with decades of experience in that field of work and study. And he still comes up with some reasons or excuses for why the videos aren't fake.
And then he's really an embodiment of where we have gone, like Jason Sands and Ashton Forbes. Now, I will give credit to Ashton. He talks in sciencey language, which I analogize to Stephen Colbert's truthiness. In other words,
word salad, though.
He has a word salad of scientific terms. I even created
phase conjugation, Art Levine. Phase conjugation. That's how they teleported that plane.
I went to Meta AI on Facebook and asked them to create the case for free energy and anti-gravity from the point of view of Ashton Forbes, and they did a better job than Ashton did.
Maybe he start using that. Yeah.
I'm expecting to use it, but what's important about Ashton to me, and dangerous and interesting, he's very well spoken. He knows jargon, and so he is kind of the new Stephen Greer, in that Greer himself is well spoken and is professional in his way, and Forbes is coming out with this evidence-free stuff, and even when the photographer who took the photos of the clouds.
It's bizarre.
The screenshot of his ticket.
And he shows his plane tickets. No, those aren't
No.
the real images. They're
No,
different in
those are
the
the real
video.
images. And they give. Now, this is where I was trying to think of analogies to what Ashton is doing, and I haven't settled on any of them, and all of the analogies are much more cruel, vicious, and harmful than anything Ashton is doing. But here's 3 analogies to think about. One is the one I first thought of. It's the arcane poking in the nuances and details of falsified information, and then building a narrative around falsified information. Like, here's this video that actually couldn't have been done because they didn't have that kind of asset in 2014. And that reminds me of the early days of Pizzagate, before the guy went up and shot his gun off. Because Pizzagate had people reading into the campaign Podesta's emails that were on WikiLeaks, where he's ordering pizza.
Pizza means this. Yes,
right, and this means certain types of children, and this was studied, and then they created what they call breadcrumbs, and then it was analogized, and then it became broadened out on Twitter through influencers, and it became widely believed. So that's one analogy. Another analogy someone gave is, and it's kind of similar, is Alex Jones and Sandy Hook.
Yes.
Where you have a major tragedy that has so clearly occurred due to gun violence by an unhinged person. There's dead people, there's police reports, and yet, Alex Jones created this mythology of crisis acting in which he lost millions and tens of millions, could be hundreds of millions in lawsuits, and he's now hiding his assets. But the point is, he was brought to court, and here he was exploiting a horrible tragedy. And this is the other thing. His exploitation and myth-making led to the harassment of the family.
The victims, the victims' families.
Actors who were making it up about their dead children. And what amounts to a similar appeal Ashton Forbes has made to a much lesser degree, saying, I'm going to have the families, and they're going to
sue you. Yeah, they're going to sue you for saying the videos are fake.
My followers are going to learn who you are, and we're going to go after you. And in the same way that, and Ashton Forbes, no coincidence, appeared on Alex Jones's show, apparently. That's what I was told. I don't know if it's true. I could be an actor, but that's what I was told.
Yeah.
So
now he's going to start selling free energy devices.
Now he's selling free energy devices.
Or he's talking about starting a company to sell free energy devices.
And I hope
somebody made a really good point, like on my Twitter, and that there is kind of a such thing as free energy. It's called solar panels, and I built a free energy system at my cabin. So why would somebody just not go the conventional route and just build a solar panel system? Instead, I'm going to give money to a grifter to get a secret box that's going to give me unlimited free energy.
Someone is going to probably point to some.
Oh, by the way, Art, my deep dives continue this weekend, and on Sunday night, 12 hours of me educating everyone on all the free energy scammers.
Oh, that is great. I'm going to
12 hours of it.
I think
we go through all of them. John Searle, David Wilcock, Stephen Greer, and we show all of the scamminess.
Is Firmage's company in there?
No, I didn't include Firmage. No, but you know what? I could. We covered Firmage previously, but
that was anti-gravity.
Yeah, but we covered Hutchinson and Searle and all the people that were for years trying to get money from investors. None of them ever produced anything. There's a list of them.
I think that's a great public service, and you should definitely post it in the different people who are following the Ashton Forbes.
Oh, I added him and set the graphics for it. Yeah.
But the third analogy, which is it's a very extreme analogy, and I'm not in any way accusing Ashton Forbes of being a bigot or an anti-Semite. But if you look at the history of Holocaust denialism, and there's a good movie about one of them who was a legitimate forensic pathologist, and the movie's called Dr. Death, and it's by Errol Morris, who turned out to be a Holocaust denier. So the Holocaust deniers would do things like scrape the walls inside the Auschwitz ovens and use it, or crematorium, to try to prove that there couldn't have been poison gas. So what happened, if you look at the body of Holocaust denialism, and there's a guy named David Irving who filed a lawsuit against an author, Deborah Lipstadt. It was made into a movie called Denial. It's excellent. The point about it is the Holocaust denialists didn't just say, yes, you had people who were, Nazis and neo-Nazis coming out with lies going, it never happened, Jews are playing on sympathy. But you had a subset of people who pretended to be rational and look at the evidence, and they would go through arcane evidence to try to make the claim that 6 million Jews were not killed deliberately in concentration camps and crematoria, and I'm not comparing.
I'm surprised that there's still a lot of that stuff on Twitter. I just saw a post, I don't know how it even came across my feed, of somebody showing like Auschwitz had a pool and there were people in a pool. So it doesn't look like a Holocaust to me, or something like that.
Right. Well, that's
it's bizarre. It's bizarre that people would do that. It's so hurtful too,
That's what's happened when you're in conspiracy mindset. Now, the reason the Holocaust denialism and anti-Semitism, which is also at the root of a lot of the ideology behind QAnon, which is like eating babies for blood, stuff from the medieval ages, are part of current conspiracy thinking. Is in all of these cases, some of them are motivated by hate, but they turn to pseudoscience explanation. I don't think Ashton is motivated, or his followers are motivated by bigotry per se. Some may be bigots, but that's not what's motivating. But what the parallel is, they fall into conspiracy belief, and then they try to look up for shards of evidence that confirm their pre-existing belief, and they can convince themselves. And with a guy like, I happen to think that Ashton is very good at what he does, and that he has hundreds of thousands of followers. And then you have all of the...
Yeah, but doesn't it strike you as weird that it's all based on a complete and total, easily proven lie with those videos, that he was able to do that on, it's bizarre to me that he was able to amass a following like that on videos that are so easily proven fake and have been over and over and over again.
There's this
originally came from Regicide Anon account, which was a UFO hoax channel. It had all kinds of fake UFO. Yeah, it's bizarre.
So what I think is striking to me is that, yes, that it's completely untrue, but there's a wonderful new book out by a historian scholar called Some People Are Saying, and it's a book on the new conspiracism, and it's conspiracies without any theory or even fake evidence. It's really worth reading and understanding, because he is basically a kind of avatar of having some foot in the old conspiracy thinking, like 9/11 truthers and so on, to do arcane arguments why it was, imploded from within and a government plot. But he's also has a bridge into the QAnon world, because he's making up stuff out of total whole cloth based on completely fabricated stuff, and then doubling down with explanations to prove that it's right, and then adding on it horrible personal attacks on his critics and urging his followers to attack his critics. So so this is
it's very cult-like. Yeah, it's exactly how cults react. It's disturbing.
I think one of the reasons that he's so popular, even though there's obviously growing pushback, and one a really smart guy whose tag I can't remember, but I've been in communication with him. He's put together analysts of the tweet references to Ashton Forum and how they've kept growing even after the really definitive video debunking. And now apparently there's new followers in Asian countries who are now following him. And so his audience is growing. I know I know that in some cases he may not ever appear again on Danny Jones or some high profile, but his audience is in some ways growing at the same time that the pushback is going. But he's he has a very good demeanor until he loses temper, and his word salad construction is magnificent.
Phage conjugation, quantum vacuum.
Like a more professional. I had actually met him. There used to be in the 50s and 60s a double talk comedian named Irwin Corey, it was a style of Borscht Belt comedy where you would sound and you call yourself the professor and you spew nonsense in a comedic way. He's kind of a cleaned up, waspy version of that, and yet it's not played for laughs, but he's building his audience, even in the face of all of it, which should be alarming.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate our talk as usual. I want to thank you for joining us and adding some class to the show. I always feel like we got a real journalist on tonight, And thanks for your reporting, which you know that it's lonely doing this skeptical report. You feel like you're out in the woods by yourself. So to see somebody else doing the good skeptical, especially
I really want to give a shout out, and I quote him a few times and sort of give a shout out, and it's like Stephen Greenstreet correctly points out, like, I'm the only one doing it. He's not the only one doing it, but his importance is he's the only reporter in a large-scale major outlet, conservative, who's been regularly covering this. Nobody, literally nobody in the mainstream media, and even though they're right-wing, I consider them mainstream media. They're a newspaper. They have a big circulation. Nobody is doing what he's doing in the mainstream media about this ongoing scam and falsehoods.
Yeah, so I think he does a great job. Sure, yeah,
and
he does an excellent job.
I'm hoping his work gets broader attention.
And by the way, he's going to be on Expanding Frontiers Research tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, which is my birthday, Art. It's my birthday.
Okay, well, happy birthday. It will be more telling. Yes, he will be on Expanding Frontiers with Erica Lukes and Jack Brewer, and he's going to be telling a lot of stuff, and it'll be a very knowledgeable interview. I urge everybody to tune in because he does really important work.
Yeah, absolutely.
I kind of am bringing you into the mainstream,
Yeah, no, I need all the help I can get. Yeah, and I appreciate. For those that don't know, every once in a while, Art gives me some excellent advice because I'm self-taught at all this. I don't know. I'm flying by the seat of my pants, but Art's giving me some excellent advice and some books to read to improve at what I do. One book in particular on writing well is changing everything for me. My scripts got 10 times better, and everything got better after I read that book. So thank you for the advice.
So some people have trouble appreciating you in the more polite worlds of skepticism because you're so vocal, you curse.
Yeah, but there's a reason that I grew and got an audience. It's because the squeaky wheel gets the grease,
Yeah, I've called you
doing it straight wasn't doing it.
I called you the Hunter S. Thompson of
which is a tremendous compliment. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's
great. All right, well, don't be a stranger, Mr. Levine, and we'll have you come back when you do another article, hopefully.
Yeah, and if there's any panels that are coming up.
And we're going to do June 5th. We're going to do a Dave Grush discussion panel. You're most welcome. I'll send you.
Okay, that'll be great. Well, thank you very much. And
all right,
no pleasure. And let's get the word out there about truth and rational.
Yes, and I've added the link to your excellent article in the description of the video or podcast here, so I encourage everybody to read it.
Okay,
excellent
thank
work.
you.
All right, you have a good night. Mr. Art Levine. Always have a great conversation with Mr. Levine. He's one of those guests that I look forward to talking to when we when we're lucky enough to be able to get him. I want to take a moment to recognize you kind and generous benefactors. Like I said, we read every single super chat. Mega City Media with 50 AED says, you are an absolute legend. Thank you. Rotary Motion with a kind and generous £2. Please help Stephen out. He does this for nothing. Well, thank you, Rotary Motion and Mega City with another 10 AED. Thank you, Stephen, for everything you do. And JJ, good stuff, fellas. Kind and generous £10. And thanks, everybody, for being a member. And we also want to take a moment to thank our PayPal pledgers. For those unaware, besides the super chats, you can send a PayPal pledge. Just add a note and any message that you want us to read. Please include your chat room user ID because you probably don't want me reading your real name. We want to thank Initials PB for a very kind and generous $50 PayPal pledge, which goes a long way towards supporting this viewer-supported show. Thank you so much for your kindness, generosity, and support, Mr. PB, and all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support in helping us to...
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
All right, friends. So I wanted to also take a moment before we conclude tonight's broadcast here to remind you that the deep dive weekend dives are continuing. This weekend, people always ask me, what stories do you think may be true? You're always blowing everything to shit. This weekend, Friday, 9 p.m., tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I investigate 6 awesome, enduring mysteries. I think we've got the orang pendek, which is just one of those Bigfoot kind of variations, one of my favorite stories. We go deep into that. We go deep into the Bermuda Triangle and 4 other really enduring mysteries that have endured. That's the point of this series. It's 12-hour deep dive. Then we're doing a 12-hour deep dive of my earliest coverage of the wacky world of Wilcock, a 12-hour deep dive into his false claims, fake stories, fake insiders, and failed prophecies. And then, as I mentioned to Mr. Levine, I thought it was topical since Ashton Forbes is going to start a free energy thing to educate the public. So we've got Is Free Energy Possible? A deep dive into John Searle, Joseph Newman, John Hutchinson, Dr. Stephen Greer, and David Wilcock. There's certainly other people that have sort of done the new age, free energy grift. I was once, remember, I have a background in computer science and electronics. I was once intensely interested in free energy devices. And as a youngster, I wasted hundreds of dollars buying plans and parts from eBay to build my own free energy device. And when you know it, I was never able to get any free energy, but I certainly lost a lot of money and time. There still may be one thing that I think may be good, and I talk about it in this, that showed some decent results, and I talk about it in this series. This is another 12-hour deep dive. So we've got, for those that keep asking me to produce more content, we've got 36 hours of content coming up this weekend. And this is my birthday. Tomorrow is my birthday, or in just a few minutes, it will be my birthday. So I'm taking tomorrow night off. I'll be heading to the cabin. I want to remind you also that we have our new shorts series, which, why can't I share that? That's weird. Oh yeah, I can. We finally come up with a short format of short videos. We've already released 2 of them, but if you're a Patreon or channel member, I've given you guys 10 for being early access members. Truth Seekers Deep Dives, Moon Landing Conspiracies, and Truth Seekers Quick Dives. These are 5 or 10 minute videos on particular subjects. This one's on the Moon Landing Conspiracies, and this other one we released today is on Ancient Aliens Exposed. So please be sure to check those out. You guys have been asking me for short form videos forever. We finally cracked the code. So tomorrow is my birthday, or just a little bit. technically 25 more minutes, it will be my birthday. I want to thank all of you who have sent me birthday wishes. For a moment, I forgot that my birthday is listed on Facebook because I started getting all these messages and I said, how will these people know it's my birthday? Facebook. But thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. So we have done our due diligence. I want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, and be sure to thank our excellent guest, Mr. Art Levine, for his appearance this evening. I'll be back live Monday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But in the meantime, there's 36 hours of deep diving. And I will most likely be checking into the live chat from the cabin, but the internet tends to be a little spotty, especially they're predicting rain. And somehow when it rains, the internet goes even wonkier than usual. But I'm going to enjoy my birthday weekend trying to finish building a porch at the cabin, a porch roof, whatever. I appreciate all of the well wishes for my birthday and all of that. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support as well. Here's Go Kick Rocks with One I Almost Missed. Always a pleasure. I only get to listen in the morning these days. I miss catching the live broadcast. Well, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Longtime show supporter, Go Kick Rocks. We appreciate your kindness and for helping us too.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
All right, friends. So that's the news, and I am out of here. Like I said, I'll be back Monday at 9 p.m., but we've got plenty of content, and I'm probably going to be dropping some more of those quick dives over the weekend with instant premieres for those. So I appreciate all of the support that we have been receiving. This has been I always say we're a viewer-supported show. This month has been the best month for viewer support in the history of our show. I'm blown away by your support. Thank you so much. We'll keep bringing you the best quality content we can, thanks to your generosity and support. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God
Greetings and salutations, old friends and new friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers, where we explore the strange, the mysterious, the esoteric in the world. Tonight, I've got a very special UFO report planned for you. I've been keeping my head on certain things in the UFO community and doing a great deal of research into several different stories, but I thought it would be helpful, even therapeutic for me, to talk to some other researchers and find out what they're working on, what stories they're following on, or things that they think are important. So tonight we've got a very, very special guest. You may have seen him on Erica Luke's show. He's the co-host of UFOs Declassified. He has his own separate sort of report show called In the Field and has been investigating and interested in and studying UFOs for much longer than I. So, friends, we're going to bring him in here. Welcome, Scott Brown.
Hey, thanks, Steve, for having me.
Yeah, good to finally speak to you in person. And we have corresponded. We've shared some research materials. We've followed. We were both following this Travis Walton thing, and you did a much better job than I did covering that because you got the guy who was basically the proof that it was all a hoax on your show. What do you think of the Travis Walton? Can you talk a little bit about your experience with sort of revealing that as being one big hoax?
Yeah, that was a complete accident. Mike Rogers, the guy who was driving the truck, was a guest because I believed what he was saying about the whole phone call being manipulated, and I didn't really know too much about it, so I wanted to hear what Mike had to say. Told Erica, she was like, "It's we're good to go. Let's do it." And we got him on the show, and in the meantime, as it was leading up to the day of the show, I had said something about the phone call being manipulated on Twitter. Next thing you know, I get this 2-page email explaining everything from Ryan Gordon. So I'm like, holy shit, who is this guy? So that's it all started. And then as I began to look at it and there's still things that he can't release to the public. And I wish that I could talk about, that would just close the whole thing down. But unfortunately, he doesn't want to get sued, and there's certain legal things, and, but I mean, after I looked at everything, it was open and shut for me. It was, the glue that held it together for so many years was the 5 guys that never recanted their story. And so that for me was solid, especially for 40 something years. And I thought, there's no way that these guys, they're not benefiting from it. So why the hell would they go along with a lie? It's got to be true. Not thinking that it's possible that these 5 guys were fooled by the other 2. And I never thought of that. So of course, going back through the documents, I saw Ray Fowler had the same theory back in the 70s. In the early 2000s, Carl Flock, the researcher, he also had the same theory that the 5 guys were fooled by the other 2, which would lead them to have a convincing testimony when they were questioned, and the whole thing got pulled off.
Yeah, and it was interesting that Mike Rogers and Travis Walton seemed to recently have a dispute over money, right? And so when the money wasn't right, Mike Rogers starts saying this was a hoax. This is how we hoaxed it, or I don't. First, he said, "Oh, I don't support anything Travis says anymore." Then he started saying, "Oh no, this whole thing was a hoax, and here's how it was done," and spilling the beans. And then Travis and him got together, and the money got right with Mike Rogers again. So now he's suddenly back on the Travis Walton is telling the truth camp.
No, he's back at it again, and he just posted on Facebook today saying that that none of the guys believe Travis. He's full of shit. He went into this long tirade on Facebook today, and same old thing. He's doing it again.
Oh, that's great. That's
back
great.
back and forth,
Oh yeah, and it's Mike Heston Rogers on Facebook, I think, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's I mean, I look at it this way. The guy.
Oh wow! Wait, we got to share this because you're right. This is juicy. This is one of the original witnesses to,
Yeah.
the one of the linchpins to the story being true for 30, 40 years. Mike Heston Rogers, and here he is on Facebook. And boy, this is what he has to say. This event in late September of 1970 is the happening where Travis Walton didn't get abducted. No way, no how, no cigar. I was driving my lime green Dodge Charger west out of Snowflake, and 8 miles further, we beheld the spherical light, which then, by utter surprise, shone a very bright light down in the highway out before us. The rest of the story is in the book. I am dangerously close to finishing. So I guess that's another cash in on his. And
Yeah,
the story just changed completely, according to
the
him.
post where he talks about the 5 guys not believing, it's farther down, and it's a comment on another post that I was commenting on.
Okay, I'll look for that. In the meantime,
he just, says he lists all their names, Ken Peterson and, all of them, and none of them believe Travis. They all think he's a liar. It's just
wow,
back and forth.
And he's selling autographed prints of pictures of the abduction, even though he says it was fake.
Yeah,
but he'll still that abduction was fake. But I'll still sell you autographed print of an art print from that abduction case. That's so bizarre. Isn't that bizarre?
I mean, hey, he knows that with certain people he can still write it and cash in on it. So I mean, these guys are like. They know they're full of shit, but
yeah, and he's pumping there's a documentary of our encounter in 1975 on the Travel Channel sometime within the next 31 days.
Yeah.
So he's still pumping it, and he's got paintings that he's sold. Jeez.
Yeah.
He's selling paintings of the aliens and Travis, but then he's saying it didn't happen.
Yeah, he painted the original book cover for Travis's book.
Oh, well, that is interesting. I never knew that.
Yeah,
but I just think it's bizarre, land. Like he's saying this is all fake. And look, these 2 paintings were recently sold for $3,000. That leaves 7 of my paintings yet to be sold. If you have the money, the most important paintings, the covers to the Walton Experience and Fire in the Sky, the Walton Experience, can be yours. Contact me by Facebook Messenger or email me. Jeez, that's bizarre.
And
autographed prints now available, and we can look at the prints. That's the Fire in the Sky.
And even if it's for some of us it's bullshit, it's still a historical painting. It's still someone's gonna.
Oh yeah, I think I would very much like to have the original painting of the book Fire in the Sky hanging in my basement. I don't know that I could afford it. I don't think I would pay that much of what it would go for, but I can understand the interest in it. Sure, I guess.
Yeah, if you scroll down to that comment, that's right below the one in blue. It's underneath that, I believe. It's in those comments.
Youngest son. No, this is something about.
No, keep going back up. You're going down too far. Right there.
I have so many things to say about everything to say in my life, but for now, I should say very little or nothing. Okay. People are telling him to spill the beans. You should write your own book. Like this book I am presently working on. So now he's working on, look, astounding adventures with close encounters.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to see where did he say all this stuff that I don't
maybe that's not the one.
Or maybe he deleted it. I will take your word for it. He's saying a lot of stuff. He's been saying a lot of stuff on his Facebook about this stuff. So that's enough of that. We're citing fair use. We're sharing his public Facebook. So I think that's perfectly permissible. But I still want to cite fair use. We're educating the public about the story of Travis Walton. And
yeah, unbelievable, man. It was unreal.
Somebody's saying I'm having audio issues. Is there really audio issues, or is it one person is experiencing audio issues?
I noticed too, Steve. Every so often, your mic will like click or it's doing something weird.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't
It's
know what
not
that
doing
is.
it's not doing it now though, but it was doing it before.
Oh, I adjusted the level, so maybe that's what it was. Maybe it
Oh.
was overdriven and clicking. So I apologize to all the audio files out there. It geez, it's a live show. We do warts and all. What are you smoking? A cigar there?
No, it's a nicotine
Vape?
vape pen. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to switch. Man, I vaped for years, and for some stupid reason, I went back to cigarettes, and now I'm having a real hard time getting back to the vapes because
Yeah.
it seems like they changed a lot since I was vaping before. And
Yeah.
now, where I am, unless you go to a specialty shop, you can only get mint and tobacco flavored, which is terrible. They're terrible. It doesn't taste anything like a cigarette. It's terrible.
Yeah. So
You
I'm in
know.
Massachusetts. So if I want something like a flavor, I got to drive to Connecticut.
That is so stupid. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
don't know.
is.
I used to smoke like blueberries and cream and weird stuff like that,
Yeah.
And now you can't because the government decided that, you can't. I don't understand it. So what do you think of the business as usual after all these revelations in the Travis Walton case? It seems like Travis and his buddies like Jimmy Church and Richard Dolan just sort of closed ranks and like helped them manage this nightmare for him that it was all a hoax. And then I just saw recently Travis is right back at the UFO conferences, just like nothing happened, like none of this information came out, and none of his so-called witnesses ever recant it, and he's still at those UFO conferences, like collecting dollars.
I mean, it's funny too because no matter how many times that different researchers over the years attacked the case. Okay, I won't say attacked, but tried to throw a new theory at it about how it was pulled off. There was never any kind of like campaign, run by Travis to go out and like go against these people until Ryan Gordon came along.
You used to ignore those things.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that before it was really more like theories and very well informed, sometimes very well researched theories. But this stuff that came out recently is literally the total proof that it was all faked. His witnesses are coming out and saying no, it was faked, or this didn't happen, that didn't happen, and we've got recorded phone calls where his buddy is saying it was all a hoax. Right. This is some serious evidence that it was all faked for money.
And there's other weird things too, like the day of the abduction when they were out working in the woods, Travis and Mike disappeared for a while. Then they denied it later on and they said that never happened. But the other guys that were there testified that they took off for a while. And supposedly Travis was sick and he was lying in the truck, So the theory is that they went somewhere to maybe talk about, what time they were going to do it, how they were going to go, whatever. That's the theory. So, but they still both deny it, and there's been other times where I think a couple of interviews where they did actually admit it. Travis said he was sick in the truck. Then other times he said, I wasn't feeling good for a little while, so I laid down. The story just changes over and over again.
Yeah, and there was also additional evidence that I suddenly became aware of because of this Charlie Weiser's research and other things. But Travis Walton's childhood friend said he was obsessed with UFOs and running a UFO hoax on the town that they lived in. Like he was going to get balloons and put lights and flares on them and fly them to fool the town into thinking that there was alien invaders or something like that. So, that coupled with recorded phone calls of his partner for a long time saying, yeah, we hoaxed it and here's what we did and here's how we did it. Yeah, that's overwhelming to me. And it's almost disappointing that like that level of evidence that this story's all fake can come out. And all these UFO conference organizers are just like, people want to hear him tell his fire in the sky story, so we're going to book him,
And, I spent probably a good hour and a half on the phone with that guy, with Travis's best friend as a child.
Oh, did you? I didn't know
Yeah,
that. So
yeah.
could you tell us a little more about what he said?
So he told me, that Travis was like that. He was always trying to pull pranks on people, and there was a certain time during their teenage years when Travis wanted to, I think, attach flares to balloons to fool the neighborhood into thinking it was UFOs. And he said he was always trying to come up with something to mess with people. And he said as soon as he saw the story, that it was breaking, he was like, "You got to be shitting me."
He finally pulled off his big UFO hoax, right?
Yeah, because this guy, Kelly Waldrop is his name. He moved away from there. He became a CIA or FBI. He's worked for Homeland Security. There's pictures of him online with, I think Reagan. What's his name there? I forgot his name. Head of the CIA. There's a bunch of.
Seems to be a pretty credible guy then, as a
Yeah,
witness.
he runs his own detective company out there. He actually just moved back, and he runs his own detective company. And he's the guy's got credentials coming out his ears. And he said he had a buddy of his that he worked with, and the guy came to him and he said, "Aren't you friends with the guy who's claiming that he got taken by a UFO?" And he said, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "They just came out with a movie about it called Fire in the Sky." So Kelly Waldrop went and looked, and he was like, "Holy shit." And he realized that Travis finally pulled it off, but for a much bigger audience, And
yeah, millions of
he
people
was
saw that movie.
very honest with me, very open. He said, if I have any questions, come back to him. I have his phone number, and
That's great. Yeah, somebody mentioned that, oh, that's hearsay, but I don't think it is if the guy's agreeing to let you use what he says, right? Like, that's not hearsay, that's testimony of a witness.
So if you go back to, I think it's Kurt Jamungle from the Theories of Everything podcast.
Mm-hmm.
He had Travis on. They put Kelly Waldrop's quote right on the screen. They put the text right on the screen. I went and found it because of that. Then I looked up his company. I found the telephone number.
You went and tracked him down, right?
And that was it. And as soon as I started telling him who I was, he goes, "Oh, yeah, you know what? Let's talk for a while. Give me a call like in a couple days." I said, "Okay." So I called him back, and we sat there and shot the shit for like an hour and a half. And Travis admitted it right on the show that Kelly was his best friend. They parted. You can go back and watch the podcast.
Yeah, I remember hearing all about it. Yeah.
He talks all about him. And then he says, well, Kelly's wrong. And he, denies it anyways. I mean,
Yeah, and there was another part of this Travis Walton story is in that he told some kind of strange, he got abducted again with his girlfriend story once upon a time. And that the aliens stole the baby. So then for some reason, he takes the girl to Dr. Roger Lear, who is the alien implant person. He's not a gynecologist. He was a podiatrist, but he was interested in aliens. So I guess Travis took her to him, and he confirmed that the baby was taken from the womb. That's what Travis said some time ago.
Yes.
On Kurt's show, and I asked the questions about that, but on Kurt's show, he walked that way back and tried to minimize Roger Lear's involvement in this thing,
Right.
That's another bizarre part of the story. And it's like, okay, so you were abducted a second time, and the second time they stole your baby? Like, that's a crazy story.
Yeah, baby.
And he did tell that story, and now he's sort of denying that he told the story, but he somewhat acknowledged the story on this one interview. It's bizarre.
Baby Jonas. It was baby Jonas.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was abducted, and then the aliens, they think, took his girlfriend's baby. And, I mean, the story goes on and on and on.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know that it's relevant, but some people were attacking him because that girlfriend was his girlfriend at the time, not his wife. That was like an extramarital girlfriend that he got pregnant. I think I heard that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's relevant, but I do know that it's relevant that he failed several lie detectors because people like to say he passed, but he failed a few too. So
right.
I don't think that evidence is valuable in the case if it's like, okay, so he passed some and he failed others, like he failed that one on national television pretty badly, trying to win money for his story again. It's all about
he went on that
Benjamins.
show. He lost on the game show.
Well, I think he still won $15,000 for what they were, what he could pass from the lie detector.
Yes.
They let up the questions, but he didn't get the grand prize or something like that. It is kind of sad though to see that story unravel because that's one that I grew up with, and I watched that movie and I was terrified of aliens. After that, that movie is a little bit terrifying when it comes to the scene, where they're like strapping him down and all this stuff, and he's in this weird spaceship, and these aliens are like, it was a better movie than Communion, that's for sure.
Oh, that's it's horrible.
That movie was horrible. Even Christopher Walken couldn't save that movie.
Yeah,
right?
they should just redo that over. That sucks, man.
Maybe they will someday.
But the thing
remakes,
the thing is too, is that when we first started having, behind the scenes meetings with Ryan Gordon, and he started walking us through all of this stuff, Erica, I, and Mario, who does a lot of work behind the scenes on the show, we were all just devastated because we too were invested in the case. I thought it was a legitimate case all these years, and it sucked. And we were like, are we going to do this or not? And Erica said, we've got to bring this to the public because Mike is claiming the phone call was manipulated. He's absolutely lying. That phone call was not manipulated. And one of the pieces of proof for that is moments before the phone call, he texted Ryan Gordon and he said, I have a secret to whisper in your ear. And this was moments before the phone call. Ryan sent me all those text messages. I have all of it. So
that's crazy.
I think Mike was ready to spill the beans, but then he kind of walked back from it. And, then there was a falling out between, the deal that Travis had with Ryan, and it turned into kind of legal stuff, and it just fell apart, So Ryan was kind of offended that Mike was saying he was lying. No matter what Ryan has showed us or any questions we have had, that guy has been absolutely honest with us.
And transparent, yeah.
And just showed us everything. And he showed us even the things that we can't put on the air, which, like I said, would shut and lock this thing, no problem. But
you think? Yeah, he did. He showed me some of that evidence too, and I was like, "Oh God, please let me use this," but he can't for legal reasons.
Yeah, and I want to use it so bad, but we can't do anything about it.
Well, you can't blame the guy if there's going to be legal repercussions for him sharing something. He's got to keep that,
Yeah,
and it's interesting that he has that, and he may decide to release it at some point when he feels like he's not in legal jeopardy over releasing it, right?
Right. I hope so. I hope he does, because it would just be, total vindication.
Yeah, and we have a comment from Blinken Liar says, Team Travis said Mike was suffering from the onset of dementia. I've heard that. Do you think that's a valid excuse? And you talk to him. Do you feel that he's suffering from dementia, or does he appear to have all his marbles?
I'm not going to say Mike is not getting on in years. He's getting older, but the guy is still sharp as a tack. And I don't, that whole dementia thing is just a bunch of crap.
I think it's an excuse. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not, the thing is, when you hear him, when you talk to him, like in private messages or directly, the guy's not a dummy. He's still pretty sharp. So, I can't I can't go along with that. But another thing I wanted to say was, if people just go back, find a lot of the interviews that Travis has done online, and watch them from years ago up until now very carefully, and you will see the different aspects of the story have changed over the years.
He's got several iterations, like retcons, where he adds little thing. And I've always thought that's because of UFO disease. And UFO disease is an affliction that I invented, but it's a very real phenomenon and thing that many people suffer from. You come up with a UFO story, you start getting paid to appear at conferences, you go, you tell your story, but unfortunately, after a few years, people get sick of that story and you need new material. So then you have to either retcon the story or suddenly you get new memories, right? Or like Travis at one conference told the story, he got abducted again with his girlfriend. You have to continually expand the lie to keep the UFO dollars rolling in. That's UFO disease. You see the UFO dollars, your story's getting old. People are getting less interested because they've heard it so many times. We need a new updated story. You're right. There is a definite change. Like he added little parts, even as recently as a few years ago. He added this part where he decided that they injured him with the laser by accident or something, and they took him aboard the ship, and it took them 7 days to regenerate him and help him and work on him, and before they could return him, and they felt obligated to fix him because they shot him with a laser gun.
Yes,
that's a new part of the story that he never mentioned before.
Yeah, it's and there's little things like that. You pick them up, and if you go back and you watch, like, let's say the interview, the podcast he did with Joe Rogan.
Yeah,
and if you watch that, virtually every time he answers a question, he will not make eye contact with Joe Rogan. He keeps looking away from him. Every single time he answers, he will not look him in the face. And, he waffles on some of the stuff, and people say the same thing about him, that he's getting older and he's forgetting the aspects of the story. And, I mean, you can believe what you want to believe, but I'm firmly convinced that these guys used that tower to pull that off. I'm firmly convinced.
And we should just mention, for anybody not familiar, there was a watchtower, a fire watchtower, that it is now alleged by Mike Rogers and maybe one more person in that party of original witnesses that they lit up that tower, and that was the UFO that the witnesses saw. And then Travis disappeared. Maybe he ran off into the woods for all we know. I don't know. But they used a fire watchtower to simulate that's just above the tree line. They lit it up, shot a beam out from it, and it just so happens that that fire tower has colored spotlight beams that they use for signaling. So they'll have a red one that means this, they'll have a blue one that means this. In Travis' story, it was a blue beam of light that hit him from the UFO.
Yeah.
It could be very convincing that you see this thing lit up and it's glass, and it was just as they described it. It matches the fire tower, and it's got a blue spotlight on it that could shine down.
Right.
So, yeah, pretty convincing evidence of and anatomy of you got to almost give them some respect for the ingenuity to create $1 million scam, like $1 million story. Just invent.
Honestly, I think that it started out as a prank just to win that Inquirer money, and then once it exploded, they saw how much it grew, and they were like, we can't backstep on this now because it's got a life of its own, and they just let it go.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean,
and it was
what people don't realize too is that, like, I don't know what the average UFO conference appearance speaking fee is, but I've been told for Travis, it's anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000 or more for him to go somewhere and talk for 2 hours. Is thousands of dollars for a few hours work. I mean, that's to me, that's a motive to continue the story and to continue and keep the lie going. I'm going to get thousands of dollars. We're talking about a working class man that was a logger. And for those who don't know, I don't know what it's like to be a logger, but I know what it's like to process firewood. And it is terrible, hard, back-breaking work. Imagine doing that 8 hours a day. And then suddenly, you know, instead of breaking your back to make, let's say, $1,000 in a full-on week of breaking your back and your body, you can go to a UFO conference and talk for 2 hours and make 2 or 3 times as much as you used to make in a week. To me, that's a motive, right? And then we got a book deal. Now we're selling the rights to the Hollywood movie. I think there have been documentaries, right? And they probably paid him for his participation in those documentaries.
Yeah,
he's been in a bunch of different documentaries where I'm sure they paid him to appear in them and tell parts of his story. And he's got this UFO conference money coming in. We've got Mike Rogers selling $3,000 alien paintings for an event that he says is now a hoax.
Yeah. And I believe they're now selling they're kind of like collectible cards, and he's autographing them. and it has the
Travis Walton trading cards, man.
Yes, exactly. And it has the different scenes that Mike painted, the different scenes of the sequence of events.
That's what the cards are. That's great. Jeez. Yeah, I think that money has a great. Yeah, I think you're right. I think they originally were just out for that prize money. And then once they saw the amount of money, and it would appear that Travis has had to do this balancing act, breaking off some of that money to give to the witnesses so that they keep going and agreeing with him so that he can keep going and making the money. But it appears that Mike Rogers and him had this, financial falling out, and Mike felt like Travis was being greedy because there's no story without his confirmation of the story. Suddenly the story is fake. And he starts spilling the beans. I have a secret to whisper in your ear. Yeah.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. But you know what? You're and I tell people, because I know there's still people out there. We took a lot of flack from, some,
yeah, so did I. And I did 1/10 of the coverage that you did on this thing.
And I was getting private messages from some pretty well-known researchers, telling me you're going to ruin your reputation and don't do that. And you're
going to ruin your reputation. Tell people the truth. Right?
And I said, you know what? I can't stand back and look at what's in front of me and say, you know what? I'm just going to dismiss all of that. I just can't.
Yeah, it's funny. I think the whole thing was kind of funny. And I've had the same kind of stuff when I have irrefutable proof that something is fake or that the story was hoaxed or that this person is absolutely 100% lying. And then people still argue with me. They'll say, oh, I did stories on Stephen Greer, and they're like, he's very well respected for all his work for disclosure. I'm like, I don't care. I've got irrefutable proof here that he's lying through his teeth. I'm not just going to sit here with that. I'm going to tell people,
Yeah. I mean,
but isn't there, listen, this circus very well. There is like an unwritten rule among many of these so-called researchers and people that appear at these UFO conferences. And it kind of goes like, don't ruin my UFO con with facts and evidence, and I'll stay out of your UFO. They don't comment on each other's cons. They all work together. It's one big happy family. It's a big group, Scott Brown, and we ain't in it. We ain't in it. No. We are not getting these UFO dollars. I can't get $2,000 to talk for an hour at a conference.
No,
I would probably be so hated. I would show up and I would do a slideshow presentation on all the fake stuff in ufology for 2 hours straight, and with a bunch of these believers hating my guts,
Yeah, and I
just go in there and just jizz, right, Scott Brown? Just go in there and just jizz all over it. Just jizz all over it. Like, that story, that's fake. This story, that one's fake.
And there's nothing, you're always going to have your people that are heavily invested in a case. Like I tell people, I was too, but once I looked at it critically, tried to really think about it, looked at all the stuff that Charlie Weiser had gathered, all the stuff that Ryan had gathered, going back through I went back through one PDF that was 400 pages of newspaper articles and APRO files, ground saucer watch files, and looked at everything. And I said, you know what? These guys are full of shit, and they fooled those 5 guys all these years.
Yeah.
And some people still don't want to believe it. There's still hardcore believers.
There's people in the live chat right now. V is one of our big show supporters, longtime friend of the show, and she said, "I agree with Scott on almost everything, but I'm not ready to agree with him on Travis Walton." You know, some people just
and that's okay.
That's okay. It's okay to disagree. Yeah. All we can do is show everyone the evidence that we have and let people make up their own minds. My mind's made up, and I thought that the evidence was overwhelming and convincing. But for other people, they're still not yet convinced. Maybe they're holding on to the story like I did because I love the story. It's a great story.
It was, and when the movie came out, I was like blown away. And like you said, the scenes on board of the ship were just absolutely terrifying. I was like,
yeah, and I rarely go to movies in a theater. I went and saw that in the theater because I wanted to see it on the big screen with the good sound and spend $80 for popcorn and a soda, but it was worth it. It was a great movie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm turning to my parents. My kid wants to start going to the movies, so I got to find some movies, and then I'm going to turn to my parents and be like, jamming soda cans in my pockets and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, that's what we do when we used to go. We used to just go.
No, I'll just spring for it because I'm too embarrassed to get caught. Like, oh no.
And you're right. I mean, it's like $150 just to go to the movies for one time.
Yeah, if me and my wife and my 2 kids go, I mean, it's $60 just for the tickets, and then it's got to be another $60 for the popcorn and the candy and all that, everything else. So
that's where they make their money, at the concession stand.
That's why I watch movies at home. I got a big projector in my living room. It's like 80-inch.
Nice.
It's nice. I got to hook up a sound system though. Maybe I'll watch Fire in the Sky on that. I haven't yet. Right? We'll have a view party. So besides this Travis Walton, that's been a big adventure for you. So I wanted to talk about that first. But we're covering and looking into this Anjali. You even contributed some of the questions. I wanted to bring your questions into her interview. First, and you can be honest, what did you think of that interview, first of all?
You know what? I watched them both. I watched Jimmy Church's, which I thought was, like a lot of people said, it was just all softball questions. He wasn't like trying to really get at her. Whereas the interview you did was much better. You were really trying to dig in there, but you kept telling her, I'm not, trying to be an ass. I'm trying to.
Yeah, that was a balancing act, Scott Brown.
And it was good though. It was good. The way you did it was really good. And I totally loved yours much better than his.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
And it has nothing to do with me thinking that he's just a dick. But
you know what though? Here's what I'll say. I've had my differences with that guy. I think he's got enough problems, and he doesn't need me say anything negative about him. So I wish him the best of luck in all his future endeavors. And I'm gonna at least try to be the bigger man and not mention him or disparage him, even when he calls me a douche. He's having a tough time. It's all good.
So I mean, your interview was much better with her. And you really got in there, and you asked a couple of the ones that I asked, which were, and I probably shouldn't have went at her like I did because, I said this woman needs help and,
I may agree with you though, but I understand the passion that you start seeing some of her claims and you go, this woman's maybe delusional. She may be schizophrenic. She may be having a psychotic breakdown here. She needs help. And that was one of my theories was mental illness. And the other big theory that I have, and I don't know, maybe it's because I did DMT and saw a purple being, right? I have friends that did DMT and saw a purple being. You can go on YouTube and just search in the search bar DMT purple being. almost everybody that does DMT experiences this purple being. Some people, it's a purple lady. Some people, it's a purple man. To some people, it's Vishnu, the Hindu god that's purple, right? To some people, it's a purple alien. To some people, it's a purple interdimensional being. I've read one account where the guy thought it was a purple dragon being, you know?
Wow.
So it's so common in DMT to experience meeting a purple being. And that's a huge part of her story, is the purple being that she claims is an alien that she met. So I think either knowingly or unknowingly, she may have gotten dosed with DMT. That's my leading theory right now. And I'm concerned because she's going to take a group of people to this mountain. And if there's no DMT, none of them are seeing the aliens or the purple being. Maybe if she gets them all smoking DMT before they go in the tunnel, they'll see the aliens. And I say this with, you know, I have a lot of respect because at least she came on the show knowing my reputation for being, you know, rough on people. She was courageous enough to come here. And as long as her only requirement is that I had agreed to be respectful. Mm-hmm. And that's fair, you know, but I think this is all going to come crashing down. And by the way, there's a Twitter poll of who gets to go to the mountain. And right now I'm losing to a dead Stan Friedman, and I knew him a little bit. And Stan Friedman is right now laughing from wherever he is at Steve Cambian going, I'm dead and I'm beating you in a poll, bro. I'm telling you, I know him. I know his sense of humor. He would be in stitches looking at me losing to him in a Twitter poll while he's dead, right? And I'm also losing to Stephen Bassett, which I'm a little offended by. Nothing against the guy, but I don't know how I'm losing to Stephen Bassett. But it's all good.
I was stunned that she put me in it. You know, I'm losing to Ryan Sprague.
Oh, come on, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm losing to him. So, you know.
So, I mean, don't you think that this is like, part of me is a little offended by this selection process. So basically, her selection process is a Twitter poll and a popularity contest. If you're the most popular of these UFO clown people from this UFO circus, you're going to get to go to the mountain and see the aliens. But if you're not Mr. Popular, and I didn't win any popularity contest in high school, I'm not going to win them for this. Don't you think she should pick people based on like their qualifications, their experience, their research that they've done in the past, their writing, their whatever, right?
Right.
That's my take.
I was, you know, scrolling down the list. I was stunned at some of the people who got, you know, chose to be on the list. And like you said, it seems like it's just a list of kind of people that are out there in UFO Twitter, and they're always posting and talking. And, you know, I mean, there's a few people, like if Stanton Friedman was alive, you know, I think he'd be a good choice to go.
Yeah, but
you know, I mean, he had a ton of experience, very smart guy.
Yeah, nuclear physicist. I mean, he would be a good. He's a scientist. Take a good scientist like that.
Yeah, and you know, some of the people are just.
I don't know them. I don't know all the people.
I don't know
on the
all
list.
of them either.
So I'm hoping that some of them are real scientists and stuff. But the other issue is that I've heard that she didn't even ask any of these people if they wanted to be on the list. She just put a bunch of people on the list. So she may get people winning polls that say, I can't go, I won't go, I don't want to go.
I think there's 3 or 4 that have already backed out and they don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah.
You know, and she never said anything to me. I mean, why would she? Her and I kind of didn't click right off the bat, you know.
It was a little bumpy.
As I'm going down the list, I'm like, why did she put me on the list? I don't get it. So to kind of,
and just so you know, somebody in the live chat said that Ryan Sprague doesn't even want to go.
I heard that. I heard he had posted somewhere that he doesn't want anything to do with it. So because of that, she chose me. I did a tribute video and I just posted it right before the show, and it's on my Twitter. It's only 1 minute and 32 seconds long, but it's got some funny parts in it. I fooled around with some animation, with some green screens, And you know, it's
Yeah, and
probably
out of all those people, Brian X is saying, out of all those people on the list, she's going to narrow it down to one person from the Twitter poll, and the rest are her picked team members, I suppose.
right. And that sounds about right. I mean, but I'm not really sure why you want to make a poll with a bunch of people and then whittle it down to one person. It's kind of doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and Pyramid 7 said she's forcing types of engagement and linking to her Twitter. Somebody else also commented that's all linked to her Twitter. I'm sorry, her LinkedIn profile, which she could be just generating clicks for her LinkedIn, you know?
Right.
Jolly Bridgeburner says, interesting to see whose comments are being deleted every time they make one. So who has an issue with everything Daily Gaff? I don't know what's going on in the live chat. Moderators should not be deleting comments unless they are personally insulting or, you know, homophobic, transphobic, or racist. That's our rules here. Anybody can, you know, say whatever they want to say. Just be respectful of the other live chat participants. No personal attacks, things like that. Everything else should be left by the moderators. If you disagree with something somebody says, having a wrench doesn't give you the right to delete it. There. Okay. Lord Ludicrous Plaid says if you include skeptics in the pool, it makes it look more legit. Yeah, and notice none of the skeptics are winning the polls, though.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? It's all the true believers, or in my case, I'm getting beaten by dead Stanton Friedman. But I'm okay with that because he would laugh about this.
By
you know?
dead Stanton Friedman.
He would call me up and go, young man, I am beating you. And I'm dead. I'm dead. And I'm still doing better than you, bro. He would. He had a good sense of humor. He would. I'm telling you, he's laughing somewhere, knowing that he's beating me in a poll on Twitter as he's, you know, in heaven or, you know, Shangri-La, wherever he is. I hope he's someplace good. Good guy. I miss him.
Yeah.
I am hiding Hector's. Okay.
Somebody put the link to my video in the chat room.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah.
Mojave Mountain Transcension. I don't know that I could get it from here. I have to get it from the actual. Oh, it's on your Twitter, right? I can go there to get it.
Yeah.
So I'll get it over there. Yeah. So this seems like, you know, I've heard this whole thing of UFOs being called, you know, a circus, and I think that it is.
Yeah, it is. It is. You know,
it's definitely a circus, and I'm getting called the circus ringleader lately because I'm hosting her, and people have this mistaken belief that just because I host a guest, I believe everything they say, and I'm backing them. I'm, you know, it's a balancing act here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's kind of like this where, you know, Erica and I always talk during the week before the show, and you know, we just feel that as time goes on and more shows are being made, that we kind of treat it like journalism, you know, instead of bearing down on these people, you know, just ask them the hard questions, try to get them to answer certain things.
Oh, I'm on your Twitter. This is brilliant, and I have to share it. Scott's got a fun animation, right? I have the right one, right? So in honor of being chosen to participate in the Mojave Mountain Transcension Project Expedition Team, here is my contribution to the dance party in the desert. Speaking of a circus, Scott Brown, look what Scott Brown did. Oh, this is beautiful. I love it. I love it, Scott Brown. And we're going to cite fair use, even though the author of this is here. We have your permission to play this, right?
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. Oh no. That made my day. Thank you. That's
Yeah,
so
I was
good.
just fooling around with green screens and different things.
I've done that myself. I've got a bunch of dancing girls. That's what I used to make my intros out of. But apparently YouTube.
I remember those.
Oh, it's funny though. YouTube, now that we're monetized, they flag them for bare nipples and bare
No
breasts.
way.
Yeah, they do. Almost every time I play it, the YouTube flags me for bare breasts in my video, and I'm like, they're not bare breasts. They got clothes. Someone got bikini tops, but they got clothes. They're not naked.
Wow.
I don't know. So I don't know if I'm gonna redo those or something, right? Black them out, right? So let me ask you a serious question. I really want to know the answer to this because I haven't decided what would I do if I won this whole Twitter thing and I was the one selected to go, because I'd have to get on a plane and I guess pay for the plane myself and the hotel or whatever. I'd at least be out there for a day or two probably to find out if those aliens are really there. I don't think they're there. So for me, it would be a hard decision. Do I really want to spend all this money to go out there and not see anything? But then I would kind of want to be the witness to see how this all comes crashing down, right?
Yeah.
So if you're selected, where are you at in the country, and are you going to actually go?
I'm in Massachusetts.
Also, it's a big plane ride for you too. Yeah. Yeah. I'm in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania.
So, for me, it's not really a question of if I would go or not. I don't put much faith, really any faith in the story at all. I'm so used to these people coming forward in the community over and over and over again that it's not for me. I respect the fact that she chose me to go on the list. And I don't have any
especially after you were kind of harsh towards her. And so was I, in fairness.
Exactly.
I was very harsh towards her.
Exactly.
And what's funny is I took a lot of flack for apologizing to her. But the reason I apologized is because I said things before I knew what I was talking about. I said her education, that's going to turn out to be fake. She didn't work for the DIA. Her employment history is probably fake. This girl's probably a total fraud, just making up this story. Because at the beginning, that's what it looked like. She was starting a documentary, writing a book, and all this stuff. I thought it was a big money grab. Right. And then I looked into some of the stuff and said, well, I was wrong about this, this, and this. So I thought it was appropriate to apologize. And I thought that would set the tone for the interview. Look, I'm not your enemy. I made a mistake. I said things about you that were untrue. So I apologize, and let's dig into the story now, respectfully. I thought it was okay.
And it went great. The interview was great.
I think I stand by it, and I stand by my decision to do it, right? Regardless of the flack that you get, you can't please everybody here.
Good. I think it was real good. Another problem for me is I really wouldn't be able to afford to fly out there anyways, even if it was, I got the go ahead and everything. And, so that's kind of working against me, but
yeah, me too. A plane ticket right now to me would be a huge amount of money, and the hotel. And then also I have an autistic son that I generally take care of when he's not in school, so and his situation is that you can't just get a babysitter for 3 days for him. Right. It would have to be a close family member. We'd have to organize this whole thing of how to make sure he's taken care of while I'm gone for a few days. And then to me, it's is it worth it? When I think it's going to be it's going to be the biggest letdown, I think. There's a lot of people that believe her, and I think they're all going to be very, very disappointed. It's going to come crashing down. No aliens.
It's going to be Al Capone's vault all over again, man.
Look at Walter Bosley is in the live chat, proving that we will let anybody in our live chat, even Walter Bosley. We even let former intelligence people. Spooks. He's a company man. He's a spook.
I listen to Walter's show. He's got a pretty good show.
Scott Brown, he's an intelligence asset and probably working for the CIA, spreading disinformation about those aliens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know where. So, what do you think she's going to do when there's no aliens? She's just going to slip like sneak away and get out of the spotlight, or is she going to double down with excuses for why there's no aliens? Like they left, or we weren't spiritually advanced enough, so they didn't want to talk to these people that I brought, or, you know.
Well, you saw her post a couple weeks ago, right? Where somebody asked her, I can't remember exactly what the question was, but her response to it was, I now believe that the doorway may have been dimensional.
That means it's not physical or real, right?
Right. So, I mean, I think it's kind of like already setting it up to have a way to get around it or get out of it. You know, I mean,
either that or she has to figure out a way to aerosolize DMT, right? Like if they could get a tank and it had oxygen that was infused with DMT and get people in the tunnel, and then you just turn on the tank and everybody's getting dosed, and then they're all starting, whoa, I'm starting to see a purple alien, you know?
Yeah.
That was my, and you know, I'm saying that jokingly, but like I really did think that, like, maybe that's the plan, and that would be nefarious. But you know, UFO cults have done some strange things in the past, right? So it's not that crazy of an idea.
No, it's not out of the question at all, especially with, you know, the things that have gone on in the past. I mean, Christ, how many dozens of whacked out UFO religions around the world and gurus. And I'm not saying that she's setting out to do that, but
it sounds it to me, though. It does sound like it to me.
It does. But a lot of the stuff that she, you know, writes on Twitter and she talks about, it's like all old, rehashed, new age stuff that people have done before.
It's all rehashed stuff from Eastern religion and Buddhism and the Law of One and you know, the Urantia book. You know, they all have the same. It seems to me that a lot of these New Age people are all drinking from the same well of source material, and they just sort of modify it to fit their story.
Right.
You know.
Right.
And I mean, there's interesting that there's a lot of fake spiritual gurus out there. You know. And we covered one called Jason Shirka, and he's teaching people Kabbalah, but he's not saying it's Kabbalah. He took the Kabbalah teachings, many of them, and he put aliens in the place of the God and the deities in the Kabbalah. Wow. So in other words, instead of God and demons and angels, he's got higher aliens and servitor aliens. It's just a reworking, though, of the Kabbalah teachings, but he put aliens in it.
I think I vaguely have heard of him, but you know, I mean, I was talking to my research partner Dan today, and we were discussing just that. Whereas, you know, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying she's purposely doing it, but for some of these people that come along, they see that a large section of the UFO community is very gullible, and they
extremely gullible, yeah,
and they prey on it. It's like anything else, like religions. It's the same thing. They prey on the gullible people, and they recognize those people. They know the ones that, you know, are going to follow, and you know, you have the truth, and I'm going to go wherever you go and believe whatever you believe. And they recognize that they're not stupid. They figure it out and they prey on it. So for her, I mean, you know, let's say she does, the expedition goes on and they back out for some reason. You know, the dimensional doorway didn't open, or the aliens left, or some other excuse. I think she's just going to keep moving the goalposts down the road like most of them do. And just keep saying, okay, well, on this date, they've promised to meet me in this spot, or they're going to make themselves known, you know, and it's just going to keep going and going and going. Eventually, she's going to write a book. They're going to make a documentary about her, you know, so.
Yeah, I thought that she was somewhat of a unicorn, though, Scott Brown. And here's what I mean. It's so often that these people come out, and then when you start looking into their background, the background falls apart. In her case, at least her employment and her military and the things that she was saying that she did in the past and her education, it all seems to check out as real, which makes her somewhat rare because usually the fake education or no, you didn't really work where you said you worked, or, there's always this murkiness of whether their background is real or not. In her case, it was real. And the other thing that I thought made her a unicorn is that she gave a hard date for, like, I'm going to bring you the proof by this date. They never do that because that has backed her. I think that has backed her into the corner somewhat here, because I mean, we're on October 12th. She's got, less than 90 days. She's got 80 something days here to deliver the proof of aliens in this mountain.
Well, I mean, that gives her a level of credibility. Her background being what it is, some people look at that and they go, whoa, this person's got some serious credibility. I'm going to listen to this. I'm going to pay attention to it.
But I don't know that that's the case, though, because her DIA employment seems to have been, she was essentially an administrative assistant in the DIA for higher ups, so because she was typing letters and things like that, but I don't know that makes her very credible as a source of information. But you're right. People hear Defense Intelligence Agency, you work for the DIA and you're talking about aliens? This must be true, right?
Yeah.
Or the aliens, the government's covering it up, and you were in the DIA and the government's covering it up somehow.
Yeah, I mean, not for me so much, but I mean, certain people in the community, they'll look at that and they'll go, holy shit, this woman is like really who she says she is, and she worked in the government. And, I mean, look at, some of the other people out there that have come forward that have had some kind of credibility, in another field, and they come forward and that's it. That for some people is enough. And they see that and they go, this person's got to know what they're talking about. Look where they came from. Look at their background. When in fact, that really doesn't have any bearing on it at all. I mean, this person could still be coming forward with bullshit, even though they have a ton of credibility. It's just doesn't have any.
Yeah, but to me, the fact that her background doesn't fall apart under scrutiny was interesting to me, because it was a rarity. And I've seen so many people's background just completely fall apart, specifically usually the military claims. But maybe it's just me, because I looked into way too many wackadoo super soldiers and things that claimed they were Marines, and then you find out they were never in the Marines, or claimed they were Navy SEALs for a secret SEAL team that doesn't exist. Because there's a roll of everybody that's a SEAL. There's a list you can get of everybody who becomes a SEAL. And this guy's not on it. And then he starts saying, oh, but that's a secret SEAL team, so I wouldn't be on the list, right? They whitewashed my records, or so in her case, I went, at least she's telling the truth about some parts of her story. Where I part with her and my belief that she's telling the truth is with the mountain and the aliens. Okay, you're bad. And people also, they attack me for that. People are out there saying, Steve said because her background is real, we should believe her. No, but I'm more inclined to believe somebody whose background doesn't fall apart, or give them the benefit of the doubt before I say they're a fraud or their story's fake.
Right.
And the other thing is, she hasn't yet gotten to the level that I think this is a scam. She backpedaled and said, no book, no documentary, and I don't want to make any money. That's where she's at now. So if that changes, then my opinion will change.
She did actually make her book that she had for sale, the novel she wrote, she made it for free. And she said she was going to do that, and she did it, which I was kind of impressed with that.
Yeah, and Walter Bosley is asking me about a DD-214. She told me she was going to give it to me. Apparently, she gave it to Jimmy Church, but not to me. So we looked at other documents that she provided, and then determined that the military documents that she provided were genuine, and then called and made several phone calls to verify the documents that she sent me were real and military records, and to verify her enlistment date, and I don't know what you call that, when she got out. And those dates that she gave me, I was told were accurate. So
yeah, her discharge.
Yeah. So I verified military service in other ways. I'm going to ask her again now that I've just been reminded to. She offered to give me the DD-214. I'd like to see it and see what, because the DD-214 will shed a whole lot more light on what she actually did, where she was stationed, what her responsibilities were at each place that she worked in within the military industrial complex and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if she's, done all these things and has this credibility in the government, and, that's all fine and good. But I mean, everybody knows, and she's admitted it to the public, that she's had a lot of health problems over the last few years. And she, came down with the couple of the immunity disorders, I believe, and she was hospitalized a few times. And that, I mean, that sucks. And I don't wish that on anybody. But I mean, is the stress from all of that like taking its toll on her mind? Is it causing her to kind of build this fantasy world and live within it? I mean,
yeah, it could be escapism, and a delusional fantasy is an escape for some people.
That. Exactly. And you never know. I mean, the human mind, it does weird shit.
Especially in the cases of trauma and things like that. It does things, strange things to protect the psyche, right?
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
What if something traumatic happened to her when she went out to this ranch or this mountain and she blocked it out by coming up with this story? I mean, I'm not saying that that's what happened, but there's other examples of that all down through society where people have thought one thing happened and then realized years later that they built up this fake scenario around it to block it out so they didn't have to think about it, So,
yeah. And, and also, I mean, this whole situation is weird. People are saying, well, I know where the mountain is so I can crash the party, but it's private. It's private property. I can't just walk onto somebody's private property uninvited. Yeah. That would be a crime. And I have children, and yes, Walter, St. Louis.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it this way: if it was my private property, I don't want people walking into my yard or I live.
Yeah, and I mean, this guy has 100-acre compound though with the mountain and back of a mansion, and that's another thing. She did kind of. I think she had a little bit of a freak out when she realized that I did know the exact location of the mountain, and I did know her friend Wayne. And she started tweeting stuff like, there's armed guards, and there's perimeter fencing, and there's all this security, and you can't walk on there, and people will be prosecuted if they, because she thought I was going to dox him and just put it on the internet where this mountain was, and she had a little bit of a freak out, and then she sort of calmed down when I told her, okay, just like let's talk about this. I'm not going to release it if so we can make this deal. For those that don't know, I said, okay, I'm not going to release the location of the mountain or the name and address and phone number of your friend, but until you do your expedition in December, right? But I had already given the research materials to Erica Lukes and you. Well, I gave it to Erica Lukes. I'm not sure if she probably shared it. I assumed that she was sharing it with you.
I have not seen it.
Okay, well, anyway, so all the research material that shows the satellite maps of the mountain and all the stuff about this guy, his construction companies, and his past projects. He's a real estate developer and builder, and like he'll build a whole. I don't know. Here we have something called Toll Brothers, and they buy like cornfields, and then they turn them into suburban houses that are $500,000 a piece. They'll build a whole neighborhood at once. That's what this guy does. He builds huge developments of houses. So he's super rich. He's got a mansion, and he's got a mountain behind his mansion with nature, like hiking trails go back from the back of his mansion to the mountain.
Right.
You know?
And now I'm under the impression that this guy is not like all on the same page with her. I just keep getting that impression from different things, and that he's kind of like was somewhat in the dark about what she was putting together online, so I don't know if that's true or not. It seems to be, but
yeah. And Out of Mind is mentioning that other people have found the location. Apparently, it was super easy. And I just want to say that I don't believe that that's true. Out of Mind, I think that most got it wrong, and people are passing around about 10 different locations. And look, if somebody sends me one and says, "Is this it?" I'll tell them the truth if it is, because they found it independently. I'm not going to lie to them. But so far, I've been sent like 20 things. People are sending me satellite maps and GPS coordinates, and I just check them against what I have and say, "That's not it. That's not it." And then people are like, "Give me a hint, drop a carrot, do something." I'm here looking. Yeah. So, but if somebody else finds it, I think if me and Charlie Weiser and others have found it, then somebody else will do so as well. It's just it was luck. It was pure luck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was first failing 100 different ways, and then it was pure luck.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't attribute it all to luck, because I've seen you do your due diligence with other people.
Yeah, I like to really go deep and make sure that nobody can argue with me later, but the people still do, So I like to get 3 sources to tell me the same thing, to make the argument that this is true, because we have 3 on the record, good sources. You can verify the sources. And I'm also really big on, and this is something that Stanton Friedman taught me, actually. I had early conversations with him when I first started my audio podcast, and I told him that I wanted to be sort of a researcher and investigator, but I don't know what I'm doing, And so one of the things that he taught me is to save all your sources, write everything down, make notes. And the most important thing about the research that you show people and the stories that you present based on that research is that you have to be able to, another researcher has to be able to go right after you, go to your sources and get the same story more or less, So that's a good researcher, because here's all the sources. Here's where I got this information. You too can go and ask them the same questions, and you'll probably get the same answers. So I'm real big on collecting those sources and keeping them for other. And I have, for those that don't know, I share anything that I have usually, unless it's a story in progress that I'm not yet finished, or a story that I'm still, but once I'm done with the story and I present my stuff, if somebody says, "Hey, whose phone number did you call?" or what, here you go. I'll give you my notes,
Yeah, it's the same way with me. I've been, I've had different other researchers share things with me, and, if I give them my word that it's not going to be shared with the public, I won't go back on my word.
Yeah, me too. Because you got to protect their source. If they're not going to help you again,
And the stuff with the Ryan Gordon, whole Travis Walton case, some of the stuff that he shared with us, which is the stuff he can't share with the public, is he's been good to us. He for instance, just 2 weeks ago, he's down in Dulce, New Mexico, checking out the Archuleta Mesa, which is where they claim that this base is.
Yes.
And so he took a ton of, drone footage, photographs, and, I mean,
he was supposed to send me those, and I think he said he did send me that, and I never got it. So I have to text him. I haven't talked to him and get copies.
He sent it all to me. So I mean, he
texted me that he was sending me that, but I guess I don't know. That's right.
It's absolutely stunning, the countryside out there. He took the drone up and he flew all around the mesa, and it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, he's inspired me to. I can't afford his kind of budget, but he has inspired me to get a cheap drone with a camera so that I can try some of that stuff.
Yeah,
I figure I'd start small with a cheap one and see if it's something I really want to invest a lot of money in, because those things the ones he's got are like crazy Hollywood quality expensive too. You know, he's got really good ones.
It's beautiful HD footage. It is incredible. You know,
Yeah.
he sent me all the footage that he took over the Sitgreaves Forest where the fire tower is, and he flies right over the top of the fire tower during the day, and it's absolutely beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to try to take that footage and do a simulation of what that thing would look like at night, but I haven't gotten to it, and I just clipped stuff from your original show where he showed that drone footage flying at the thing, you know, but then I had a hard time getting the night simulation to work. I thought it was going to be easy, but it wasn't, you know.
Yeah,
so far the best thing we have is that JP, you know, the image that you did of the tower lit up with the beam coming out of it.
So that was actually a frame taken from the daytime footage, and we pulled it out, and then I repainted everything over in Photoshop, and I simulated everything to what it would look like at night. And you know, he wanted me to do it, you know, just to have an example so people could see what it looked like. We weren't trying to say, you know, this is what the tower looks like at night. It's a total simulation, but using real lights, you know, the dimming down of the colors, all of that stuff. So
yeah. Alan Fox says, I went to the site when it happened. Sad. Yeah.
So you know, I mean, if he's getting ready to put together some other stuff that he's working on right now. I don't know when the last time is you spoke to him, but he's a smart guy. Let me tell you what, if
oh no, I agree with you. I've spoken to him at length about a bunch of different stuff.
Yeah, he's just, and when it comes to research, that guy will not stop digging. You know, he is just
yeah, I gotta admire and respect that for sure.
Yeah, just incredible. Some of the stuff, like I kept throwing things at him when he first came to us. I'd say, well, what about this? Well, what about this? And then he had something for it. And it wasn't just his opinion. It was based on documents, you know, testimony, just in it. And he knew the case inside and out. And it just blew me away, you know.
Yeah, he looked like, that's the impression that I got. Like, boy, this guy really did his homework, because it's the same thing like you said. He's got original newspaper articles from when the event happened up to now. You know, he's collected it all and sort of digested and really, really dug into all of it. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, he showed me things that I had never seen before. Some of the things I kind of knew about, but other things he threw it out there, and I read it all. I mean, we spent over a week reading all the paperwork, all the documents, watching 100 different interviews, you know, and
Lee Guy is asking who actually discovered Aunt Aja Lee. I don't think anybody discovered her. She just kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah. So, and don't get me wrong. I'm not positive. Don't quote me on this. I believe she started on Reddit.
You're right. I think you're right. Yeah.
And then from there, I think one of the first articles that was written about her was George Knapp on Mystery Wire.
Yeah, and that you know, that was like a pretty quick article. He didn't really dig deep into her story. He just kind of he gave like the crib notes, you know, this former DIA, former military woman, former DIA employee said there's aliens in the mountain and she's going to take a team of scientists there. Right. That was the story, and that sort of got her into UFO Twitter and all the people that talk about UFOs on different social media sites. Everybody started talking about her. Suddenly she's a big deal. I don't see how this story has a happy ending for her, though. And I guess maybe talking to her in person a bunch of times and doing that interview, it sort of humanized her for me. And I honestly am concerned for her. Whatever. I'm concerned for her as a human being, because I don't think this story is going to end well for her. And, you know, I even asked her in the interview, like, how are you going to feel if this all, you know, and she said something about she'd have to go to a guru or something, or, yeah, it's going to be bad for her. It's going to be humiliating when there's no aliens.
There's always going to be that core group of people that are going to, go along with whatever she says. I mean, that's just the way it is. It always has been that way. I mean, I like her in general. I don't have anything against her. It's just that I discussed this with my research partner too, and I used you as an example, and I said Stephen had the same reaction that I had when she came around.
Yeah, I was like, this is fake. This is so fake. She's fake. Her story's fake. Her friends are fake.
Because we have been conditioned by all of the charlatans that came before her. And so it automatically gives you this, oh, Christ, here comes another one. You know what I mean? And for me, I mean, we've been through this 1,000 times. It's not anything new. But my reaction was a little bit harsh. I could have been a little bit softer with my reaction, but I just kind of got irritated, because I'm so used to it.
Yeah, I remember you and I were both on Twitter like, we would like screenshot something she said and like, this is ridiculous. This alien lady with an alien mountain.
Yeah, I was just.
But doesn't this say something about the hunger that people are so hungry for news stories that she was able to like catch fire like this and become so big, such a big deal and a big story? It's because there's nothing else going on,
Yeah, it was a huge section of downtime, and she just happened to come in right at the right moment. There wasn't anything going on, and all of a sudden, boom! She's got 6,000 followers on Twitter. And she's all over doing these different podcasts. And I'm like, I think she even did either 1 or 2 conferences. I saw her picture on one above a bunch of other speakers.
Somebody's out of mind's calling us softies. I don't know what she means. What do you mean? Come on, out of mind.
Softies.
Softy. We were both very mean and nasty to her at first. I think, as humans, we gotta evolve past that and go,
gotta tone it.
Yeah. And I mean, I've evolved in my thinking about it to the point where I feel honestly a lot of empathy towards her, and I'm worried that she's gonna have like some kind of, big emotional problems, or just after the humiliation of this doesn't go well for her, but
yeah,
she put herself in this position, and she is adamantly convinced that this whole thing is real.
Yeah, it's. I'm not going to say I'm not concerned for her either, and you can call it a softie if you want, but I mean, she's a human being, I mean, and she probably believes that this is really what she's experiencing, and I can't say for sure that she didn't experience something out there. Now,
that's what I think. I think she had an experience, but whether it was physical aliens in a physical alien mountain base, or it was a DMT trip, or a psychotic break, or I've even read, Scott, that you can, under weird conditions, you can have a simultaneous release of DMT that's powerful enough to create hallucinations. It happens in heart attacks. Did you know that? Everybody that has a heart attack has a small DMT trip. It's like a defense mechanism. The body shoots that into the bloodstream or the brain to protect you from the trauma, I suppose, or something. They don't really understand why it happens, but I know in cases of heart attacks, people have this simultaneous flood of DMT in their system.
So is DMT like a natural compound in the body?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and DMT is also in very, very high concentrations during near-death experiences. It's like the body releases this chemical that causes, a lot of people think it causes the near-death experience. People see the tunnel and experience other beings welcoming them. It's been called the spirit molecule by some. Yeah.
I have heard that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard that term before.
Yeah, no Blinken Liar says DMT, I'll wager. That's my best theory on this woman, Anjali, and what really happened to her. But again, this is my speculation and my opinion. But having experienced DMT myself, I remember when I first heard her story, the first thing I thought was, that's a DMT trip. She saw a purple being? That's a DMT trip. I've done that. I seen a purple being, Scott Brown. But in my case, I swear I did not perceive it as alien or angel or demon. I perceived it as like an interdimensional being that was somehow like the veils of reality got pulled back and there was an extra dimension there that I'd never seen before. And this being and all the beings in there, I'm able to see and talk to them and experience them when I can't normally, because the veils of perception prevented, or to me, that it was an interdimensional being. And the doorway between dimensions, interesting, she mentions doorway, tunnel, was very open because that DMT opened them for me. So to me, it was interdimensional beings that I was experiencing, just beings from another dimension. But I also remember feeling that they were hundreds of times more intelligent and advanced than humans were. I don't know why I thought that, but I know that was a very strong perception. And it's so similar to her story. These are higher beings. They're here to help us. And I got that impression too. I was not afraid of them. Well, a little afraid at first. But to me, it was a strange sort of, like a transcendent experience. I transcended between dimensions and got to meet these higher beings from other dimensions that you don't normally have an awareness of. And it's so, like I said, when I read her story, I went, this is so similar to what I experienced. It's a DMT trip. And I had the same sort of, there was a purple being and then there were some other beings that were different from the purple being. And it could very easily, I could have interpreted that as, this is one kind of alien. This is a different kind of alien. She said she met 4 or 5 aliens. I don't know,
Right. Well, what are the chances that because of what's going on with her health and her body, that maybe her body just had this release at that moment, and she, had some kind of trip, and the next thing you know, she was becoming conscious again in Wayne's living room because they brought her back. I mean, is it possible? Yeah, I guess it's possible.
It's more than possible. Yeah.
I mean, especially with the syndrome that she says she has, and I looked into that somewhat, and that I forgot the exact name for it. It's G something syndrome. She mentioned it a couple of times, but it can be devastating. I mean, it's
yeah, absolutely. It's very physically debilitating from what I read, and the other portion of my DMT experience that appeared to me to be very, very similar is at the end of it, I had the sensation of teleporting out of whatever this space was that I was in, where I'm communing with these otherworldly interdimensional beings.
Wow.
And I had the sense of like being pulled right out of that back to reality. Do you know what I mean? Like she says she felt like she was teleported from the alien base back to reality. I had this perception, and many people do. It's almost like you just feel like you got pulled right back into reality. And
wow.
the trip part of it doesn't end, but it's like the doors closed on that gateway, whatever, the doors that were open to that dimension or that wherever you're experiencing this. It's all perceptions and mind games. And I don't know, but I had that sensation of being just like ripped, pulled right back in. And then I was back in my room, where the experience started. But for a great deal of the experience, and then when I was in the room, I felt like I got pulled into that dimension when the experience started. And then towards the end of it, pulled back into the room, the normal room,
right.
Right. And this is very similar to what she describes. So I've come back to this time and time again with what I believe happened to her, Yes, and Blinken Liar says you may need a pint of ayahuasca on this expedition. For those who don't know, ayahuasca is another very powerful hallucinogen where you're going to see some aliens if you drink it. Absolutely. But it's interesting. Ayahuasca has a lot of potential. I have a friend that had terrible addiction problems. He went to South America and did ayahuasca. He'd been in and out of drug rehabs for 20 years. Nothing worked for him. He did ayahuasca once and never did drugs or alcohol again, ever.
I have read a lot about that.
Yeah.
And apparently there's some in the medical profession that, swear by it, by treating addiction with this drug,
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, apparently part of that ayahuasca experience is that the spirits or whoever you're interacting with while you're having this experience show you sort of like everything that all the people that you're hurting with your addiction or with your selfish behavior, and you come back much more empathetic and loving towards your family, and you want to be a better person. I think we all need some of that in this world, so I think it should be legal. They should sell that at the 7-Eleven,
they should put that in the water supply
instead of the fluoride. Yeah, speaking of conspiracies,
it's not like the world doesn't need more of that.
Yeah, and Walter Bosley says maybe DMT, sure, but not real. Yeah, I believe that her experience was probably drug-induced in one form or another, Walter Bosley. But again, this is just my opinion and my speculation, and I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. A little part of me goes, what if we're both wrong, Scott Brown? What if we're both horribly wrong, and this girl comes through with the proof of alien life in a mountain? We're going to be in the movie, Scott Brown. We got to be in the movie, right? They're going to make a movie of her.
If it were to happen and she was to bring some sort of evidence to the public and it was irrefutable, I'm willing to go on the air and apologize to her 1,000 times. I really am, but I mean, based on, 30 plus years of doing this, it's just not new. It's what she's doing and what she's saying is not new. And you know that as well as I do. I mean,
yeah, her story seems to be a combination. Combination of already accepted UFO mythology. She's got the Greys in there. She's got mantid aliens. She's got a secret underground alien base. People already, talk about Dulce and other Antarctic underground bases. It's like a quilt work, right? Like you have a quilt, and she took like this one part. We'll put an alien base. We'll sew that in there. Now we got to have the gray aliens. We'll sew that into the quilt. And now she's got a quilt of UFO mythology, most of which is already accepted, and the same sort of. This one thing that people do always bothers me when they're like, "Oh, they're here to help us," the aliens are here to help the human race. Like, I just think that it's just as likely that the aliens would come here to help us as it would be for them to exterminate us, because apparently planets that are able to support very complex life forms are exceedingly rare, to the best of our scientific knowledge right now.
Right.
So what's to stop some warring alien species to say, hey, that planet can support life, complex life forms, but we don't like the humans that are in control of it, so we'll just go exterminate them and take over, right?
Yeah.
These people are all like, they're our space brothers. They're here to help us.
It's funny you say that, because I saw a comment, I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, where somebody said and there's a large section of the community that practices CE5.
There's somebody saying that that's evil now, and you're gonna be possessed.
This one guy made a remark, and he said, "What the hell how the hell do you know what you're contacting? You're making contact, but you have no idea what that is. It could be something that is so bad we could never figure it out. It's beyond human comprehension. So what are you contacting? Because you don't know what it is."
Yeah, it's like the same thing when we were kids. The priests, they would warn us against using a Ouija board.
You're right.
Because you don't know who you're contacting. It could be demons masquerading as spirits.
Yeah, I mean, and you got to look at it this way too. And I posted an article on my Twitter, I don't know, I think it was a couple weeks ago, where this one researcher, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he put together a bunch of cases where there was, you could literally call it sexual abuse in these cases of abduction. And these researchers documented the case and then left certain aspects out of that sexual abuse because they didn't want to report on it.
They want
So
to talk about that, yeah.
right, so that's, I mean, you've got one aspect over here where it's terrifying. They're doing really shitty stuff to people. And then you've got this over here where they're the Space Brothers. They're here to help us. Maybe it's two different things. Maybe it's two
different species.
Right. 3, 4 different, entities. I mean, you never know. Or it could be all within one realm, but part of it's, malevolent and the other part of it's benevolent. I mean, you never know. So we have no idea. So it could possibly be that, and certain people are going to grasp onto it. Like when I had my sleep paralysis back in 87 and I came out of it, I was terrified. I mean, I never felt anything like that in my life. I never had a nightmare.
That's
it
scary.
Was vivid and it was scary, and it hung with me for days afterwards. I couldn't shake it. And I'm not saying that that's proof of something that's, malevolent, but that feeling that I had was like super
terrifying, right?
It was just dread, just pure dread, terror. I came out of it and I said to my ex-wife, I said, I think this place is haunted. And she said, what do you mean? So I told her, how I felt and coming out of it, and I could sense something was near me. And, we just kind of brushed it off. And, so I've had a lot of incidents of weird strangeness around me over the years, really weird stuff. And, I just get a sense that I don't get a sense that it's here to help me or it's on my side. I kind of get a sense that it's indifferent to us, and it's not on one side or the other, not good or bad. It's just in the middle. It's indifferent to us. I don't know. I just
maybe, it's trying to understand the mind of an alien or their intentions, to me, is a lot like trying to understand the mind of God and his intentions. Like maybe they're just so advanced that we can't even comprehend what their intentions are, what their motivations are, what they want here. But it seems like this has been a mystery that has been with us since the dawn of man,
Mm-hmm. And it's, something that I've always had. When I was 5 years old, they removed me from Sunday school. And the reason that they did was because I kept asking questions. Like the question that got me, removed from the class for good was I went to the priest and I said, how did all these people get here? Because that means that Adam and Eve, the brothers and sisters, would have had to marry each other.
Yeah, I asked that question once too. Priests don't like to talk about it. Yeah,
right. And you're telling me that it's wrong. And so they took my parents to the side and they said, your son is disrupting the class. We're going to have to remove him. And they took me out of there. But my mother sensed years later, she would tell me that story and say, you're just always asking questions. You're never.
What's a good question, right? That would happen. If the Bible creation story is true, and I don't believe that it is, I believe it's a myth. But if the Bible creation story was true, it would mean that Adam and Eve had children, and then all of humanity really got birthed from incest after that.
Absolutely.
And wouldn't genetically we be all screwed up? There wouldn't be the genetic diversity we have. So yeah, I've doubted a lot of. And I was the kind of kid that got thrown out of the class too. Asked too many questions, right? I used to ask a lot about demons and the Nephilim and giants in the Bible. And And like when I grew up, the Catholic priests were always warning us. There was satanic panic during my childhood, about they were always warning us that everything's going to get you into a satanic cult and demons and things. Right. Even to the point of like, music is demonic. You can't listen to heavy metal. That's demonic. And I just went, I'm not going to listen to this anymore. It's just garbage because they want to control you. And, and I remember too, when they were harping on us that everything is demonic and demons and this and that. So I went and found Solomon, the story of Solomon's temple. And like, if demons are so bad, why is the wisest man in the world, Solomon, commanding demons to build a temple for him? And he wrote all these books on how to use demons to do everything you want to do. And I got tossed out. I got suspended for that. They sent me home for a couple of days. And so I stopped asking what they thought were dumb questions, right?
Yeah, it's, I mean, I've always had weird problems with that stuff. I used to think about it. My best friend's mother was a catechism teacher. And, I'd throw different stuff at her and she'd be like, I'm just not even going to address that. She wouldn't even give me an answer.
Yeah. No, but I mean, by and large, I think religion and spirituality is very helpful to humans. But there's so many contradictions that I sort of have the Jeet Kune Do of religion and spirituality. And that was Bruce Lee's theory, which take that which works for you and discard the rest.
Right.
So, and that's kind of a cop-out, though, honestly, because you're just making up your own. but it works for me,
You're making up your own philosophy.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to start a cult and start taking people into a mountain to meet aliens, though, Scott. Don't worry. I think that's a bridge too far, even for me. So what's on the horizon for you? For people that don't know, they can see Scott on UFOs Declassified with Erica Lukes. He's got but trust me, Scott Brown is definitely the better looking of those two, right, Scott?
No.
How did you get that gig? How do I get a hot co-host, Scott Brown? I want to know.
We've been friends for probably about 7 years now. So I started out in 2013 where I formed a private group on Facebook called In the Field. And I began to gather different people from around the world and different people in the community to join this group because I noticed there were people shooting video with infrared cameras, full spectrum cameras.
Fun stuff.
And so that was something that I felt was tangible, that, people are seeing UFOs and they're talking about them in all these books that I'm reading. I want to see them myself. I don't want to see other people's photos, other people's footage. I want to see it myself. So that was the goal. And then, eventually I ran into Erica. She asked to join. I had seen her on TV already on a couple of different TV shows. And I went, oh, cool. Seems like she's pretty legit. And so we stayed friends. I did a couple of her podcasts. And then it wasn't only just a few months ago where she was kind of down about the show. And I said, why don't we let's go to video. Let's do the interviews with the, StreamYard software. Let's do live interviews. Let's get away from the audio podcast.
Yeah, I did. And I got to tell you, I much prefer this format. I don't
Yeah,
editing all the time and putting all these bumpers in and audio this and audio that and music and no, it's much better.
And it changed everything. I mean, she was averaging probably 300 or 400 views per episode of the podcast, and now with the video, she averages about 1,000 views per show. So, we're hoping to build that up. We're gonna try.
Yeah, that's about where I am, and it's this is a grind. To me, I start feeling like I got to figure out what this algorithm wants and feed it what it wants, because it seems like some shows, and I'm still trying to figure this out. Some shows do very, very well, and others do very, very poorly, and I don't know why. Like, here's a perfect example, but some of them go south, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with people have been asking me forever, why don't you do a show on cryptocurrency? Because a lot of people are into crypto. So I have a guy and he comes on and he basically says, all the other cryptocurrency is crap except for mine. Buy mine. And I knew it was a sales pitch. So we cut the interview, and he was getting destroyed. The live chat was destroying him. And he lied straight to my face during the interview saying that this guy's not funding his Bitcoin or whatever. And then it turns out his foundation was funding it. And, so some of them go south. And where we have this interview last night that everybody's still talking about. For those who don't know, I interviewed this Lauren Pritchard, and I'm still digesting that. And a lot of people have different opinions, and I'm of the opinion that was a teachable moment for me, and I have to be a little more discriminating. I can't just jump on air with somebody because somebody suggested I do, or because we certainly don't want to exploit someone that may be suffering from mental illnesses. So I'm gonna be a lot more careful going forward, or try to be.
She I didn't know who she was until I got to your show late. I only saw the tail end of it, so I went back and I watched some more of it, and then I started doing a little bit of background research on her.
It's a rabbit hole.
Yeah, I took a couple years of psychology in college, and one of the aspects of it was abnormal psychology. So it's
my wife's favorite. She's got a psychology degree, and her favorite thing is abnormal psychology and the psychology of.
It's incredible. It really is. I mean, the directions that the mind can go in. And when you get some kind of certain belief set in your mind, and no matter what comes at you, you cannot tear yourself away. I was listening to her last night and I was like, where is she getting this information from? I don't understand.
Yeah, and the lack of proof or evidence and her inability. I was very struck by her lack of empathy for the beer company that she was accusing of being satanic pedophiles, because I got to humanize them. I talked to some of the people, representatives of the company, and it's just like a small craft brewery, family-run business. They employ like 50 people, and they were shocked by her allegations because there's no evidence whatsoever of anything like that going on in their business.
And you wonder.
It caused them a great deal of problems. People are calling them and harassing them.
But where did it come from? Where did she get that from?
It's her own personal belief. Her evidence was there was an Atlas statue in front of the building. There's some kind of mural that she says identifies them as satanic. And there was a girl's hair bow on the sidewalk across the street from the place. That must be a sign that they're all pedophiles. It was too much for me.
What? It's kind of like it reminds me of the guy. You remember when the whole Pizzagate thing was going on before Q took hold, and the Pizzagate was saying that it was a certain pizza place, and the Democrats were taking the children into the basement and raping them and then killing them and eating them or drinking their blood or some crap like that.
Yeah.
And so this one guy gets obsessed with it online, loads up a rifle, goes down there, goes storming into the pizza place, puts the gun on the guy and goes, show me where the damn basement is right now. And the guy looked at him and said, this building doesn't have a basement. And so he set the gun down and he sat there and waited till the police came and they came and arrested him. And he said it was the biggest mistake he made in his life. I mean, it fascinates me. That's what can trigger someone to grab a hold of something that is so not real.
Yeah.
Believe in it.
But that specific story tells the danger of these crazy online conspiracy stories and what can happen, because that easily could have escalated into a murder situation, or maybe the guy, if he was a little more mentally unhinged, would have went there and just start shooting employees because he's angry that they're hurting children or whatever,
Exactly.
And I just want to mention, for the benefit of the YouTube algorithm, because you mentioned that word, the gate word, and that thing that people like to eat that's round. We don't mention that here because YouTube does not like it. So I just want to make sure the algorithm understands that we are not supporting that theory. We are saying it's ludicrous and was ludicrous, and we are
absolute
being
garbage.
critical of that thing. Yeah, it was very similar to this, though, sort of her theories, which is just like, we'll take this bunch of disconnected evidence that doesn't really mean anything. It's not really evidence, and we'll connect the dots, and we'll just say there's a mural, there's an Atlas statue. Somehow Atlas statue is somehow a Luciferian symbol now. I've never heard that before, but okay. And a girl's hair bow on the floor outside the place, and some kind of mural, which I wish I would have known that she said the mural. I would have asked the company for pictures of it so we could look at it. But, people buy artwork and put it on the side of their building. It doesn't mean that they're satanic pedophiles,
What it's hard for me to grasp. It really is. Like, how do you take all these little pieces that you see, and in your mind you build this fake scenario? And it's the complete opposite of critical thinking, of saying, okay, well, if I saw the bow on the ground, well, some girl dropped her bow. And if I saw a statue in a painting, I'm not seeing these underlying things in a piece of art. So if there's pedophiles in there, what are they doing? Advertising out in front of their building so people know that they're in there? I mean, it doesn't even make sense. None of it makes any sense. See, Lauren.
Oh, sorry. That's when I started getting the inkling that she's suffering from some kind of psychotic. I'm not a psychiatrist, so I'm not going to diagnose her, but I got a bad feeling that she's got real mental issues and should seek help. She claims that there's nothing wrong in her life, so she doesn't need to, but I would still encourage her to do so. And I went away from that feeling guilty and feeling like not guilty, but feeling bad for her, because this is some kind of, like you said, it's some kind of constructed reality that she lives in that's not real. Yeah. I mean, she said that she believed some guy had laser gun implants in his arms and was a super soldier.
Yeah, you told me that. What? How do you? I don't understand. Like, are there?
I do want to apologize. I don't think she'll ever apologize, but I want to apologize to some of my viewers and listeners, because she was very nasty to people in the comments that disagreed with her stories, calling people devils, pedophiles, Nazis, Satanists, and to me, that's a little too far. So I apologize to anybody who had those interactions with her, because I felt like people were challenging her stories, but that nobody was being super rude to her in the live chat.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
I'm gonna have. What else is funny is that this is, again, you never know which way an interview is going to go. There's like 3 or 4 other show hosts that are streaming that and talking about it and how crazy that crazy train went, and I'm just in there going, I don't know what to say next. I don't know what to ask her next. And then other people made the comment that I should have shut it down when I realized how, wackadoo her theories were, but I couldn't find an off ramp, and every time I tried, it seemed like she said something else that was even crazier than the last thing.
But you were super polite to her. I
try to be nice to everybody here, so that we can get nice guests like Scott Brown. I'm happy that you're here, by the way. This is a long time coming. Thank you for doing this. I needed to talk to somebody that. I told Scott before the interview, we can talk about anything, but you can't start telling me about your alien baby getting pregnant and getting pulled out your belly, and you can't. I did that last night, Scott. We're going to have to talk about other stuff.
I'm going to go back and watch the rest of it. I got to go back and watch the rest of it.
It's going to be one of those ones that I don't know about you, Scott, but I listen to myself almost never after an interview. The bigger ones I did. I listened to the Anjali interview after I did it, because I knew that that would be highly scrutinized, and I wanted to see, do I stand by what I did? Could I have done this better, that better? But generally, I don't like to second guess myself. So I'm never going to listen to that again. It's just going to be out there, and it is what it is. And, you know, like it or hate it, you know, and I'm sorry for the people that didn't like it, or, you know, it's one of those things.
Great. I thought it was great.
It's one of those things. And you know what, Scott? Part of me knew, like, this is going to get crazy. I told Kari, the girl who helps with the graphics, I said, this is going to go off the rails real fast, I think, but I'm going down this crazy train because I want to show people it's not just her. There are thousands of people out there that believe very, very similar things just as strongly as she does. They're convinced that all this is real. And I wanted to go, let's go get on the crazy train, push it down that rabbit hole and see how deep it goes. So in that sense, I accomplished, I guess, my mission there. To take that crazy train as far down the rabbit hole as we can get it.
You did, and
where it goes.
And all the questions were, you know, some of them were tough, some of them were, you know, I mean,
Moody Mongol says she's a super soldier with evil on her mind.
With music,
twin flame, and that guy that she's like in love. I think she's like in love with him, or she said that's her twin. This Casbolt guy, he's a super soldier. The guy who claimed he has alien laser implants in his arms that can pop out and shoot, and hundreds of other claims. I'm going to do a show on him because that guy's wackadoo, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, man.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
I think it's like escapism or some, you know, they live in this world where they think they know the truth and everybody else is wearing blinders, right? They know the truth and they know, you know, what's really happening, but it's a delusional fantasy. Maybe it's comforting to them. I don't know. Or they feel important. Did you hear her? She works for some secret military, secret space thing, but she collects donations. So I guess they don't pay her, but she said, I don't pay rent. I don't pay any rent. I only buy groceries, which is bizarro. And she's a bunch of people pointed out that she mentioned that she steals Wi-Fi from her neighbor or something. You know, like, I don't know. It's just the whole thing was bizarre.
How did you find out about her? I mean, because I never.
She came into the live chat when I was talking about this other crazy girl, Sarah R. Adams, who's a psychic intuitive healer, and that's a great story. I did a whole bunch of shows on her, and then I wanted to test her superpowers, so I sent a mentalist magician friend of mine that's also a hypnotist to pretend to be a terminal cancer patient, and she bought that hook, line, and sinker. And she told him she was shrinking his cancer cells and healing his tumors, and you know. And she's supposed to be, she told me before this that she can diagnose somebody's medical condition from viewing their aura. And she could do that at any distance, over the phone, whatever. So I sent a fake terminal cancer patient to her. She didn't know he was a fake terminal cancer patient. Starts telling him she's healing his cancer and shrinking his cancer cells. So we did a show on that. And this girl, Lauren, and hates her. So she comes into our live chat like, I can tell you the real story about Sarah R. Adams. And then it turns out that her version of the real story of this other fraud is that she's a cyborg, an AI cyborg.
Wow.
An AI controlled cyborg. And that was another mistake that I made. And some people have pointed that out, that I shouldn't have brought one girl who may be crazy on the show to talk about another girl that may be crazy. It's like they're both crazy, so I can't, you know, the enemy of my enemy is not always my friend. But, you know, I consider that yesterday was a teachable moment for me, and I'm going to learn from it, and we're going to roll on and keep rolling with the show. Next week, I got to tell you though, Scott, next week, if we need ratings, I need you to talk to Erica, because I want her to come on and show everybody her new alien baby bump, right? And we'll follow her alien insemination. Because I think that would get some views if Erica Luke suddenly got inseminated by aliens. We need the views, right?
Yeah, well, that'll bring them in. That'll
Yeah,
bring him.
and Rebecca Turner says, no, Sarah R. Adams is just a con woman. The other girl was just crazy. Maybe right, right? Yes, the show is still posted. It's still there. You can watch the train wreck of a conspiracy land crazy train down a rabbit hole like you've never heard. It's the video previous to this one. It's right on our YouTube channel here. And the Success is sharing Erica Luke's channel where you can find Scott doing UFOs Declassified. I try to catch up and listen. They do some good work. They're very evidence-based and thorough in their coverage of any story, which is I like. I know when I tune in for one, it's going to be a good long form. Here's all the evidence. Here's what we've dug into. Here's what we're talking about tonight. And can you tell us a little bit about your in the field reports that you do as well?
Yeah, so I just started this. It's kind of just I got a friend of mine that lives here in town. We've been friends for, I don't know, about 15 years. And so I never realized that he had an interest in the subject. And so I happened to mention to him, I think it was like maybe a couple years ago, what I was doing online and how I was involved. And that's when he came out with the story and he said, I was living in Phoenix. I saw the Phoenix lights. I was living out there at the time. So he told me the story and I was like, holy shit. So I've always wanted to do some kind of show on my own, but I didn't want to do like an interview show or a podcast. It's kind of, I'm already co-host with Erica. So I kind of wanted to do something a little bit different. So we keep it to the relevant news that's going on. The episode that I'm editing right now is going to touch on Albert Einstein's so-called assistant visiting Roswell with him. Then we're going to touch on the submarine hitting an object in the South China Sea. We do a little bit about the Dulce, New Mexico base. So I want to try to keep it to the relevant things that are going on in ufology, and it's just kind of a casual conversation between me and him. I'm trying to keep it factual, trying to show images to illustrate the case. And, I'm keeping it short. I mean, no longer than.
Yeah, I got to tell you the truth in that I catch more of those than the UFOs Declassified because you keep them those a little shorter. Yeah. And I did listen to the episode where he was talking about the Phoenix Lights, original witness to that, and I found that pretty fascinating. Great case, Yeah,
and he actually grew up around military bases. His father was a Marine, and so he got heavily into being able to identify something in the sky. He could tell what kind of aircraft it was, where it came from, and he got deep into that. So when he saw the Phoenix Lights, which are not the ones that you see on video that pop on across the sky, that's completely different. Mm-hmm. What this was a V-shaped object, and I believe there's only one like 10-second video of it that someone caught, and it's the only piece of footage that exists. And this is exactly what he saw. It passed over them slowly. It was 5 lights, 1 on the tip, 2 on each, extension, and it slowly passed over them. And he said the same thing, that it was huge. It was blocking out the stars in between, whatever kind of structure was in between each light.
So it couldn't have been flares.
Yeah, and he said, he knew about the flare theory to describe the other piece of footage, and he said this was not flares. So he was describing that rare piece of footage that's out there. It's out there on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people
famous piece of footage, because you're right, it's like the only good,
Yeah, they don't refer to it very much. They're always looking at the other one with the lights turning on one at a time. And it's been debunked as the flares dropping down behind the hill, and they match the mountains to it, and so. But yeah, we're gonna keep doing the news and commentary, and if anybody's interested, please subscribe. I mean, I don't even have 1,000 subscribers, but we enjoy doing it. We're going to keep
Yeah, it's a labor of love until it, starts ballooning up, right? And
yeah, we're going to try to incorporate what we're working on is a full documentary about Stella Lansing. She lived right here in town with me. She's a famous case. They did an episode of Sightings about her.
I remember that one.
And then also, I'm going to incorporate the footage that we shoot at night. So if I catch any anomalies with the infrared cameras, we're going to throw it in.
I'd be interested to see that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I'm kind of just throwing it all together and trying to keep it on the one show, half-hour format, and boom, we're out of there.
Yeah, I like it though because it's dense and packed with information, and you get it quick. So, yeah. But I like Erica's show too. But I got to do that when I have more time. I've been catching up on podcasts I like when I drive to the cabin or shows that I like. I just put them on the audio only, and it's a 2-hour drive to the cabin, so I got 4 hours every week there and back to listen to podcasts. And most of the time I prefer that to music because it helps me catch up on what's going on out there. Right.
And the cabin's coming out good. That looks
I gotta finish this. I just finished the sunroom floor, and I'm trying to button that thing up before winter. I got a little bit more to do. Yeah,
you got the stove in, right?
I got the stove. Well, I have it on the. I have to finish the piping, but it's almost. Yeah, it's like 20 minutes from being, half hour from being done. I had to get some parts because it's going to tee into the one that's in the kitchen, and go up and out the top of the roof, and then I just got to wire it and fix the doors. I did a terrible job on putting the doors in the frames because I hate doors and hinges. And I'm there by myself. So to hang a door, I have to like put books under it, right? And hope it's the right level. Yeah. And then it's not quite right. So then I got to take it off and try it again. And I might have a neighbor that's going to help me hang both doors right. And I'm glad for that though, because that's rough. The winters there are so rough that'll be a thermal oven on the south facing wall all winter long. And it should provide free heat for the rest of the cabin. We're going to have a door between the cabin, rest of the cabin, and that big sunroom, greenhouse room. So, when it's during the day, if it's warm in there, I'll open the door, at night, close the door.
Is it a regular wood stove or is it a pellet stove?
Oh, no, it's regular wood because I'm not buying wood pellets. We have wood. We're in the woods everywhere, and people.
Yeah, that's true.
There's always fallen trees. I've got 4 or 5 standing dead trees that I'm sure are dead. They're just, and I have kids, so I don't really. The standing dead trees I try to take down because you don't know when it's going to fall if you don't take it down.
Right.
And it's already dead, so I don't feel like bad about taking it for firewood. It's dead. And a lot of that cabin was built just out of the trees from my land, the ones that have fallen. When I got there was a bunch of trees in the woods that had fallen. There was a bunch of standing dead ones. So we started harvesting them and dragging them back to the cabin building site. And it's been a love of my life. I always wanted to build a cabin like that. So I had my whole life to dream about it. So people are like, it's coming out great. I'm like, I've been designing this thing in my brain for 20 years. So now it's just the physical part of it,
Now the slices that you're putting in the floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're cutting all them slices yourself?
Yeah, with a chainsaw.
Oh,
so it's like a big cherry tree, like about this big, big around cherry tree, and I put something under each side of the tree and just slice it as I go. All the way down it was a whole cherry tree, and that actually fell in a storm. And I remember it was kind of pissed when it fell because I liked that tree, It was just a nice tree. It was beautiful, the cherry tree. And so it fell, and then I remember looking at the grain of the wood after it fell. You could see it from the stump, where it fell. And I said, that grain of that wood is beautiful. I'm not going to use this for firewood. I'm going to do something with it. And now it's going to stay at the cabin forever. It's the floor. For those who don't know, we put these log rounds down on the floor and then cement
Yeah,
between them.
it looks really cool.
It's another nice, weird, cool feature. We have a stone shower stall there that I built. We have stone hearths. We have a stone floor in the one room, and now we have this round log floor. I don't even know what you would call it, but yeah.
Now are you on the East Coast too?
Yeah, I'm in Pennsylvania. I used to live in Philadelphia, but now we live in Warminster, which is a suburb of Philadelphia. It's very nice here because the city was getting crazy. Yeah. Scott, it was getting to be just where we lived. It was junkie city, and people would break in your car every day to steal nothing, or God forbid you leave anything in your car of value, they'll break your window to get it. It was terrible. So we decided to move, and I have kids, so I had my youngest son who's like, Daddy, why is this guy camping at 7-Eleven? I don't even know what to say because he's a junkie. I don't know. He's homeless, and I try to explain to him some people don't have a house. And then I think what did it for me is one day I took my kid to the park and there was needles all over the park, like used needles all over the park. And I just said, it's time to move. I'm not living in a place where I have to worry about my kids and needles in a park,
The thing that sucks is the area that I live in is really, really rural. I mean, the biggest
I would love that.
There's probably the biggest city is probably a half hour away from me, but it's still a problem out here. It's still, my best friend overdosed. We were best friends for 32 years and he died in 2004. He overdosed and died. And
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, heroin especially
and it wasn't the shocking part about it is that he was one of the top athletes in the area, bodybuilder, gymnastics coach. I mean, this was so just out of the ordinary for him. And he was bench pressing and his bicep let go under the skin and rumpled up underneath his skin. So they had to pull it down, staple it to the bone.
Wow.
So he was in a sling for a while, got addicted to the pills, and then moved on to the harder stuff, and he ended up dying.
Yeah, a lot of people get addicted to the pills, and then when the prescription runs out, they try to buy the pills on the black market, but that gets very, very expensive at $10 or $20 a pill, and you need 4 of them, or 6 of them or whatever. And eventually people move on to heroin because it's much cheaper. The real problem with opioid addiction right now is fentanyl, because fentanyl is so dangerous. You can take one shot of it and die and overdose on it. It takes such a tiny amount of fentanyl can kill you. Like I heard it said, I'm not sure if it's accurate, but I've heard it said like the point of a pin, the size of the point of a pin can kill you.
I have read that myself.
Yeah. So it's very, very dangerous. So, Scott, what is next for you? Are you're gonna continue this in the field and UFO Declassified? You got any other stuff coming up that you're working on?
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I'm trying to throw together this documentary about Stella Lansing that I'm going to use within the realm of the UFO news and commentary. And it's kind of tough because she passed away back in 2012. And I'm trying to seek out her children who have moved away from the area. So it's kind of hard to track down sources. And so we're going to keep working at that. And I have another documentary that I want to do, and it's about a man in the town over from here that they wrote a book about. I think it's called Satan's Harvest. In the 1980s, he was a farmer claiming that he was possessed. They have written affidavits from the priests in the area that went to his house, and there was all poltergeist activity.
Oh, that sounds like a great story to me.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is I'm trying to get permission to sit right at the property where it happened. And we're going to do the show right from there, and it's going to revolve around that case. The whole episode is going to
That sounds like my kind of story. I'm jealous that I didn't.
Yeah,
it's right?
They followed it in the Boston paper for months and months and months. It went on, and they turned it into a book later on. And
oh, you know what's funny? I think this is Cedric Taylor is here, the urban entity. You never know who's going to be in my live chat. And Cedric is the mentalist magician that I sent to that fraud fake healer, and he pretended to be a cancer patient. And by the way, Cedric, nice. I'm clipping that part of the show where I explain how we punked her, the fraud psychic healer, and that's going to be up later on tonight on our channel here. So I'll send it to you when we get it. Cedric Taylor, the urban entity. He's amazing, Scott Brown. He can hypnotize you and make you do anything he wants. I'm not kidding you. I've seen him do it.
Well, he can hypnotize me and, tell me how to make $1 million.
Yeah, that'll be good. And I don't know why, but somebody was commenting in the live chat. Listen, look at this, Scott Brown. This is how rumors start. Stephen must be rolling in the dough. What did you do for a living before you retired? See, people hear I have a cabin, right? And they think that I got all this money. I've been building a cabin for 3.5 years. I go there every weekend that I can, and I work like a dog. Ask anybody that knows that cabin. I'm hand mixing cement like an Amish guy. Everything is by hand that can be. I didn't build that place with money. I built it with time and passion and dedication. And I'm certainly not retired. I try to work every day to make some money. I have children to feed.
You're rolling in the concrete, Steve.
Yeah, and he also said that magicians and performers don't make that kind of money. They do if they're smart, magicians and performers, right? I mean, you'd be surprised what a stage magician gets paid in a night if it's a big venue. You'd be shocked at the money. In fact, my father was very not supportive of that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Doing magic shows. You get a real job. That's the joke. You're not going to do that for money. And then I got hired by somebody that he knew to do a birthday party or something like that, and I got $300 to do like a kid's birthday party. And my dad was like, I don't know what he made take home at the time, but it was something like $500 in a week, And he went, you were only there for 40 minutes. They gave you $300? And I said, yeah. And after that, my dad was a lot more supportive.
Well, I've been an artist since I was a child. So a lot of the graphics that I do, I have the t-shirt site where I sell all my designs on my shirts.
Yeah.
I do
a great artist. He makes cool stuff.
I do like logos for companies, photo retouching, any kind of artwork that you can think of, I pretty much have done. And so when I was younger, I was really into it. And my mother kept pushing me, she'd take me to oil painting lessons and hand me, pads and canvases and pencils. And then there was my father who was like, you'll never make a living off of that. You can't make a living being an artist. Well, when I began to win contests, the next thing you know, the newspaper comes. I'm 12 years old. They do a whole front page article about me. They put all my work on display at the bank in the center of town. Well, guess who's got his arm around his son?
Yeah, and he was proud of you. Yeah.
And it just kind of put a bad taste in my mouth that he was only proud of me because, something like that was happening. But what can you do?
I just know that my father was shocked when he found out how much magicians can make in an hour. He had no idea.
Yeah.
He was kind of like pissed, like, they paid you how much? Yeah. But and I did, for those most people know, I had sort of a computer repair and website design sort of IT business before the pandemic, but most of my stuff was in-house repairs and nobody wants you in their house. So that went to crap, and I'm rolling with the punches and trying to adjust and find new income streams. I can tell you this, though. I've worked for myself myself and my wife and my children for 7 years. And a lot of that was doing daddy daycare for the boys and working part-time doing my own business. I will never go back to working for somebody else ever again. And I will certainly never go back to a cubicle. Never again.
Yeah.
Because you can make the same money working for yourself, but it's a lot more risky, you know?
Yeah, for me, I mean, I've been out of work since June. So I've been looking for work. I've been trying to, get what I can here and there. I'm collecting, and I ended up losing my job after 7 years of working for this company.
Oh, that's a tough pill to swallow. I've been there.
Yeah, so I've been. I have a couple interviews coming up this week. Hopefully, something's going to come through.
Well, it's not an employer's market right now. There is so many open jobs right now that companies really have to be competitive to get anybody good. So you got good shot probably, right?
Well, the thing is, for me, when I was younger, I could get 10 interviews in 2 days.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting interviews, but I'm not getting hired. And so I believe it's because of my age that, they want somebody younger. They know that you're going to be retiring in a few years, so I'm going to be, I'll be 57 this year. So,
I've heard there is a lot of ageism in hiring.
And I mean, they don't, if they don't.
Younger people will work for cheaper too, usually. Right.
And they don't want to, if they don't feel like hiring you because of your age, it's almost virtually impossible to prove age discrimination.
Yeah.
Because they can just say you're not the right candidate, when in the meantime, they're actually not hiring you because you're older, so. Yeah, ageism sucks. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Well, I wish you the best of luck. I want to thank you again for doing this. We're way over time here, and I just looked at the clock. I didn't even realize it. See how I'm sorry to keep you here so long. The time flies when you're talking to somebody with great similar interests, and we have a lot of them in common. I hope you won't be a stranger and come back. And I'm going to ask Erica to do this as well. I'm trying to get her in here, but
I love talking to you, Steve.
Yeah, she's she's an interesting girl. I've talked to her a few times on the phone and things about we were going back and forth with this Angeli thing. Rebecca Turner says, "Good show, Stephen. Thank you very much. I'm going to throw you out of here, but I will be in touch. Maybe we can have you come back and give us an update on your documentary projects and some other things after a little while. I would like that.
Sounds good.
All right, and we're putting your clothing website in the live chat. We're going to put your YouTube channels in the live chat. People, I encourage you to go and subscribe. Here's the Scott Brown YouTube channel, and there's the Erica Luke's YouTube channel, and we've got your UFO clothing. I'm going to order some shirts that I could wear on the show because I could use some new shirts, and I like UFOs, and Scott does great artwork on a lot of them as well. So it's really, really, I like that kind of stuff. All right, so I'm going to throw you out of here. Thank you for doing this. I appreciate you lending us your time and your attention and sharing with us some of your research and experiences.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stephen.
All right, you have a good night. Well, there we have it. Another UFO report is in the books with our friend Scott Brown from both UFOs Declassified with Erica Lukes and his In the Field reports. I encourage you to check out his work. I'm gonna dedicate my total time and attention to the live chat because I do realize that we have been light on that, and some people have noticed, and some people have commented like you haven't been taking as many comments or questions. We're way over time here, but I'm going to take any. Northern UFO says Stephen's laugh is priceless. I get that. I'm trying to figure out how to bottle it and sell it because everybody likes it. And Big Fat Creep says get Lauren back for round 2. Sounds fun. I don't think so. Cedric Talks Entertainment just subbed. Good to hear that, Cedric. And I'm going to be sharing that video later tonight. We're going to have a new production video, hopefully. I don't know why, but the thing crashed when it was rendering earlier. And I forgot to save it. So now I have to re-edit it. It's not a lot of edits, but it's still not good when your video editor crashes as it's rendering something. That means I got to rebuild it, but I have all the component pieces, so it should be up tonight, if not tomorrow. And that will be another video where we bust Sarah R. Adams' fake superpowers. And I tell the story of how we sent Cedric the Entertainer, not Cedric the Entertainer, Cedric Taylor, the urban entity. We sent him in to pretend to be a terminal cancer patient, and this fake psychic healer bought it hook, line, and sinker. It's a great story. I thought it shouldn't be lost to history. It's a way old show and people are missing it, so we clipped that portion out, put some nice music and graphics to it. And I hear that Kari is working on a clip of another show. She's got 10 or 15 minutes of another great story that we wanted to share in clip form. So good to see the urban entity here. And I'd like to get you on for a new interview, Cedric. And we could talk about that, your undercover work busting fake psychics with me, and all your experiences being a mentalist and hypnotist, because that is certainly interesting. Lee Guy says, merchandise idea, Truth Seekers lingerie. Don't think I haven't thought of that. And I want to make sure that we do two things. I need to check in with our hat. We put a hat out every night. This is a viewer supported show, and you too can throw a couple of bucks in our hat and keep the show rolling on. So there's three ways that you could support us. The first is through Patreon. For as little as $1 a month, you can become a Patreon member, and we post lots of behind the scenes stuff. We do a video journal about the show every month, sort of behind the scenes, what's going on here. I post some songs every month for the Patreon supporters and more. And we would certainly value your participation in the Patreon. It's $1 or more a month. You decide. And links are in the description of this video and in the About section of our channel. You can also send us a PayPal donation. But please, 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 if you send a PayPal donation, add a note, a little note, and give us what your chat room user ID is, because I don't think you want me thanking or shouting out your real legal name or something like that. Include your chat room user ID in any message you want me to shout out, and we do so. And the third way to throw a couple of bucks in our hat is, of course, the super chats. There's a money button down there in the live chat. You just hit that money button. If you haven't already, it may prompt you to put in some credit card or debit card information, and you can send any amount you wish, and we read every one of the super chats and thank everyone for their kindness, their generosity, and their support. And we're going to do that right now. We are going to read each and every super chat. Every night we read every single super chat of the night. So here's all the ones for tonight. I want to thank Collie Armstrong for a kind and generous $4 Great Britain pound super sticker. And Collie Armstrong again with another $2 super sticker. We have Marina. I don't want to ruin your name, Marina. Oh, I love that name, Marina, too. Mavrogenus. That is a great name. Marina Mavrogenus is here with a kind and generous $4 super sticker donation. We have Fred Tetsu with an Australian $5 super chat donation. Mr. Cambian, Mr. Brown, howdy, Steve. I want to thank you for waking me up on Travis. I was a believer and supporter from the beginning, so I felt betrayed. Yeah, I think a lot of us did, Fred, and I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I hate it that story came crashing down. Grew up with it, loved the story my whole life, but I don't want to believe in fairy tales. Ellen Fox with a kind and generous US $4.99 donation says, great show, great guest, thank you. My pleasure, Ellen. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support. We have Lee Guy with a kind and generous $4.99 super chat asking who actually discovered Angeli, and we did go and try to explain that. She just apparently came out of Reddit and then out of nowhere, because of George Knapp's article, got very, very popular very quickly, which I believe is a testament to how hungry people are for any new stories about aliens and UFOs, because there's so few new stories. It seems to me that almost everybody involved in covering UFOs is always talking about things that happened years ago, not things that happen right now. Cosmic Neighbors. This is Ron from Cosmic Neighbors with a kind and generous US $10 donation says, praise the cash. Thank you, Ron, for your kindness, your generosity, and support. And Lee Guy with another one, $1.99. Very generous of you. Pointing out my use of the term wackadoo. Very proud of that term. Some things are just wackadoo. And then we have FGraph72 with a late entry, but we thank him just the same for his kindness, his generosity, and his support. FGraph72 with a kind and generous $2 super chat donation says, for the hat, praise the cash. Yes, praise the cash, friends. We want to thank everybody. The Patreon supporters I want to thank. I want to thank the PayPal donators. We get those occasionally. And I want to thank each and every one of you, both tonight and always, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support with those super chats that really do help us to keep the lights on here and keep this ball rolling forward. I want to thank each and every one of you for helping us to praise the cash, friends. Praise the cash.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
So, yes, I want to thank everybody for their kindness, their generosity, and their support. Oh, we got another one here. We missed you. Al Warrior, don't want to miss you. Al Warrior with a kind and generous $5 super chat who says, good luck, the cash bro. Praise the cash, Al Warrior. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. I knew you meant praise the cash. I knew it. It's quite all right. I do want to take a moment to also remind you that there is one other way that you could really help us and support us. Because I know I say, brother, can you spare $1? But it's rough out there, which is why I'm here on the internet begging for money. So the other way that you could support us, and it's just as important, if not more so, is to be sure that you like, comment, subscribe, and share these video links with your friends. Share our channel link on your social media. And thanks for helping us grow. It's because of your help. Every time somebody shares a Truth Seekers video, a Stephen Cambian smiles. I really do. Every time I see somebody sharing something, retweeting something on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, wherever it may be, I'm happy to see that. And I'm thankful. And I have an attitude of gratitude because all of you who do that are really helping. And again, the YouTube algorithm loves it when you like, comment, and subscribe on these videos. Give it a thumbs up. Smash the thumbs up button. And if you're not already a subscriber, please do smash that subscribe button and that notification bell. Then you'll know when we're doing a show here. You'll get a notification shortly before the show, and you'll get to come here and interact with our live chat here. Interaction is a big part of the live chat. And I also want to remind anybody listening in audio podcast land, you're missing half the fun. We record the shows live right here on YouTube. They get broadcast to YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook live. So you can become part of the conversation. We want that. We want that interaction. So if you're listening in audio podcast land, you're listening to replays, not the live version. To experience the live version, and we want you to, search the YouTube search bar for Truth Seekers, one word. Look for me, the strange guy with the sunglasses, your host, Stephen Cambian, and smash that subscribe button. Hit that notification bell, and then you too can come here and be a part of our live chat. When we record these shows, you can ask questions, you can offer your comments or your thoughts on anything that we are discussing here. It is a big part of our show here that we have an interactive show. I'm also mentioned that we'll be bringing back the live call-in show, but I have to say that I'm gonna cheat a little bit. So if you want to do a call in to ask me anything or talk about anything you want. If you want to call into the show, please be sure to email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com and let me know a little bit about what you'd like to talk about. And I will take some calls. Not tonight, but we're going to start doing the calls again. I also have some great news. We just aired our broadcast with Stan Gordon from the previous show that I did, the Midnight Hour, and it was very well received. And people really enjoyed Stan talking about the Kecksburg UFO incident. I have not talked to Stan Gordon in 3 or more years. So given the feedback that we got from a replay, I called him up, and I've got him booked for next month, November 15th at 8 p.m. And he's going to be talking about all of his incredible research into Bigfoot, cryptid creatures, and high strangeness, including UFOs, for the past 3 years. He's got a big update with lots of information and cases that he has personally field investigated for the past 3 years. He's going to be coming to give us an incredible update. You do not want to miss that one. So every single reply and live comment counts. Every last one of them. Yes. And I want to thank Sixth Sense, moderator here, MVP moderator, for all of the work that he does. Dorothy Lang, and you just made me laugh, says, I'm here to hear Steve laugh at stuff. So contagious it is. Yes. Yes, and Sixth Sense, reminding everybody, the higher the interaction, the more likely YouTube is to suggest it, and that would certainly help us. And we say our prayer to the YouTube AI algorithm gods, please find favor in us, share our video, suggest our video, rise us in the search engine, oh Lord and Master, YouTube, Google AI algorithm that is in control of my destiny. In Google's name we pray, amen. That's all I could do, friends. That's all I could do. My life is in the hands of an AI algorithm. So every day I say a little prayer to that YouTube AI algorithm so that it, helps us. All right. So I want to thank our guest tonight, Scott Brown. This was a really enjoyable show for me. Some of them are a grind. And like yesterday, I was like, how am I going to get through a few hours of this? This is crazy. But tonight was very enjoyable, a little more laid back. I hope that you enjoyed it. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming here. You always hear me say this, but I mean it. I love it when there's an audience, right? And tonight we had a great audience, very, very well attended tonight. I was so happy to see that every time I show up here, I'm happy to see that there's an audience, right? Thank God somebody wants to see this. Somebody wants to hear this. Somebody wants to come along this crazy journey down this rabbit hole with me. And I'm so glad that I get to take you all with me. There's really no place that I would rather be. Dave Bailey is here and says, amen, praise the cash. Yes. In Google's name we pray, amen, praise the cash. I'm going to add that, Dave Bailey. And the Sixth Sense is commenting on the Google God. It's the Google God. I'm sorry. That's very accurate, the Sixth Sense. It's the Google God. And Dorothy Lang is here, done and done. I think she subscribed and hit the notification bell. That's another new subscriber. We are happy to hear it. So once again, I want to thank every one of you guys for being here. It has been a pleasure tonight. And again, this is one of those selfish things. Like Scott and I have been wanting to just talk for a while about everything that's been going on. And again, I do this all the time to people, especially if they have their own show. I say, nope. Let's not talk off air. Let's do it on air, and I can share it with my audience. So glad to share tonight with you. No place that I would rather be. So until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you.